Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Before I call the member for Dunkley, I'm pleased to advise the House that in the gallery today we are recognising the Youth Parliament members from across Australia. We look forward to welcoming all of the youth members, and we will shortly be formally launching the program with Her Excellency the Governor-General at the conclusion of this morning. I'm going to give a call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Good morning, Mr Speaker. I present the 13th report of the Petitions Committee for the 48th Parliament, together with 191 petitions and 23 ministerial responses to petitions presented previously. The petitions being presented address issues such as anti-bullying measures in schools, critically endangered trees, allied health funding for veterans and defence land divestment. 12 of the petitions being presented gained more than 1,000 signatures, each with a petition regarding the Office of the Special Investigator attaining over 8,000 signatures. There are currently 116 petitions open for signatures on the House e-Petitions website, covering a range of topics including visas, immigration, Veterans Affairs and artificial intelligence. More certifications will follow at the committee's next meeting. In relation to the inquiry into the standing orders relating to petitions, the committee is continuing to examine the evidence to present a report to the House with practical recommendations to support the petitions process in the next couple of months. A reminder for those wishing to petition government: please ensure you submit a petition that meets federal government responsibilities. A large percentage of petitions being received are deemed out of order because they are the responsibility of either state or local government. We are keen to hear from you with regards to the issues and needs you have at a federal level. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I look forward to updating the House further on the work of the Petitions Committee.
I thank the member for Dunkley. I'll give a call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, Human Rights Children Born Alive Protection Bill 2026.
Give a call to the honourable member for Wide Bay.
I present the Human Rights Children Born Alive Protection Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to protect children born alive, including as a result of terminations and for related purposes.
Give a call to the member for Wide Bay.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Firstly, I acknowledge those who have previously contributed to this bill, particularly the former member for Dawson, George Christensen, and Senators Matt Canavan, the Leader of the Nationals, and Senator Alex Antic. Speaker, of the thousands of international treaties, conventions and agreements to which Australia has committed itself, surely those that protect the most vulnerable amongst us deserve the highest priority. Indeed, if every international obligation Australia had ever undertaken was swept away and only one could remain, for me, it would be the one that protects the fundamental human rights of our children. The Convention on the Rights of the Child is such an obligation. When Australia ratified the Convention in 1990, it became obliged under international law to recognise that every child has an inherent right to life and to ensure, to the maximum extent possible, that child's survival and development. Article 6 of the Convention is not merely a prohibition against deliberately killing children, it imposes a positive obligation directed towards survival. Article 24 further commits us to recognising every child's right to the highest attainable standard of health and to facilities for treatment and rehabilitation. Under the Convention, Australia must strive to ensure that no child is deprived of access to healthcare services. Yet tragically, when it comes to some of the most vulnerable children imaginable, that commitment can be disregarded. This private member's bill seeks to remedy that terrible breach. It addresses the circumstances in which a child has been subjected to an attempted abortion and is born alive. And that is an all too frequent event. A 2023 Senate committee inquiry that examined legislation intended to protect children born alive following an abortion heard that 724 babies in Victoria and Queensland were recorded as born alive according to the World Health Organisation's definition over a 10-year period. Medical professionals opposing the legislation did not dispute these figures, although they noted that the records provided limited information about the circumstances of the births. I believe that when a procedure performed within our health system ends an independent person's life without that person's consent, information relating to that person and procedure should be thoroughly reported at a national level, and this bill seeks to address that failing. All abortions are a tragedy, and those that occur at or after 20 weeks gestation present a greater risk of live birth. A 2018 study of 241 abortions performed without feticide between 20 and 24 weeks found that more than half resulted in live births. Median survival was 32 minutes, with one baby surviving for 267 minutes. During the Senate inquiry, abortions at or after 20 weeks were described as uncommon, accounting for approximately 1 to 2% of all abortions. But 1 to 2% of all abortions, approximately 88,000 each year in Australia, represents 900 to 1,700 late-term abortions each year. This is not an uncommon occurrence and presents a great risk of babies being born alive after an attempted abortion. In my home state of Queensland, the most recent available data reported that in 2023, 75 terminations of pregnancies resulted in live births, more than triple the 22 reported in 2013. For medical professionals to play down and deny the frequency of babies being born alive after an attempted abortion is more than concerning. In these all too frequent cases, a baby's reliance on her mother's life-sustaining biology transfers to the care of what is a world-leading health system dedicated to preserving life, relieving suffering and restoring health, but not in the case of this little baby. That she was marked to die by abortion means that depending on the state or territory in which her little body lies, the treatment may be withheld. In South Australia and New South Wales, state laws enshrine requirements to provide clinically safe care appropriate to her medical condition. These laws are sensible and exist for a reason. But where a state or territory has not enshrined in law a medical professional's duty to treat her like a patient and not a byproduct of an abortion, clinical guidelines can recommend the withholding of treatment. In the absence of clear statutory duty, clinical guidelines may substantially determine how a child born alive is treated in practice. The current Northern Territory guidelines still direct that, where a live birth occurs following termination, the baby is to be handled gently, kept warm and supported with family contact, but includes the direction, do not provide life-sustaining treatment, including gastric tubes, IV lines or oxygen therapy. Clinical guidelines have an important place in medicine, but clinical guidelines should never determine whether one class of human being is entitled to a lesser standard of care. The death in the Northern Territory of baby Jessica Jane serves as a tragic reminder of what can occur when a baby is unexpectedly born alive. In the early hours of the 14th of July 1998, at Darwin Private Hospital, a procedure was undertaken with the express purpose of terminating a pregnancy. The expected outcome was the delivery of an aborted fetus. That is not what happened. At 2:45 a.m, a baby girl was born alive. Her name was Jessica Jane. She weighed 515 grams. She cried, she moved, she breathed. Her heart was beating. After initially being placed in a metal kidney dish, a midwife, recognising those signs of life, wrapped her in a warm blanket and placed her in a clean-up area. As Jessica's cries continued, she had a sheet placed over her and she was checked every 10 to 15 minutes. The doctor responsible for the termination was contacted and told that Jessica was alive, but did not attend and did not provide instructions for her medical care. 80 long minutes after being removed from her mother, Jessica's little body could fight no more. Her cries gave way to silence and she died at 4:05 a.m. Her death was reported to the Northern Territory coroner. Coroner Greg Kavanagh later observed that what had been expected was the delivery of an aborted fetus. What occurred instead was the unexpected delivery of a live baby human being. Coroner Kavanagh recommended that protocols be put in place by statute, regulation or otherwise to ensure that a child who survives a termination is immediately medically assessed for gestational age and viability. In this report, Kavanagh cited another coronial inquest by the Deputy State Coroner at Westmead in Sydney, where a baby had died under similar circumstances only 2 days before Jessica Jane. The Human Rights Children Born Alive Protection Bill 2026 is founded on a simple principle. Every child born alive is a person and deserves equal care and protection under the law. The bill makes clear that a child who survives an attempted termination is entitled to the same standard of medical care and treatment as any other child born alive. The circumstances of that child's birth must not determine the value placed on their life or the care that they receive. Importantly, the bill recognises that appropriate care will depend on the circumstances. It may involve life-saving emergency treatment or it may involve compassionate palliative care. What cannot be considered is simply that the child was born as the result of a termination. The bill also creates an offence where a health practitioner breaches a duty to provide appropriate care and requires live births following terminations to be reported so that for the first time meaningful national statistics can be produced. Those reports cannot identify either the mother or the child, and the bill specifically protects the mother from prosecution under its offences provision. Ultimately, this bill is about birth equality before the law. Once a child is born alive, that child deserves the same dignity, protection and care as any other Australian babies. And I commend this bill to the House.
Is the motion second? I give the call to member for Lyne.
Mr Speaker, I second the bill and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, economic policy, motion by Ms Campbell.
And I give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the motion relating to economic policy in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. And Mr Speaker, for every member who walked into this chamber this morning at its opening, we looked up into the gallery and we saw fresh faces. We saw beaming smiles from so many young people from across the breadth of our great nation coming to our nation's capital to participate in the very first National Youth Parliament. And One of the people in that sea was Karima, who is the best youth parliamentarian. She is the youth member for Moreton. And can I say that all of those young people are here today because they're passionate about their communities. All those young people are here today because they want to change the world and they want to change our country. And all of those young people are here today because they want to support Australians. And I'm delighted that today in this private member's business, that's what we're focused on. Letting the young people and people of this country know and understand that we, as a Labor government, are focused on supporting Australians every single day. And there was a very important milestone for that support, and it happened on the 1st of July. Because on the 1st of July, it was good news for all Australians. It was a day where that support came in the form of relief. It was a day where that support came in the form of earning more. It was a day where that support came in terms of retiring with more as well. And we know that as people face challenging circumstances across this country, and when the chips are down, that what people need is more support more than ever. And so I do want to reflect on a number of those changes that came in on the 1st of July. The payday super reforms, benefiting the retirement incomes of millions of Australians by making sure that when you earn superannuation, that you are paid it. Because superannuation is not only a great Labor achievement, it's also part of your wage. It's not an extra and it's not a bonus. And on the 1st of July, the Albanese Labor government made sure that it was paid when it was earned. A 4.75% increase to the minimum wage, marking the first national minimum wage above $1,000 a week. And when we talk about the contrast between us on this side of the chamber and those on the other side of the chamber, there couldn't be a starker one when it comes to wages for some of our most vulnerable people, for some of our lowest paid Australians. Because while the Albanese government has been hard at work ensuring that we are backing in wage increases for everyday Australians, those opposite, when they were in government, decided that it would be a deliberate design feature of their government to keep wages low. And those back-to-back-to-back wage increases are something that not only puts money in the pockets of hard-working Australians, but it also means that those hard-working Australians are respected and can have dignity at work for the work that they do. Expanding government-paid parental leave to 6 months with superannuation on top. This is about making sure that mums and dads, at the very early years of their children's lives, can be there with their kids.
Thanks, mate.
And expanding paid parental leave is not only a no-brainer to make sure that the first months of some of our youngest Australians are spent with their parents, but it's also a no-brainer in terms of injecting productivity into the economy over the long term as well. Delivering a new $1,000 instant tax deduction without proof of receipts. And this comes on the back of many tax cuts for the Australian people. And a $1,000 tax deduction means that instead of spending your time sifting through shoeboxes, you can have a tax deduction with a tax cut because of a Labor government. That tax cut, when you add it up with the others, is $2,800 for the average Australian. And this is a government that will always support Australians every day and has on the 1st of July.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. And is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second the motion, reserve my right to speak.
I thank the honourable member, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. This Labor government changed the standing rules to ban that four-letter L word that rhymes with pies. And they did that so they could bring forward motions like this. Labor tells us that Australians are earning more and keeping more of what they earn. But is that really true? Absolutely not. And you don't need a damn spreadsheet to quantify it. You'll find the answer merely walking about this place and asking any Australian whether they feel more economically secure today than they did 4 years ago. In nominal terms, wages are up 14%, which sounds great, until we come to the reality and you put this number into real terms. After inflation. Now, for those playing along at home, do you really think real wages have gone up, or have they gone down? Well, if you guess down, well done. Real wages has gone down 1.7% over Labor's term of government. So contrary to the spin we hear about earning more under Labor, you in fact are earning less. But Speaker, Australians aren't just earning less, they're keeping less of what they earn. While Labor's new toxic taxes are punishing aspiration, bracket creep is quietly taxing Australians more and more each and every day. After 4 years of Labor, this sneaky tax grab is leaving the average Australian $2,000 a year worse off. But Speaker, I come bearing some good news. Because the Coalition has a plan to fix this. Our tax-back guarantee will end bracket creep by indexing tax brackets to inflation. We will deliver real tax reform that is fair, simple and honest. While the Coalition has a plan to fix the economy and restore our way of life, Labor's fiscal failure is sending Australia backwards. Under Labor, Australians are earning less and keeping less of what they earn. And this is no accident. Labor's productivity is the fundamental long-run driver of real wage growth. And what could possibly have nosedived since Labor came to office? Productivity. Labor has presided over more bureaucracy, more regulation and more red tape. No wonder real wages are going backwards. While bracket creep is costing the average worker $2,000 a year, Labor is congratulating themselves on giving you back up to $268 a year, roughly 73 cents a day. 73 cents a day. Set against electricity prices, which are up 40%, gas up 40%, and food prices up 18%. That is not keeping more of what you earn. That is paying for a feast and getting served a toastie. On paid parental leave, the Coalition stance is clear. We support paid parental leave and have no plans to change the current scheme. The debate is not about whether families should receive it. The debate is about flexibility and choice. Labor tells families they are getting 6 months of leave from July 1. What Labor doesn't tell them is that in a two-parent household, 4 weeks are reserved on a use or lose it basis. The primary carer can generally access 22 weeks, not 26. And if the other parent cannot take those 4 weeks, the family does not get them. They are lost. Families see 26 weeks, but many will only see 22. Every family is different. They have different work arrangements, different finances and different caring responsibilities. In my electorate, the second parent is often the farmer mid-seeding or the shift worker on a roster. These are not jobs you can just take 4 weeks off because a scheme designed in Canberra said so. And when the leave runs out, families in grade meet the next problem: the worst access to childcare in Australia, where only two and three children can get a place. The Coalition's approach is simple. We will trust families and restore choice. Parents, not politicians, know what is best for their children, and government should support the choices family makes, not dictate arrangements made by Labor. Speaker, this House is being asked to congratulate a government for making Australians poorer. I would not do it. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question before the House now is that this motion be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, this is important that we put this stuff on the record. It's important that we note that from the last election, the coalition of the Liberals and the Nationals, and now their new bedfellows, One Nation, wanted to go to an election promoting higher taxes for working Australians. They wanted to go against pay rises for minimum workers. They actually wanted to make things tougher. And now, this week, as we stand here, we hear the latest from the potential Deputy Prime Minister in a Liberal National One Nation government, the member for New England, talk about how they've got to remove superannuation. This is from the party who came into this place under Treasurer Hockey and said the age of entitlement is over. There will be no age pension for young people. So all these young people sitting up there in the gallery will be subject to no age pension when they're older, because this lot wanted to get rid of it. We brought in superannuation, compulsory superannuation, for one reason: to make sure people, when they get older, have the opportunity to have dignity in their retirement, to make sure they've got money there to be able to make them sustain themselves as Australians live longer because we've got a better Medicare system, a system that actually supports people, and it doesn't matter about your wealth or your postcode. As long as you've got your Medicare card, you can get the support you can. We've been bringing in tax cuts every year to make sure we help people who need the help the most. Because a lot of people, no matter how hard you work, are not going to get paid a lot of money for some jobs. That's just a simple fact. And if we all got paid $1 million a week, which is about where they think people should be, inflation would be through the roof. Now, when we came into government, inflation was over 6% and rising. We had interest rates rising, and we've been trying to pull them back. We've been working very hard at making sure that what we're focusing on is limiting the issues that people face through what's happening globally. And there is absolutely no shadow of a doubt that the global situation we face now is a lot harder than what it was 2 years ago and 4 years ago. Now, Deputy Speaker, you're only a young fella, but I'm sure you can remember we had the 90s recession, the Asian crisis. These things happen. We used to get one economic shock every 10 years. Since COVID, we have had 3 economic shocks in 4 years. No wonder people are feeling hard done by. No wonder they're getting angry with the system. But this is a global situation that we are faced with, and it's a global situation we're dealing with the best possible way forward. And that is when times are tough, you can rely on a Labor government to actually help families out. Whether it's through superannuation, whether it's through tax cuts, whether it's through instant asset write-off. And, now we've got the taxation where you can have your tax done with $1,000 without needing receipts. They sit there and scoff at that and say, oh, that's not important. I tell you what, to a lot of people who are just working to put food on the table and pay the bills, it's very helpful. It's very helpful to be able to go in and say, well, there's my tax, get it done, get your refund back, and be able to go on and live your life comfortably. It's so important that when we talk about looking after Australians, we look after those who really need the support the most. We've been sort of dealing with issues in relation to, superannuation. How many times have we heard over and over and over again businesses, big businesses, backed by that lot over there, that shut their doors, walk away, and the workforce that are out there every day putting their labour on the line, building that business up, getting the products out that's needed, come home and find out, oh, the boss hasn't been paying me super. So these people are not only out of work, struggling in a situation where we've got low unemployment, and then find out they haven't had their super paid for 6 months or 2 years. That not only impacts them now, but it impacts them into the future. But what we've had is the Liberal government for 9 years, and there seems to be this black hole of memory on those opposite, that 9 years in government returned some of the worst economic performances ever seen. We all remember them standing up here, yes, we're going to deliver a budget surplus each and every year we're in government. And how'd they go? 0 for 9. 0 for 9. Not one. They were going to pay off the debt. What did they do? They doubled the debt, nearly tripled it before COVID, and then had an influx of spending on COVID. We've been returning money back in to pay out that debt. We've delivered budget surpluses, and we've delivered cost of living relief for every single Australian. We know people are doing it tough. We know that globally we're facing some of the worst conditions we've ever seen, but we're not shying away from it. And what we're doing is trying to do every day, we are trying to do things that actually help people get through. Because it is so important that we help people that need the help the most. We're not sitting there at the big end of town flying around on billionaires' jets. We're actually out there helping the people that drive this country.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question is now that this motion be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this motion goes to, well, yet again, it's another motion that's moved by a member of the government, asking us to congratulate this government for making Australians' lives poorer. But we've got another self-congratulating motion, and this time it focuses on the government's delivery of what they refer to as a tax cut of up to $268 for over 14 million Australians. So for context, Deputy Speaker, it's a tax cut of about $5.15 every week. And there are people in the gallery here today, many of whom would have seen this and heard about it through the media. What those on this side of the House are actually trying to say, and this is at odds with what the previous member said, who said that our view is that tax cuts are not important. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that tax cuts of $268 or $5.15 every week, it's actually not helping Australians when structurally we're actually having to pay more because of inflation. We're having to pay more because of a government that's actually lost control of our economy, which means our prices are rising on everything across the board. And so ultimately, the effect of a $5.15 tax cut on Australians is very much watered down. And that is the argument of those on this side of the parliament. It is that we are seeking meaningful tax reform. We're seeking meaningful lower taxes that actually improve Australians' long-term ability to keep more of what they earn. And that's the difference between the ideology of those on this side of the House and those in government. The previous speaker said, when times are tough, you can rely on a Labor government to help out. Now, times are tough. We've got the member for Casey at the front table, and I know that constituents in his electorate, and he hears this all the time, and I hear this all the time from people in my electorate. Times are really tough. They're tough for people who are trying to get into their first home. They're tough for people who are just trying to run a business. They're tough for people who have decided to, on the back of their own initiative, start their business or start and invest in something and make a better life for them and for their kids. Times are tough for all of those people. But at the end of the day, the government's not making their lives easier. And in fact, what we're consistently getting is that people are finding it even harder to not just do business in Australia, but to live, to work and to run a household. And so for the member opposite to say that when times are tough, you can rely on a Labor government to help, I just think that it's hypocritical, because the actions do speak louder than words. And it's very clear what the government's trying to do. They're treating Australians for mugs. They think that Australians can't see this. They think that if we give you a little bit here and then we take a lot more from the other hand, we're actually going to be able to get re-elected. And Australians can see right through that. And at a time where we are on our knees as a country and Australians are really struggling to get ahead, you would think that any rational government would say, okay, we get it. There are issues here. There are issues with how the economy is running. We need to start reining in how much we're spending. We need to have an upfront conversation with the Australian people and say, there are some tough decisions that are going to be made, but we're doing them for a reason, to make your life easier. And they're not saying that. They're not doing those things. They're wanting the short-term sugar hits that sound good in announcements and sound good in press releases. But they're actually making Australia go backwards, and they're making Australians go backwards. And that is problematic. And it's the same thing with the other policy motions in this, a 4.75% increase to the minimum wage. Deputy Speaker, we have nothing against making sure that Australians are adequately and fairly remunerated for the work that they do. We have nothing against that. In fact, we support that. But it means nothing if that wage increase is eaten away by inflation. It means nothing if real wages in this country continue to go down. Again, we've got a situation where the government is handing Australians something with one hand and taking away a hell of a lot more with the other. So, Deputy Speaker, yet again another self-congratulating motion from this government that is without basis. And while we sit here or stand here and debate this, Australians continue to see the quality of their life go down. They continue to see a situation where we are not improving, we're not growing as a country, and Australians are worse off.
Thank the honourable member for the question, for the contribution, and the question is now that this motion be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, if you want to know what supporting Australians looks like, you can look at what has changed since 1 July. Workers are earning more, Australians are paying less tax, super is being paid on payday, parents are getting more time with their babies and super while they are on paid parental leave. And in my community of Bonner, more than 20,000 people have now walked through the doors of not one but two Medicare urgent care clinics, which Labor has now made a permanent part of Medicare. These are not abstract policy announcements, they are changes people can actually see in their everyday lives. In Bonner, more than 83,000 people are employed. They are the people getting up early, going to work, raising families, running businesses and keeping our community moving. And Labor believes that if you work hard, you deserve to be rewarded for it. And that is why from 1 July, award wages increased by 4.75%. The national minimum wage is now more than $1,000 a week, the first time that has ever happened. That matters to the retail worker in my community in Carindale. It matters to the hospitality worker finishing a late shift down in Mansfield. And it matters to the cleaners, the early childhood educators and the aged care workers who get up early every single day to look after someone else's family. These are real workers in my community and they deserve a government that backs them every single day. Deputy Speaker, since 1 July, Payday Super has commenced. Super is not a gift from your employer, it is your money, you earned it. And now instead of waiting months for it to be paid into your super account, contributions are being made alongside your pay. That means your super can start earning for your retirement sooner. It also makes it easier for workers to see what they are actually receiving and what they're entitled to. For a young worker in Bonner, that might seem like a small change today, but over a working life, it can make a really big difference. And then there is tax. From 1 July, more than 14 million Australians received another tax cut. That includes millions of working Australians in Queensland, and we are making tax time simpler too, with a new $1,000 deduction for eligible work-related expenses, without the need to keep receipts for that deduction. These measures are about one simple principle. When you work hard for your money, you should be able to earn more and keep more of what you earn. Deputy Speaker, supporting Australians is also about supporting families. Bonner is home to more than 45,000 families. Almost 22,000 are couple families with children and nearly 6,800 are single-parent families. So I know how important it is for families to have support when they need it most. Since 1 July, paid parental leave has expanded to 6 months, and for the first time ever, superannuation is now being paid on paid parental leave. That is a really important reform that will make a genuine difference to people in my community, because taking time out of paid work to care for a new baby should not mean taking time out of building your retirement. And we know that historically that penalty has disproportionately fallen on women. Labor is changing that. But Deputy Speaker, perhaps nowhere is the difference more visible in my community than when it comes to Medicare. Before I was elected, Bonner had no Medicare urgent care clinics providing local services. Now we have not one, but two. The Carina Carindale and Capalaba Medicare urgent care clinics are open 7 days a week with no appointment needed and no out-of-pocket cost. And more than 20,000 people have now walked through their doors in my community. Think about that. More than 20,000 people in my community have been able to get urgent medical care without having to pay 1 cent. A sick child, a nasty infection, a sprained ankle, or what we had in my house last week, a bike fall and a sore wrist, those people can now get care close to home for free. That is Medicare working, and Labor has made sure that these clinics are not going anywhere. They are now a permanent part of Medicare. This is what supporting Australians looks like. It is higher pay, it is more urgent care clinics where we need them most. It's super paid on payday, and it's a tax cut for millions of Australians. We know that there's more to do, but we are delivering for all Australians.
I thank the honourable member, and the question is before the House now that this motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to oppose this motion because Australians deserve the whole story, not the parts that the Albanese Labor government wants you to hear. Labor wants Australians to look at what it gives, but Australians need to look at what Labor takes through inflation, bracket creep and the rising cost of living. That is the sleight of hand of this motion. A government cannot keep taking more from the pockets of hard-working families and then expect applause when it decides to give a small fraction back. Award wages rose 4.75% and the national minimum wage rose just over $1,000 per week. The Coalition agrees that Australians should earn more and have more at the end of the week in their back pocket. But wage growth alone is not a cost of living strategy. When Labor drives inflation and housing costs continue to climb, lifting wages without addressing the underlying economic pressures only shifts the burden onto struggling small businesses and risks feeding further price increases. Real relief comes from backing the cost of living at its core, not just chasing higher numbers on the payslip that are instantly wiped out at the supermarket checkout. Deputy Speaker, what about the superannuation changes? Prime Minister Albanese loves to talk about superannuation as a national asset to be leveraged for nation-building projects. But let's be clear, superannuation is not a government piggy bank to fund policy agendas. It belongs to the Australian workers who have earned it. But the real test of this motion is tax. The government boasts about delivering a cut of up to $268, but the average worker, that amounts to just $5 a week. That money barely lands in the bank and has been completely swallowed up by bracket creep, by soaring energy bills, by rising rent and expensive groceries. The bigger story is what happens beyond this year. According to the Independent Parliamentary Budget Office, personal income tax receipts are projected to surge from 12.6% to 14.7% of our entire economy over the next decade. And what is driving that? Bracket creep. It is the ultimate stealth tax. When inflation forces up, wages up, just so families can tread water, even though they're not better off in real terms, that system drags them into high brackets, and that means a bigger tax. Australians are working harder, but this government is pocketing the difference. This is not tax reform. It's a pittance in a broken system that continues to siphon more from working Australians every week. The Coalition's tax-back guarantee addresses this fundamental problem at its source by indexing tax thresholds directly linking to inflation. It will protect around 85% of income earners from bracket creep, ensuring that a pay rise intended to keep a family pace with the cost of living does not push them into the higher tax bracket. Deputy Speaker, paid parental leave is where the question of family choice becomes impossible to ignore. The Coalition supports paid parental leave. We support Australian families, but crucial to our vision is that we must trust families to make their own choices. This government announced that the families get 26 weeks of leave. But look at the fine print. In a partnered family, 20 days are strictly set aside for the second parent. If that parent cannot or does not take them, the family cannot simply pass those days to the primary carer. In practice, to access the full 130 days, both parents must be eligible and must each claim their specific share. It is a 6 months in the headline, but 4 weeks reserved in the fine print. Parents know what works best for their own households. The government should trust parents' judgment rather than penalising them with rigid bureaucratic conditions. Deputy Speaker, Australians need a government that helps them get ahead, not one that gives with one hand while reaching for their wallet with the other. They do not need a government that celebrates when it gives while deliberately ignoring what it takes. They need to lower taxes, make genuine choice, and a government that stops claiming credit for returning a tiny fraction of what Australians have already earned.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question before the House now is that this motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me tell you a little bit about the community I'm really proud to represent, the electorate of Gorton in Melbourne's western suburbs. We are home to established communities like in Keilor, Deer Park and Taylors Lakes, where schools, businesses, childcare centres and community organisations have flourished for a very long time. We are also home to the Western Growth Corridor. These are communities being built almost from scratch. New streets, new parks, new schools and new shops are appearing alongside new homes. The Victorian Government's planning framework envisaged Fraser Rise and Deanside, ultimately supporting 20,000 homes and 14,000 jobs. In Rockbank, houses are appearing where there were paddocks only a few years ago. In Aintree, you'll find streets full of young families, people who have bought their first home, unpacked their boxes and are starting to put down roots. You'll also find Deanside and Fraser Rise. Behind every one of those new houses is a family building a home and building their future. Hard-working Aussies who are working hard for the Australian dream, but who are doing it tough. There is something simple that Australians expect. If you work hard, you should be able to get ahead. You should earn a decent wage. You should be able to keep more of what you earn. And after a lifetime of work, you should be able to retire with dignity and security. That idea, the idea of having a fair go, is at the heart of who we are as Australians. And it is exactly these values and the families like those in my community which drove our 1st of July changes, which the Albanese Labor government introduced just over a month ago. The 1st of July this year was a really big day because from the 1st of July we have delivered practical reforms that make a real difference. That day serves as the day that the Albanese Labor government recognised the role that young people play in today's Australia. Deputy Speaker, I'm a proud millennial, and now millennials and Gen Z make up around 2/3 of Australian taxpayers, and our tax system should reflect that. For 13.3 million Australian taxpayers, the 1st of July this year meant another tax cut, with the $250 working Australians tax offset. That's $250 off working Australians' tax bills permanently, as well as a $1,000 instant tax deduction without receipts. It has increased the effective tax-free threshold for workers by $1,785. And all of this means that the average worker is benefiting by up to $3,000. And we've passed payday super. The ATO estimates that $5.2 billion in super went unpaid in 21-22. $5.2 billion. That's $100 million every week that workers earned but never received. That's not right. Workers deserve to get paid their full entitlements, and Australians deserve to retire with confidence and with financial security. That's why we've also seen a 4.75% increase to the minimum wage, marking the first time the national minimum wage is above $1,000 a week. This is because Aussies who work hard deserve to get ahead. And for families trying to get ahead while juggling it all, paid parental leave is absolutely invaluable. I've seen the value of paid parental leave and the effect it has for women and families in my own life, like my sister Emily and my beautiful nephew Jamie. I'm so proud that we're giving those same opportunities to families across Australia. And since the 1st of July this year, we have expanded government paid parental leave to 130 days. This makes a real difference to the entire household because it means both parents have access to paid parental leave, giving families freedom of choice and that precious time spent with your little one. And for the first time, parents are being paid super on top of Commonwealth-funded paid parental leave. That is huge. Our 1st of July changes mean something real for Australians, in my community and across the country. We're backing the next generation of Aussies, helping Aussies earn more, keeping more of what they earn, and retire more as well. Because this is what our communities deserve, and this is what Australians deserve.
Thank you for the wonderful contribution, and the question now is that the motion be agreed to, and with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Cowper.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, Deputy Speaker.
Good morning.
I'm pleased to rise to speak to this motion. In fact, when I read it, Deputy Speaker, I actually laughed out loud. I didn't realise that the member for Moreton had such a good sense of humour. Well, it's either that or she's quite deluded as to how well she thinks that Labor is actually dealing with the economy right now. And while they pat themselves on the back over there for a $268 tax cut, an average about $45 a week before tax, they completely ignore three key and undisputable facts, Deputy Speaker. And the first is that this government, this Labor government, is now officially the highest taxing government in Australian history. So well done to them for that remarkable milestone. And I'm sure that the Australian people won't forget it coming up to the next election. The second one is, Deputy Speaker, national debt under this government has reached over $1 trillion for the first time in Australian history. And the third one is almost every fiscal decision this government has made over the past 4 years has only added to homegrown inflation, rendering the paltry figures meaningless when compared to the year prior. Now, we know, Deputy Speaker, Australia is in a per capita recession, and it's of this government's making. Every dollar an Australian makes is buying less than it did last year. And unfortunately, some of the policies being celebrated across that side right now are going to add more pain to Australian people. GDP per person has declined in 10 quarters under Labor. It declined again in the most recent quarter. Australia has experienced its longest household recession in history. There's a lot of first times here this morning, Deputy Speaker. And according to the ACCC, groceries are up over 25%. 25% since 2022. Electricity is up 38% over that same period. It's no wonder that some of our senior citizens are choosing not to put the air conditioner on in summer or the heater on in winter. And rent is up 34%. Insurance costs are out of control. But don't worry, those costs across the floor will give you, those across the floor will give you a $1,000 instant tax deduction without proof of receipts, which is cold comfort for the thousands of dollars that the Australians are worse off due to rampant inflation. Then there's the small business insolvencies. I talk to business owners every single day of the week. And in regional Australia, small businesses are our lifeblood. They not only provide the majority of our goods and services, they employ our communities. They train our young people. They keep us afloat. But in New South Wales, more than 15,600 businesses have entered insolvency in the past 3 years, and across the country, 2025 was the worst year on record for business closures. I've met with those people. They're not just businesses closing, they're mums and dads, they're hard workers out there who have put it all on the line. and because of the policies of this government, have lost it all. Deputy Speaker, at every mobile office and forum I hold, small businesses are telling me it's never been harder, and they're barely keeping their heads above water, and many are considering closing within the next 12 months. And when I ask them about the effect of the new wage increases, what it would have on their businesses, the answer is consistent. We'll have to let somebody go. We just can't afford it. It's either that or increase their price. And we know that their customers can't afford to pay any more. So, Deputy Speaker, those on this side of the floor, we on this side of the floor are serious about getting the economy moving and rewarding hard work and supporting our business communities. And we'll axe these government policies that have made it so difficult for average punters and business owners out there. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. The question is that this motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Petrie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this motion because the changes that came into effect on 1 July are about something very simple: helping Australians earn more, keep more of what they earn and retire with more. These are not abstract policy changes. They are practical changes that make a real difference to household budgets, pay packets, superannuation balances and financial security families can build for the future. Across my electorate of Petrie, I speak with families who are working hard, raising kids, paying off their mortgages or paying rent, filling up their car and doing everything they can to get ahead. People judge governments by whether the decisions we make actually make an improvement on their lives. That is exactly what these changes are about, delivering real change for Australians. From 1 July, the minimum wage increased by 4.75%. For the first time, the national minimum wage is now above $1,000 a week. For someone working full-time on minimum wage, that means more money coming through the door every week and a little more room in the family budget for when the electricity bill arrives, when kids need something for school, or when it's time to do the weekly grocery shop. Labor believes that if you work hard, you should be able to get ahead. And that means making sure wages move in the right direction. But earning more is only part of the story. We also want Australians to keep more of what they earn. That is why more than 14 million Australian taxpayers are receiving another tax cut of up to $268. From this financial year, Australians can also claim the new $1,000 instant tax deduction without having to keep receipts for every eligible expense covered by that deduction. For working people, that means a simpler tax system and more money staying in their pocket. Cost of living relief needs to be practical, and it needs to reach people where they actually feel it, in their wages, in their tax bill, and in their weekly household budget. We're also thinking about Australia's financial security, not just for today, but for decades into the future. Payday super is an important part of that. Superannuation is money workers have earned, and Australians should not have to wait months for that money to reach their super account. Under these reforms, contributions will be made more frequently and earlier, giving millions of Australians more time for their retirement savings to grow. The difference might look small from one payday to the next, but across the entire working life, it can make a significant difference. I'm particularly proud of the changes to the paid parental leave. Government paid parental leave is now expanded to 130 days, giving parents more time with their new baby during the most important periods of their lives. For the first time, parents receiving Commonwealth paid parental leave will also receive superannuation contributions. For too long, taking time out of the workforce to care for a child could also mean missing out on retirement savings. Because women still take on the majority of parental leave, they have disproportionately carried that cost. Caring for a newborn should not come with a penalty in retirement, and paying super on paid parental leave is addressing that. Taken together, these reforms tell a very clear story about the priorities of this government: higher wages, lower taxes, stronger superannuation, better paid parental leave and greater financial security for Australian families. Each measure matters individually, but together they are about making sure Australians can earn more today keep more of what they earn and build a stronger retirement for tomorrow. There's always more work to do. Nobody is pretending that one tax cut, one wage increase or one policy change removes every pressure that's facing Australian households. But these measures are delivering real change. They mean more money in people's pay packets, more money staying in their pockets, more support for parents when they welcome a new child, and more money being invested into Australians' retirement. That is the direction I want our country to keep moving in, and it is what I will keep fighting for as the member for Petrie. Better wages, more secure jobs, stronger retirement incomes and practical cost of living relief that makes a genuine difference. Australians work hard for what they earn, and they deserve a government that works just as hard to help them get ahead. I proudly support this motion.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question is now that this motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise today to speak in relation to this motion, just to give people a little bit more context to exactly what Labor are trying to swindle you with in relation to the terms of this motion. Now, they talk about Australians earning more and keeping more of what they earn. You might have heard that before. It was a tagline that they used before the last election. And they've now added to it, and retire with more. But the problem is this. This Labor government has never been strong on accounting. What they're doing is they're absolutely failing to account for the everyday expenses that Australians are suffering under this Labor government. Now, there is no accident that words like financial hardship, there's no accident that people are experiencing a housing crisis, there's no accident that people are experiencing a cost of living crisis. All of these things are on the other side of the equation from what has been cherry-picked for this motion this morning. Now, the member for Petrie, I think, genuinely would like to see people get more money in their pay packets. That is an admirable objective and something that we all support. But what we don't support is that the rate of costs that Australians are going through is exceeding any one of those measures of increases that you are seeing in your pay packet. This is like doing a profit and loss and only counting the top part. What Labor want you to believe is that there is no expenses that are exceeding your income. So, a bit of a truth bomb for the Labor members here today. The standard of living in Australia has fallen through the floor. It has dropped faster and more dramatically than any other advanced economy. And what we've seen under this Labor government over 4 years is 15 interest rate rises. We've seen inflation that is completely out of control, still hovering around 3.8%, notwithstanding the fact that the Reserve Bank would like to see it between 2 and 3. And every single Australian, when they go to the grocery store, is getting less and less in their basket of goods for the same amount of money. Now, our country needs to change course, or our standard of living will continue to fall through the floor. And that is why the Coalition has a plan to fix the economy and to protect Australians' way of life. That is exactly what they deserve. What they don't deserve is the numbers we've seen, the shocking numbers we've seen under this Labor government over the last 4 years, where things like electricity have gone up by 39%, rent up 24%, education and health expenses up by more than 20%. This is a completely unsustainable financial pathway for many Australians. But we recognise that things must be done differently, and that's why we say that Australians deserve lower taxes. That's why we say Australians deserve lower power prices. That's why we say we should tie migration to the number of houses we can actually deliver in the economy, and why we must put Australians first in every decision of government. Nothing less will suffice. Now, one of the key platforms that we have in our plan is our plan for lower taxes, to axe Labor's taxes, the changes to capital gains tax, the changes to negative gearing, the minimum 30% tax on trusts. And one thing that we are going to do is that we are going to end Labor's sneaky bracket creep tax that keeps clawing away more and more of your pay rises each year by pushing you into higher tax brackets. So what we are going to do is index those tax brackets. So from 28-29, we will index the bottom two income tax thresholds to inflation to fully protect around 85% of taxpayers from bracket creep. That would deliver around $250 in tax relief in the first year and growing to more than $1,000 by year 4. Now, this is a plan with a united coalition that will actually get this country back to the place that it deserves to be. The leader of the pack, not the bottom of the pack.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and I believe the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of the speech for incorporation into the Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025. Member for Pearce.
Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Pearce for her written contribution. Given that there are no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the day for the next sitting. And with that, I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, motion by the member for New England relating to renewable energy precincts.
I see the member for New England is seeking the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move the motion relating to renewable energy, power, precincts in the terms of which it appears in the notice paper. Mr Speaker, it's amazing. I read today that now the Greens in Tasmania have an issue with intermittent power, the Swindle factories, the Swindle factory wind turbines, and they have joined with One Nation in their opposition to the wind towers because they kill one raptor per year per tower. This is a pay, and then the transmission lines as another mechanism that are killing the wildlife. So the ecology and the environmental benefit of these is an absolute load of tripe. They are a swindle. They are there for the benefit of billionaires and overseas companies, supported by secret capacity investment schemes. And that moves you on to another thing I read in the paper about the coalition now. They're onto the case of the secret capacity investment schemes, and they've got major questions to ask. I've been asking those questions for years. What's it all about? They're an absolute rip-off. How can you have a secret agreement with the taxpayers' money and then believe there's some virtue in it? Even in the budget papers, it's NFP, not for publication. So we now see the major mastheads in the media. For so long I've been saying, look under the bonnet of this, and now they are asking major questions because it is just so murky, it is just so sleazy, it is just so sneaky, and it's causing so much hurt. Now, I can assure you that the intermittent power sector is quickly running out of friends. In our areas now they talk about 1,200 workers, fly in, fly out, going to villages of 300, 800 in another area. People predominantly coming in from overseas. No police to look after them, no hospitals. How do we deal with the crime rates in issues like that? How do we manage it? But it doesn't matter because we're in regional Australia. And the virtue of it going so people can say, oh, I'm doing something about climate change. You're not actually. You're just helping a select clique of people become incredibly wealthy, and you're totally naive in your process of doing that. There's no change to the weather because of this. It's just a massive change to people's bank balances as other people become poorer. Pensioners become poorer. At Tomago the other day, they came up with a $2.5 billion package. I'm fascinated about this, so I went back and read about what Neville Rand said. He used to be a genuine Labor Party member back in 1984. And he was talking about how good it was opening a Raring, big coal-fired power station, and how the coal-fired power stations of the Hunter Valley had supported the opening of a new massive aluminium industry in Tomago. Now it's his own party closing it down. Unless you change the price of energy, Tomago is gone. Is gone. And when did it work really well? When it had coal-fired power. There didn't know any support packages for Tomago when it had coal-fired power. So now, when we remove the secrecy of these agreements, and One Nation will, when we remove the secrecy of the capacity investment schemes, they'll lose their legitimacy. When we see that something is not quite right, and One Nation will take this to a Royal Commission, if the Royal Commissioner can come up with a brief that says there was corruption, then some of these people can trot off to jail, because that's what you do when you come up with dirty, sneaky little agreements where we're trying to work out how you got so much money, but at the time they wouldn't tell you. They won't tell you how much money they're dishing out to these people. So for us, it's quite obvious. We have seen what has happened to regional Australia with the transmission lines, with the fields of photovoltaic black. And we even look into those now. We find that a lot of the things, all they're worried about is the value of what they've put on, not the efficacy of how it works. We're getting all the time breakdowns, wrong cabling, fires, areas where there's wind towers where they can't produce what their plate value said. And there's One Nation that's led the charge now. Other people are joining, and there is no votes in this anymore. It is a dead set vote loser. And if there's only one thing I get out of the swindling intermittent power sector is this. Every time Minister Bowen talks about it or someone from the Labor Party talks about it, your vote goes down and our vote goes up.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. Is there a seconder? You second the motion?
I'm seconding the motion, yes.
I thank the honourable member for Farrer for seconding the motion, and I'll give the call to member for Petrie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I represent Petrie in South East Queensland. I do not pretend that my community has exactly the same experiences as a farmer hosting transmission infrastructure or a small regional town dealing with sudden construction workforce. Those impacts are real, and regional communities deserve to be listened to. Though Australia's energy system does not stop at electorate boundaries, the electricity generated in regional Australia powers homes, hospitals and businesses right across the country. Its reliability and affordability matter just as much to the families in Redcliffe, in Fitzgibbon, North Lakes and Deception Bay as they do in communities like New England or Central West Orana. And we have to deal with the energy system we actually have.
I thank the honourable member. In continuation, I give the call to the member for Petrie. I thank the member for New England.
Australia's coal-fired
power... You've got
power...
an extra couple of minutes now.
Fabulous. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, member for New England. Australia's coal-fired power stations are ageing and breaking down and becoming more unreliable and retiring. For a decade, the former government, which the member for New England was a part of, delayed the investment needed to replace them. 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations brought forward their closure dates while the coalition was in office. And just to remind you, the member for New England was a member of that coalition. So the question is not whether our electricity system changes, it is how we manage that change in the cheapest, most reliable and most responsible way. AEMO's 2026 Integrated System Plan is clear. Renewable energy connected by upgraded networks, firmed by storage and backed up by gas is the cheapest pathway as coal retires. CSIRO's latest Gen Cost report also finds solar and onshore wind form the basis of the lowest cost generation mix for Australia. That matters because this motion claims renewable energy is driving power prices up. The evidence does not support this claim. The Australian Energy Regulator's 26-27 default market offer is delivering lower prices in South East Queensland. Standard residential prices are down 7.2% and time of use prices are down 10.7%, and small businesses' reductions are larger again. The Australian Energy Market Commission has also warned that delays to renewable energy generation and transmission risk putting upward pressure on electricity costs. So pausing this transition is not a plan for cheaper power, it risks making the problem worse. Supporting renewable energy does not mean giving developers a blank cheque or telling regional communities to simply put up with whatever change comes their way. If projects put pressure on housing, roads, health services or emergency services, that needs to be planned for. Landholders deserve fair treatment, good information and genuine consultation, and developers should be held to proper standards. That is why this government has strengthened the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner, supported by a developer rating scheme, and established national guidelines for community engagement and benefit sharing around transmission projects. The answer to legitimate concerns is better consultation, stronger standards and fairer benefits. It is not stopping the infrastructure the country needs or debating the economic benefits of renewables, all while aging coal generators continue to retire. The member for New England also gives the impression that renewable energy and agriculture cannot coexist. But the department estimates that less than 0.1% of agricultural land in the national electricity market jurisdictions would directly host renewable energy infrastructure under the relevant AMO scenario. We also know many landholders can continue agricultural production while receiving additional income from renewable projects. And I, for one, want to see additional income go to our farmers. They're the backbone of our country. And there's another part of this debate worth remembering. The member for New England has not always spoken about renewable energy the way he does in this motion. In 2017, he said renewable energy was, and I quote, an important part of the national energy mix, end quote. And then he celebrated that New England, and I quote, is leading the way in renewable energy production, end quote. He was right then, and we are right now. Regional Australia can be an energy powerhouse. It can attract investment, create jobs, provide new income streams for landholders and help power the nation. But those communities must be partners in the transition, not an afterthought. Deputy Speaker, we can support regional communities and build renewable energy. We can protect agricultural land and modernise the grid. We can demand proper consultation and still get on with replacing ageing coal. What we cannot do...
the honourable member for her contribution. The question is now that this motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Farrer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. You cannot operate, you cannot manufacture, live or defend a nation with intermittent energy. You cannot run an electrical grid on intermittent energy. Europe proved that this summer. Mr Speaker, ask any child. There is no fun in a flat battery. Superficial public displays of moral correctness and the not in my backyard while seeking personal virtue, I will pollute and destroy your backyard. And who are you to challenge my virtuous intentions from my city-based operations? Mr Speaker, CO2 does not distinguish between a coal-fired power plant, a concrete plant or a steel mill. The only distinction is one is honest about its footprint, the other markets its footprint as virtue-seeking. Irresponsible investment for future generations. We've got hundreds of thousands of hectares of black solar panels across prime agricultural land. Some of these installations have arrived with PFAS chemicals that will pollute that land forever. Lost agricultural land, and more importantly, in some areas, lost major irrigated agricultural land, lost to this nonsense. Solar panels are actually interfering with the natural ecology of the entomology and the life cycles of our farming operations. They're not allowing frost to reach the soil to eliminate overwintering of pest insects. They're even going further. In Tasmania, it's identified already of only having 500 pairs of the wedge-tailed eagles. And to date, we've had 321 reported incidences, of 271, of which 271 have killed wedge-tailed eagles. Now, when you put that in perspective, we can't even push past 1,000 pairs in Australia. Now, they're the numbers we know, not the numbers we don't know. It's positioning us not to be internationally competitive price with electricity. It's got a limited operational life. It is not an intergenerational investment. And it's also got, when you study the prospectuses, it's also got built-in price inflation. And more importantly, the liability of this infrastructure, where does it stay? It's not socialised, it stays with the landholder, it stays within the regional communities. Just have a look at the Wellington solar fire and the travesty behind that. But you'd have to ask yourself, while all this is going on, and as the world advances past us, why is Australia a laggard in exploring nuclear energy? All we're doing at the moment is building a system of an imperfect grid to allow the system to be rorted. We're actually building another Enron. Those that can control their solar energy into batteries and wait for the price to spike at night, then deliver to the grid. I mean, again, this is Enron version 2.0 coming to Australia. The institutional spin frames it that the issue is a storage problem we've got with our electrical grid. It's more than that, it's the system itself. The system's revealing the fundamental is in the design flaw. Mr. Speaker, we're delivering the next generation of Australians a liability that they can't operate with, they can't grow with, they can't manufacture with, and more importantly, they will be responsible for dissembling and burying non-recyclable products. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. Being there no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the next sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, motion from the member for Casey relating to aged care.
The member for Casey is seeking the call.
I move the motion relating to aged care in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Member for Casey has the call.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And on a daily basis, my office receives call after call from residents and their families who are at breaking point because of the My Aged Care system.
Yep.
Now, Labor promised 4 years ago a simpler, fairer and more responsive aged care system. And as I said, nearly 4 years on, our older Australians are waiting longer, receiving less care and in many cases dying before help arrives. Now, the Coalition's position is simple. If an older Australian has been assessed as needing care, they should receive the care that they have been assessed as needing. Not a fraction of it, not after months of waiting, and certainly not after they have died. And as it stands, there are over 100,000 older Australians waiting for a supported home package on the National Priority System.
That's right.
Now, the median wait times for the supported home package have blown out to more than 10 months, compared with between 30 to 90 days under the Coalition. But this is about so much more than numbers. It's about people and it's about lives. It's about Australians who have worked their entire life, paid their taxes, contributed to this country, who are dying while their name sits on a wait list.
Shame.
It's about the families and carers carrying the burden of care alone because the government system is failing. Now, don't take my word for it. I want to read from an article in my local newspaper written by Oliver Wynne. The article begins with, and I quote, "A Warburton man with stage 4 cancer and 3 months to live was given a 6-month wait time for aged care payments."
Shame.
3 months to live, 6-month wait time under this government. It continues, and I quote, "79-year-old Tony fears he will die from stomach cancer before getting access to $59,660 for domestic and personal care services." Mr Rostron was diagnosed with stomach cancer in October last year, and after exhausting all treatment options, he was given just 3 months to live. He was assessed as a Level 1 package before being reassessed to a Level 7, which gave him access to the funding for domestic and personal care services. The package was designated as a medium priority. Stomach cancer, 3 months to live, and this government have said that is a medium priority, with an estimated wait time of 6 to 7 months. could you be more out of touch than the Prime Minister of this country and the Minister that say stomach cancer with 3 months to live is a medium priority? In Mr Rostron's own words, he said, and I quote, "I could die the next day." The reality is almost 5,000 older Australians died in 2024 and 25 while in priority wait lists for their home care package.
It's a disgrace.
When people are dying before the system delivers, the care they need has been assessed as needing. There is no longer an administrative failure. It is a policy failure overseen by this Prime Minister. The other issue that has been raised with my office is the inability to find services. Tom from Greer is up for reassessment and he's been waiting for 9 months. He's 91 and needs assistance. My Aged Care says there is no occupational therapist available to come out. Now, my office has been contacted by numerous residents who were given a list of providers by My Aged Care and they've taken on the task of calling them, but they've been told there is no services available in the Dandenongs or Hillsville or Warburton.
What a disgrace.
Elderly Australians are being told the books are closed, providers don't have funding or they don't serve particular areas.
That's right.
And it is an absolute disgrace and shame that the Labor government and Anthony Albanese are treating Australians like this.
Yep.
The elderly should not have to fight the system to get the care that they have assessed as needing. It is common decency, it is a basic right. This government continues to fail these older Australians.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. And is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the most honourable member for Bowman. The question is now that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The first thing, of course, I'd say through you to the minister, to the member for Casey, is that all of us as local members hear stories from constituents about what's happening in aged care, and it is truly heartbreaking to hear of what people are battling in a time where they are at their most vulnerable. And I know that the Minister for Aged Care has asked for those sorts of stories to go to him directly, because you know we want to do what we can to help people, and so I encourage the member for Casey to send that through. But let's just remember, I mean, when we look at the motion that he's moved that the My Aged Care system is broken, I think it just shows a spectacular lack of self-reflection to call this a broken aged care system when the very system which the now opposition, presided over was summed up in a report by the Royal Commission called neglect. And so with all of the difficulties that exist in the system today, they really do pale in comparison to the sort of problems that I've been dealing with over the years with people in the community, people that really should have been treated a lot better. And I'd also remind the member for Casey, through you, Deputy Speaker, that the system that we have in place now was, I think, a system negotiated in good faith with the opposition, supported by the opposition. So when the opposition criticises this system, they're actually criticising a system which they have supported, but are now using an opportunity to politicise it for I guess their own personal reasons. I think that also there are some gross misrepresentations going on around there. I mean, they've managed to put it in writing in their motion about median wait times. But I mean, if you actually look at the median wait times now, for the standard priority, it's now down to 7 or 8 months, down from 10 to 11 months as it was just in November last year, down to 7 or 8 months. And I know from personal experience, I was only elected last year, but I've been working in the community for a long time. I know from personal experience that sometimes it would take people up to a year just to get an assessment, even to get an assessment, let alone actually get approved for a package and end up on the waiting list. And now those assessment times have come down to around a month or below. And so I think that what we have seen is we were given a broken system. We worked with the opposition We worked with the opposition to try and fix this broken system, and now we're in opposition that wants to politicise it, even though we are clearly making gains, even though we are clearly seeing the wait times down for packages, the wait times down for assessment really coming down. And the government doesn't pretend this system's perfect, and in fact has said that we are open to change. And just recently, we made a massively significant change where, and I'm going to forget the categories, but I think it's independent living, where showering and continence care and wound management attracted a co-payment for people who came newly onto the Support at Home program. Well, we listened to the community and we moved that into clinical care, where people can get those essential services without having to attract a co-payment. And so I can't think of any clearer example than that. That shows the government's willingness to listen and to make changes. And so I'd encourage the opposition, rather than making those political points in here and using an individual's plight to score some cheap point, that they do continue to work with the government, to continue to improve the system, but also continue to advocate for the individuals that we all come across as local members. And I just finish up by saying, you know, that I think there needs to be some comprehension of the scale of the problem which gets lost in all of this. That sometime around, I think 2011, you know, these figures aren't exact of course, but there was something like 15,000 Australians turned 80 in 2011. Next year, 90,000 Australians are turning 80. We have to build a new residential aged care facility every 3 days in Australia for the next 20 years to meet the demand that's out there. And so, you know, I think the scale of this problem is reflected in the willingness of the government to invest $47 billion this year, and the willingness of this government to listen, to make the changes, to give people the care that they have thoroughly deserved and worked hard for.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Bomen has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After a lifetime of working, raising families, paying taxes and contributing to our communities, older Australians should be able to expect that when they need help, that help will be there for them.
Absolutely.
But today, too many Australians are finding that the aged care system is broken and it is causing real hardship, distress and uncertainty for ageing Australians and their families. It's not just about statistics and a government report, it's about people who are trying to remain independent in their own homes but cannot get the support that they've been assessed as needing. It's about families who are desperately trying to navigate a very complicated system while watching their parents, grandparents or loved ones struggle. The Department of Health, Disability and Ageing has recently confirmed that an older person assessed as a standard priority for a supported home package is currently waiting between 300 and 330 days, almost a year. For someone who is healthy and independent, 300 days might not sound like that long of a time, but for an 80 or 90-year-old who cannot safely shower without assistance, who struggles to prepare meals, or who is at risk of falling, who needs help simply to remain living independently, 300 days is an eternity. A recent KPMG report found that almost 100,000 Australians who have already been assessed as needing a particular level of care are still waiting for that care to become available. These people just want the government to deliver the support that they have been assessed as requiring. Even when an older Australian finally gets their funding approved, that does not necessarily mean they will receive the care that they're expecting. Many families are increasingly finding that there simply aren't enough providers or workers available to deliver the services that they've been approved for. This is something I've heard directly from many of my constituents within the Redlands. A few months ago, I conducted a My Aged Care survey to hear from local families about their experiences within the system.
Good on you.
The response was deeply concerning. 52% of respondents reported waiting 9 months or more for their approved aged care package to become available, and 62% of respondents reported facing issues with the lack of supply of providers once their package was provided. In particular, one constituent, an 82-year-old man living alone after suffering a stroke, told me about his experience. He has a level 2 home care package but is completely inadequate for his needs. He cannot stand without a walker. He's scared of falling when he showers and when he shaves and even when he gets out of bed. 2 years ago, he requested a reassessment for which he said he is still waiting for. And because of the limited support he receives, he cannot visit his wife, who's currently living in a nearby nursing home. Another constituent trying to arrange care for her mother was given a list of 116 providers and told to contact them one by one to compare services cost and availability. Imagine being an elderly person or the child of an elderly person and being told that. After finally navigating the very complex assessment process, you must now call over 100 providers yourself to find out whether anyone can actually help. The system isn't just difficult, it's exhausting, and it is failing the people who it is designed to support. We need to remember what aged care is supposed to be about. It's supposed to provide dignity, independence and security for older Australians. It is supposed to give families confidence that when their loved ones need help, they will not be left to navigate an endless bureaucratic maze. And it is supposed to make it possible for older Australians to remain safely within their own home for as long as they possibly can. Instead, too many Australians are being left waiting. Too many families are being left frustrated, and too many approved home care packages are failing to translate into actual care for older people within our communities. The government cannot simply announce another reform and declare the job done. The Minister for Health and Ageing must immediately explain why these delays continue and what specific action is being taken to reduce them, and what they are doing to make sure that when an older Australian receives an approved package, there is actually someone available to deliver these services. Right. These are all reasonable questions. They're the questions that are being asked by people within my electorate. We cannot accept a system where an older person can be approved for care but cannot access it. We cannot accept a system where someone can wait nearly a year for support, and we cannot accept a system where families are left to pick up the pieces where government bureaucracies fail. Older Australians have spent their lives building this country. When an older Australian needs care, waiting almost a year is simply not good enough. The government must fix my aged care, address these growing concerns and take the action required.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Sturt has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the privilege of standing with the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors at Amber Aged Care in the suburb of Paradise in the north-east part of my electorate of Sturt, as this government announced significant funding for new aged care beds in Adelaide. Deputy Speaker, the announcement totalled an additional $34.5 million of federal money, but importantly, it went towards unlocking $134 million of investment in metropolitan Adelaide to deliver 268 residential aged care beds. At Amber Aged Care, the $10.4 million allocated will deliver 48 new aged care beds. Planning is already underway and construction will commence in December of this year. And these new aged care beds will go towards ensuring that every older Australian receives high-quality, dignified aged care, which is what they deserve and what their families expect. And I've seen firsthand that the team at Amber Aged Care, under the leadership of CEO Dominique Evel, have already been providing this high-quality, dignified care over a long period of time. With this investment, Deputy Speaker, they will be called upon to do it on a much larger scale because the facility is more than doubling. And what do we need if a service offering is more than doubling in size? We need more qualified people to provide these critical services. We need to provide an environment where aged care workers, including nurses, are valued, where they are paid fairly and recognised for their work, where the criticality, urgency and immeasurable impact of their work is valued. The Albanese Labor government recognises this, and to the aged care workers and nurses out there, this government values you. This government does not dismiss your work as being of low value because it forms part of the care economy. This government does not accept that the care economy has exploded in an adverse or unproductive way. This government does not accept that workers in the care economy have been disproportionately awarded hefty pay rises, or that the taxpayer funds used to underwrite these fair and justified pay rises is wasteful spending. We don't accept any of that. And that is why on 1 August this year, aged care nurses got their 5th pay rise under this government. This means a registered nurse on the most common classification is now more than $36,000 a year better off than in 2022. An enrolled nurse on the most common classification is almost $32,000 a year better off. And that means they'll stay in their profession. That means there will be workers to provide care to the elderly Australians who will take up a place in one of the 48 additional aged care beds at Amber Aged Care. Because extra beds are only one piece of the puzzle, Deputy Speaker, qualified workers are another. So I'm tired of hearing the care economy dismissed as unimportant. Getting older and becoming elderly is a blessing, and with a bit of luck, every single member of this place and the other place will get old, be elderly and need aged care. And when you need it, you won't dismiss it. You'll be deeply, deeply grateful for it, and so will your family. So to those who dismiss it as reckless spending, change your attitude, because although you might not need it now, other Australians do, and you owe those Australians your support. Now, in South Australia, we have seen elderly Australians staying in hospital longer than necessary when they should be in an aged care bed. And that is what this recent funding announcement is about, Deputy Speaker. It is about making sure that when a hospital is no longer the appropriate clinical setting and an aged care bed is, the aged care system is equipped to respond to that demand. There is no single answer, Deputy Speaker, to the challenge of reforming the aged care system, which is a generational challenge. Sustainable, effective and efficient investment in the aged care sector is a key pillar of the Albanese Labor government's agenda, and we will continue to invest in residential aged care capacity, such as at Amber and across Adelaide. We will continue to invest in in-home care, and we will continue to invest in workers in order to overturn the neglect that characterised the aged care system when we came to government in 2022.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are many times that I've got up in this House or in the Federation Chamber to address this issue of aged care and the failures that our elderly Australians are experiencing under this government. The incompetence is mind-boggling. We have 100,000 people who are waiting to be assessed. We have 100,000 people who have been assessed, albeit with the failures within that system, who are now waiting to actually receive the care they have been approved for. So we have 200,000 people. The wait times are blowing out, where we have those who are sick, who are frail already, who have waited to be assessed on the phone in the regions, and then an algorithm applied to see what level of care they need, to then wait until there is a service provider in the regions who can actually provide that care. Well, I hear over and over and over again tragic stories, one after another, from people in my electorate who cannot find a provider. Now, we're talking about the Commonwealth Home Support Package, we're talking about support at home, just to be, confusing for everybody to understand. And then, of course, the end of the road is residential aged care. By the end of the road, I mean most Australians want to age safely in their home. That is not unreasonable. But what we have is a government who is slow to act, slow to implement, and even when they do implement, it might be a 60% actual package that is delivered. So a person may be assessed for a package and the government thinks they're playing very cute by providing only 60% of that package. So people might be able to have an occupational therapist come to their home. They might be able to go to a physiotherapist, but that funding is going to run out. And then the pressure that has been put on those elderly to pay additional out-of-pocket costs is frankly outrageous. So we have a government who is happy to spend additional dollars, in fact, rip out funding from those in private health insurance so they can apparently spend an additional $11 billion on residential aged care that people largely don't want to go to, and if they were provided with the care they could have at home, would not need, and therefore costing the taxpayer a huge amount of money. Every aged care bed in a residential aged care facility costs a whole lot more than a Commonwealth home support package or support at home. So we have a government and a minister who is flailing around the edges, pretending that they're acting and dealing with the wait times, pretending they are dealing with algorithm assessments that mean people are not getting the care they need, and then the delays between being assessed and having their package approved can mean they go from a level 2, which is some support, and their actual need becomes level 4. Guess what? They have to go through the assessment process again. I happen to have a blind man, an elderly blind man in my electorate who is assessed over the phone. I want to know which bureaucrat can actually make an assessment of a blind man in his home in what he is able to do. Most of the people in my electorate are pretty tough, I can tell you, and there are a lot of men who are pretty tough, and this is an elderly blind man. Now, if he's asked, can he do X, Y or Z in his home, can he shower, I guarantee you his answer would be, yeah, I can do that, I can do that. Because they don't want to be weak, they don't want to be in need. But the fact of the matter is, if an occupational therapist had done that assessment, they would see very clearly that he does need additional care. I've got to say, this government is out of touch. They're fantastic with the headlines, fantastic with the marketing, go them. That is not governing Australia, and it's not governing in elderly Australians' needs and their rights as they age.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is delivering the most significant aged care reforms in a generation. The Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety laid bare a broken system that had been neglected for years under successive coalition governments. This won't be fixed overnight. Our government is working to make sure that every Australian can age with dignity through a $5.6 billion investment, delivering on 58 recommendations of the Royal Commission. Over our first term, the Albanese Labor government invested $35.2 billion to improve safety, dignity and quality in the aged care sector. We've delivered historic pay rises for aged care workers, with a registered nurse now $430 a week better off under Labor. And there is now a registered nurse on site in aged care more than 99% of the time, with older Australians receiving an extra 4.8 million minutes of care every single day. At the same time, there has been a statistically significant decrease in the proportion of residents experiencing chemical and physical restraint, falls that cause major injury and significant unplanned weight loss. We've provided $53.2 million for states to deliver aged care assessments faster, and last financial year we rolled out 83,000 new supported home packages, with a further 32,000 additional packages due this financial year. The recent budget invested $3.7 billion for more aged care beds, more home care packages and better care for older Australians. We're making personal care services like showering and continence management free under support at home, so older Australians can stay in their homes safer for longer. And we'll deliver an additional 5,000 aged care beds every year from 2029. And I'm really pleased to see that investment is also being delivered locally in my electorate. The Illawarra has been suffering from a critical shortage of aged care beds for years, thanks to significant underinvestment by both state and federal coalition governments. It has put enormous pressure on our local hospitals and led to poorer outcomes for local families. Since I was elected, I have worked closely across all levels of government, industry and the community sector to drive innovative solutions that work for our region. And I have been so heartened by the collaborative approach of New South Wales Health Minister and Member for Keira Ryan Park, Member for Wollongong Paul Scully, Lord Mayor Tanya Brown and Wollongong City Council and the local health district under the leadership of the incredible Margot Mains. This has only been possible thanks to passionate aged care and community sectors with advocates like Val Fell, the Illawarra Aged Care Task Force and the Community Industry Group. Together, we have secured substantial state and federal government investment into our local health and aged care systems, which is really making a difference. In May this year, we brought all of these sectors together with the Regional Development Australia Illawarra Shoalhaven with a clear focus on solutions to develop shovel-ready aged care projects for our region, building on the work of the local aged care task force. The member for Whitlam and I worked closely with Minister for Aged Care, Sam Ray, to ensure that the Illawarra was named as one of 4 priority areas under a special round of the Aged Care Capital Assistance Program for projects that would build new aged care beds within 2 years. And I am absolutely thrilled that we have now announced $25.9 million for investment to build 73 new aged care beds across our region. The projects include expansions and upgrades at Hillside Fig Tree, Uniting Farnborough in Unanderra, IRT in Woonona and Tarrawanna, Marco Polo Woonona and Warragul Mount Terry. That's 73 more beds to take pressure off Wollongong Hospital. And importantly, it means that more older people in our community can age with dignity, close to home and close to their families. And these new aged care beds come on top of a number of really important local aged care investments that I worked closely with the previous Minister, Annika Wells, to deliver. We've delivered $15.8 million for IRT's Marco Polo facility in Unanderra, supporting 48 additional beds due in early 2027. In 2023, we delivered 20 transitional beds at Fig Tree Hospital under the Transitional Aged Care Program to help ease pressure on Wollongong Hospital. We also supported community industry groups.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Kooyong has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'd really like to thank the member for Casey for bringing this motion to the House. The baby boomer generation is beginning to turn 80 in 2026. And Australia's aged care system is not equipped to handle the current demand, let alone the approaching silver tsunami. There are several actions that I'd like this government to take immediately. Once a person is approved for support at home, they lose access to equipment and home adjustments through the Commonwealth Home Support Program, the CHSP. This measure is intended to stop double dipping, but it can leave some people facing gaps in their access to technology while they wait for the new assistive technology home modifications funding. I wrote to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors about this on the 25th of May. I've not yet received a substantive response to this concern. We need to make sure that older people aren't left without the equipment that they need or forced to pay for it out of their own pocket because of gaps in our system. I'm pleased to see that older people living with motor neuron disease now have priority access to ongoing support at home and immediate priority under the assistive technology and home modification scheme. I raised this issue in my recent support at home submission. But the fact remains that there are countless other Australians with other neurodegenerative and progressive medical conditions which are associated with rapid changes in their functional capacities. Our aged care needs to recognise and act when people's circumstances demand immediate access to therapies. The government is now allowing use of ATHM funding for equipment obtained through private rental arrangements. Rental models work. Under the NDIS, we've seen that equipment rental is estimated to save the scheme as much as 85% of the cost of purchasing new equipment outright. Permitting clients to use their funds for aged care is a start, but I call on the government to invest in existing equipment loan services, like MND Victoria's Assistive Technology Equipment Loan Service, and to deliver a complete and robust National Assistive Technology Loan Scheme. I'm also calling on the government to take action on data collection in aged care. Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources, or FHIR Health Record Standards, are an international standard for exchanging health information. FHIR was actually created by an Australian, and yet our country has not yet adopted these standards widely in aged care. The fact remains that about 6,000 Australians every year move between residential aged care and our hospital system. If we're serious about reducing bed block, we need to ensure that functional assessments and other health data follow older Australians to whatever healthcare setting they find themselves in. This would reduce costs, it would reduce wastage, and it would reduce resource requirements across our healthcare and aged care systems. I also ask the government to urgently address the gaps between Support at Home and the Commonwealth Home Support Program. I ask the government to ensure Support at Home and ATHM funding are made synchronous, to fund proven equipment loan programs for services like assistive technology home modifications, and to urgently adopt interoperability standards to improve the supports provided to older Australians and to reduce the costs of delivering them.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Laylaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in the time remaining for this debate, I'd like to make a contribution. I want to talk about the latest Support at Home quarterly data that shows wait times for care have continued to come down since the program began, with tens of thousands more older Australians now receiving care in their own homes as the Albanese Labor government continues to deliver its aged care reforms. While demand for aged care continues to grow, what matters to older people is how quickly they can access care, and we're making significant progress in driving these times down and will continue to invest so every older Australian can access the care they need sooner. While we know there's much to do, these numbers are encouraging signs our methodical work to secure more care for more older Australians than ever is making a material impact. Older people told us they want care they can trust, close to home, and we've listened. Labor's getting things moving in the right direction to ensure every older Australian can get the care they deserve sooner. Since our generational reforms and the Support at Home program began on the 1st of November last year, estimated wait times for an ongoing place have again fallen across all priority categories. As of the 30th of June this year, every person classified as urgent continues to get their funding within a month. High priority, now 1 month, down from 1.5 to 2.5 months. And the medium priority is now 5 to 6 months, down from 8 to 9 months. And standard priority, now 7 to 8 months, down from 10 to 11 months at the 1st of November 2025. The median wait for an assessment remains consistently under 1 month, and the time for in-hospital assessments remains under 1 day. This is down from as high as 10 months under the previous government. Demand for the program remains unprecedented. The government is responding by releasing 32,000 new Support at Home places this financial year, on top of the 83,000 additional places released in 25-26. Once delivered, almost 3 times as many older Australians will have a Support at Home place compared to those with a home care package in 2020. Last week, the second Aged Care Act 2024 wait time reports was also published on the department's website, showing elapsed times for Support at Home dropping by around 50 days and elapsed times for other forms of aged care relatively stable. This is important reform that's been conducted by the Albanese Labor government in an area that we all care so deeply about, ensuring that aged Australians are looked after at home as a priority and then supported into aged care if that is what's required. I know that my family, like families around the country, are pleased to see the wait times coming down, particularly that in-hospital assessment, of course, because that's when families are at their most worrying. So I'd like to thank Minister Ray for the work that he's doing. I know that his intention is to continue this work to ensure that we have an incredibly positive aged care system in this country, with as many Australians needing support at home as can get it, It's a government that cares about this issue, and we want to see it continue. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for a later hour. Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, Social Security and other legislation amendment technical changes number 2 Bill 2026 and Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
Minister.
Thanks very much. Before moving this, I just remind members that today the House adjourns at 4:30 p.m. For the purposes of us being able to go and present the address in reply to the Governor-General. There is a procedural motion that is on the notice paper in my name. There are some amendments to that being negotiated, so either later today or tomorrow a new one will be moved. So in that in mind, rather than us dealing with what's on the notice paper, I'll simply move that order of the day number 1, government business. Sorry, this is to call it on immediately. I meant to have a postponement. Sorry, that I'll move that notice number 1 be postponed.
I'll put the question. All those that have been say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present the Interactive Gambling Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose a levy on persons who provide licensed interactive wagering services and for related purposes.
Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the Interactive Gambling Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2026 be now read a second time. This bill is a companion to the Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill 2026, which is expected to introduce new restrictions on inducement-based marketing and establish the Wagering Advertising Opt-out Register. This bill ensures that the costs of administering, operating and enforcing those reforms, should they be needed, can be recovered from the wagering industry. Government has listened carefully to the evidence presented during the recent Senate inquiry and through ongoing stakeholder engagement. We are particularly concerned by evidence about wagering inducements and the role these practices can play in encouraging gambling and exacerbating gambling-related harm. It is expected that the government's reforms will respond to these concerns by introducing new restrictions on inducement-based marketing and establishing the Wagering Advertising Opt-out Register, which will provide Australians with a one-stop shop to opt out of seeing wagering advertising on online platforms. The Australian Communications and Media Authority will be responsible for implementing and enforcing these reforms, including monitoring compliance with the new restrictions and establishing and administering the opt-out register. This bill will enable the ACMA to recover the costs of those activities through a levy imposed on licensed interactive wagering service providers. It is appropriate that the wagering industry, rather than the taxpayers, bears the costs of regulating these activities. The levy established by this bill is intended solely to recover the costs associated with the administering, operating and enforcing of these reforms. I commend the bill to the House and look forward to members' contributions. Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
The debate must now be adjourned. Member for Dawson.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Social Security and other legislation amendment, technical changes number 2, Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Social Security and other legislation amendment, technical changes number 2, Bill 2026. The bill comprises 9 schedules to make minor and technical amendments across social services, child support and family assistance legislation to ensure the legislation reflects the administrative practices being undertaken for the delivery of payments. Schedule 1 of the bill amends the Family Assistance Act to allow the automation of applications for advanced payments so people can apply for a payment online as well as over the phone or in person. More than 2.7 million advance payments were processed in the past financial year, an essential lifeline for people who find themselves in a difficult situation with urgent bills to pay, like electricity and gas bills, repairs to homes, or replacing essential items like fridges, unexpected medical costs, or buying work supplies like boots or tools for a new job. These changes will allow requests for advance payments to be made online so people can apply for them when they need them and in a way that best suits their needs. The changes in this schedule will also support people by introducing more flexibility around their social security repayment amounts. If people find they're in a position to make their repayments quicker, they'll be able to do so. Equally, if they need more time to repay the debt, that can be approved too. Schedule 2 of the bill will amend the Administrative Review Tribunal Act and the Family Assistance Act to allow the Secretary to alter certain social services decisions undergoing a review at the Administrative Review Tribunal to ensure decisions reflect the most up-to-date information available. It is hoped that this will expedite some decisions that end up in the ART and ensure both the ART and Services Australia have the most up-to-date information when considering appeals of decisions. Schedule 3 will amend the Family Assistance Act to ensure the agency can use pre-issue income data from the ATO to complete reconciliations of a person's entitlement to family tax benefit. Pre-issue income data is the income a person has on file with the ATO. Essentially, it uses what has been reported by your employer as your income to date to determine what your income is. This information can also be used to determine a person's entitlement to FTB or the Single Income Family Supplement and apply end-of-year notification requirements to recipients who are not required to lodge a tax return. The use of a person's pre-income issue data will help Services Australia make more accurate payment decisions and should lead to fewer debts being created. Most importantly, these changes do not take away a person's right to seek a review of any decision or appeal that decision should they disagree with it. Flowing on from that, Schedule 4 of the bill will amend the Family Assistance Act to allow the pre-issue income data to be used for childcare subsidy reconciliations and to ensure a person's entitlement is updated when their income changes. Again, this will help ensure a person's payment is accurate and large debts aren't created. While stakeholders support the use of pre-issue income data at a general level, Economic Justice Australia and Single Mother Families Australia have raised some concerns about the long-term use of pre-issue income data where it differs from a person's final assessment amount. I would strongly encourage the Minister for Social Services and her department to carefully consider this point because it is important that we have correct assessments. A person's final assessment amount should be used as soon as possible to make a determination on their payment entitlement. Schedule 5 of the bill will amend the Child Support Act to also allow persons pre-issue income data to be used for child support assessments. This change is particularly important. Single Mother Families Australia, Relationships Australia and even the Commonwealth Ombudsman are supportive of these changes because getting child support payments right really matters. Relationships Australia has said that the use of pre-issue income data will help address the weaponisation of the child support system by thwarting a payer's attempts to delay assessment of their tax obligations by ensuring that we have more current and accurate child support assessments. Just last week, I highlighted that outstanding child support debts have hit record high levels, with more than $2 billion now owed to children across the country. These are children that are now missing out. I'm personally appalled that under the Albanese Labor government, child support debt has skyrocketed. That's $2 billion that should be in the pocket of parents and carers to raise children. We are in a cost of living crisis where we know families are struggling to keep a roof over their heads and to put food on the table. When I hear about parents who are doing the wrong thing, going on overseas holidays, buying new cars and boats and failing to lodge their tax returns so their payments don't add up, it makes me really angry, and every single person in this place should be angry. Around 230,000 parents owe a debt, with the average debt sitting at over $8,600. Astoundingly, the highest debt owed is $2 million. 10 parents have debts over more than $1 million, and another 190 parents owe more than $150,000 in child support payments. Of the 230,000 parents that owe a debt, only 33,000 have wage garnishing orders in place to recover the debt from their pay. That's just 14% of parents with a debt. Worse, there are only just over 4,000 departure prohibition orders in place to stop parents travelling overseas if they owe a debt, under 2% of parents. Child support payments are not optional. Parents have a moral and legal obligation to pay child support. This money is to help raise, feed and clothe children. It is nothing to do with an ex-partner. It is always about putting children and their livelihoods first. The Albanese Labor government needs to be using every power it can to start collecting these debts, because it is unacceptable that kids are going without. Schedule 6 of the bill will amend the Family Assistance Act to enable merit reviews of decisions to use tax refunds to offset family assistance debts, like the family tax benefit. Schedule 7 of the bill will amend the Paid Parental Leave Act to ensure that a person's paid parental leave superannuation contribution reflects the settings of the scheme. This will ensure if a person's paid parental leave amount is later changed, the superannuation contribution is based on the actual entitlement. Schedule 8 will make minor amendments to the Social Security Act to confirm in the legislation that a restriction on requesting urgent payments is triggered once a person has been paid their 10th urgent payment rather than when their next request is rejected. Schedule 9 of the bill will make minor cross-referencing errors in the legislation between this bill and the last technical bill. They will fix them up. As I said in the outset, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is technical in nature and the Coalition will support the passage of this legislation through the Parliament.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Berroa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Administrative and Judicial Review Legislation Amendment Bill 2026. In speaking on this bill, we need to be clear about why we're here. Sadly, we are here cleaning up yet another mess left behind by the former Attorney-General Mark Dreyfus, the member for Isaacs. The member for Isaacs abolished the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. He committed around $1 billion of taxpayers' money to establishing its replacement and dealing with associated pressures in the migration system, and he told Australians the new system, at a cost of $1 billion, would be better. What a total joke that statement is. He warned, but he refused to listen. He was warned, but he refused to listen because, as always, he knew better. Politics came before the efficient use of taxpayers' money. Less than 2 years after the Administrative Review Tribunal commenced operation, Parliament is once again being asked to fix it up. This isn't the first repair. It is another bill, another set of amendments, another round of changes to a tribunal which Labor told Australians had been properly designed, and another reminder that the member for Isaac's signature reform was nowhere near as settled or successful as he and Labor claimed it was. This bill is not a triumph of reform. It is another clean-up job. The scale of this exercise matters. Australians who work, who run businesses, who pay mortgages and pay their taxes are entitled to expect competence from their government in return. And they're entitled to expect that the Parliament will not have to keep returning to the same legislation to correct omissions and operational problems. The Administrative Review Tribunal commenced operations on the 14th of October 2024. Since then, there's been the original legislation, there's been miscellaneous measures, there's been further amendments to the ART and related legislation, and now there's this bill. At the same time, the Albanese Labor government has committed a further $69 million to continuing to deal with the backlog of tribunal cases created by the mess left by the member for Isaacs. So after the upheaval, after the abolition of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, after around $1 billion was committed to the new system, there is a very simple question. Is this new Administrative Review Tribunal actually delivering the better system that Australians were promised? The Tribunal's own figures answer that question, and they are damning. As at the 31st of May this year, the Tribunal had more than 131,000 cases on hand. 5 years ago, under the former coalition government, that figure was around 65,000. What an indictment on the Albanese government. The caseload has doubled. Over the same period, the median time to finalise an application has blown out by 22 weeks, and only 43% of the applications are now finalised within 12 months of lodgement, well below the Tribunal's own target. That is the record after around $1 billion was committed by the former attorney. The test of an administrative review system is whether it actually works for the Australians who rely on it. Not the press release, not the ministerial announcement, not the new name on the door. On the Tribunal's own figures, the new system is an abysmal failure. Governments make thousands of decisions that affect people directly. Decisions about taxation, social security, veterans' entitlements, disability services, aged care, migration. For the person affected, a review application may involve their livelihood, their finances, their family or their future. One of the most significant changes in this bill to clean up the mess left behind by the former attorney involves the role of registrars. The bill expands the powers which the President may authorise a registrar to exercise. Those powers include dismissing an application which has no reasonable prospects of success. They include requiring the Tribunal's leave before further applications of a specified kind may be made, and reinstating an application in circumstances where a registrar has the power to dismiss that application. There's a clear case for these reforms. Tribunal members are a finite resource. Their time should be focused on substantive disputes. Matters which plainly have no reasonable prospect of success should not consume resources indefinitely while other Australians wait for their cases to be heard. The explanatory memorandum gives a straightforward example. An applicant who cannot meet a visa criterion requiring them to be in Australia when they are, in fact, outside Australia. That's not a matter which should consume disproportionate tribunal resources. Some submitters argued that allowing registrars to make decisions about reasonable prospects goes beyond an administrative function because it involves judgment. But the legislation contains safeguards around the use of those powers. The President may impose conditions on an authorisation, and a dismissal is not necessarily the end of the road. The legislation provides mechanisms for an application to be reinstated where appropriate. It's also worth remembering who these registrars are. At the end of July, based on the statistics provided by the Tribunal, it had 112 registrars and more than 9 in 10 held qualifications in law, dispute resolution or both. These are appropriately qualified people being asked to undertake functions that can free tribunal members to focus on the matters which genuinely require their attention. The bill also makes it easier for obvious errors in decisions or statements of reasons made by registrars to be corrected. Again, that's sensible. Where there is a clear clerical or administrative error, there should be a straightforward mechanism to fix it. A person shouldn't have to navigate an unnecessary additional process because the Tribunal lacks a simple power to correct an obvious mistake. But if registrars are being given more powers, Parliament should also know how those powers are being used. How many applications dismissed? How many are reinstated? Are these powers actually helping bring the backlog down? Are they freeing tribunal members to determine more substantive matters? After the amount of taxpayers' money committed to this tribunal, Australians are entitled to answers. That's why the Coalition supports stronger annual reporting so Parliament can see whether these changes are producing measurable results and will move such an amendment in the Senate. The bill also makes a series of other practical changes to the internal operation of the tribunal. It clarifies that the President is assigned to every jurisdictional area. It provides greater flexibility in the appointment and status of non-judicial members. It deals with the correction of particular errors. It updates the definition of an exempt security record decision. And it excludes the period from 24 December to 14 January from the calculation of time for decision makers to provide certain documents to the tribunal. Individually, some of those measures may appear technical, but collectively they're directed at making the tribunal operate more efficiently and giving the backlog confronting the tribunal efficiency matters. The bill also contains significant measures relating to migration review. Once these provisions commence, applications for review of specified migration and protection decisions will be required to be lodged using an approved form. That should reduce the amount of time spent seeking information and help the tribunal identify the actual issues in the dispute earlier. The bill also clarifies that although a person has no entitlement to examine or cross-examine a witness under section 366D of the Migration Act, the tribunal may permit a person appearing before it to examine or cross-examine another person giving evidence. And it removes duplication in notifications the tribunal must give the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs when an application is dismissed. Again, these are sensible changes. The bill creates a new regime under which, in appropriate migration matters, the tribunal may make its decision orally and give its reasons orally with a written statement of reasons available on request. Written reasons will continue to be required for social security, veterans' entitlements, aged care and NDIS matters, and for any other categories prescribed by the regulations for matters decided on the papers and for decisions confirming a dismissal. The Coalition supports that change. Under the bill, the 35-day period for applying to the Federal Circuit and Family Court for judicial review will run from notification of the oral decision. Some submitters argued that this period should instead begin when written reasons are provided. The Coalition doesn't agree. Where the tribunal gives an oral decision, the applicant is told both the outcome and the reasons for that outcome when the decision is made. They're not left wondering why their application failed. If written reasons are required, an applicant in a migration matter will ordinarily have 14 days to request them, and the tribunal will ordinarily have 14 days to provide them. Importantly, the court retains the power to extend the 35-day period where it's satisfied that an extension is necessary in the interests of the administration of justice. There's also a practical problem with tying the commencement of the judicial review period to a request for written reasons. An applicant could prevent the clock from starting simply by never making the request. That would undermine finality and allow matters to remain unresolved unnecessarily. Australians are entitled to a review system where decisions eventually bring proceedings to an end, and finality serves genuine applicants most of all. Every matter which drags on unnecessarily is another matter consuming resources while someone else waits. This bill is not confined to the tribunal. It also deals with judicial review in the Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia, which hears challenges to the legality of migration decisions, including decisions of the tribunal itself. Migration is now the largest part of that court's work after family law. More than 18,000 migration applications were pending at the end of the last reporting year. That pressure is being felt across the system, and Australians involved in every other kind of case before that court are affected when its resources are consumed by an ever-growing migration caseload. The bill introduces identity verification requirements for prescribed migration and protection review applicants who are not in immigration detention at the time the application is made. In the tribunal, an applicant may be required to verify their identity in accordance with the prescribed processes. An application must be dismissed where that applicant does not comply. An applicant will retain the ability to seek reinstatement under the existing Migration Act mechanism, and the tribunal may reinstate the application where it considers that appropriate. In the Federal Circuit and Family Court, the bill appropriately preserves judicial discretion consistent with the court's status as a Chapter 3 court. That distinction is appropriate. Unlike the tribunal, the court exercises judicial power, and the bill leaves the court with discretion over the consequences of non-compliance. An applicant who doesn't comply with the identity requirement will generally require the leave of the court to continue. The court will have discretion to dismiss the proceedings. The principle behind these provisions is straightforward. The system should be satisfied that the person whose matter is before the tribunal or the court is genuinely participating in it. The detail of this scheme will sit in regulations made under the Migration Act, and the Coalition expects those regulations to be subject to the ordinary disallowance processes so that this Parliament retains oversight. Another important part of the bill concerns taxation review. The bill restores the standard 28-day period for seeking review of certain decisions by the Commissioner of Taxation, refusing an extension of time. The Coalition supports that correction. But this provision also tells us something about the quality of the original exercise. When Labor abolished the AAT and created its replacement, that timeframe was not properly carried across. The explanatory memorandum itself describes the amendment as correcting an unintended consequence of the establishment of the tribunal. For the government, that might be described as a technical correction. For the taxpayer affected by it, it is anything but technical. A statutory deadline can determine whether a person can seek review of any decision at all. So yes, this bill corrects the problem, but once again, we're correcting something that should not have required correction in the first place. There's one further issue which arose through the examination of this bill. It concerns cases where there is a clear and objectively identifiable administrative error in an original migration decision. Under Section 85 of the Administrative Review Tribunal Act, the Tribunal may remit a decision to the original decision maker for reconsideration while the review remains on foot. That's already a power in which the President may authorise a registrar to exercise. The Department confirmed to the Committee that the President has done so, limited to cases where the parties agree. Migration matters are different. The Migration Act expressly provides that Section 85 does not apply to reviews of reviewable migration decisions or reviewable protection decisions. Instead, Section 349 provides a separate power to set aside a decision and remit it to the original decision maker for reconsideration, where the decision relates to a prescribed matter. But critically, that remittal is itself a substantive decision on the review. It's not the same kind of interim remittal available under Section 85 while the review remains on foot. And that raises a practical question. If an obvious administrative error has been made in the original decision, and that error can be readily identified, should the applicant, the Department and the Tribunal really have to proceed to a substantive merits review outcome simply to correct it? The Tribunal's principal registrar at the hearing into this bill described such a mechanism as, and I quote, certainly an efficiency. The Coalition believes there is merit in the government considering a tightly confined mechanism within the framework of the Migration Act, developed in consultation with the Tribunal and the Department of Home Affairs. If everybody can see the mistake and it can be corrected quickly, there is little sense in forcing the machinery of merits review to continue merely to arrive at the same point. That would save the Tribunal resources, it would save the Department resources, it would save taxpayers' money, and it would allow other Australians waiting in the queue to have their matters heard sooner. There's a broader lesson in all of this. Governments should be judged by what their reforms actually deliver. The member for Isaacs was very keen to abolish the Administrative Review Tribunal. A major institution was abolished. A new one was announced. Around $1 billion was committed. Australians were promised that the system would be better. Making it work has proved so much harder. And this bill is further evidence that the job was nowhere near finished when Labor claimed it was. If it had been, we wouldn't be back here yet again. The Coalition will not oppose these sensible reforms. Where the bill improves the system, we will support it. Where it gives appropriately qualified registrars sensible powers, we will support it. Where it removes duplication, we will support it. Where it provides greater finality, we will support it. Where it makes the migration review system operate more efficiently, we will support it. But our support should not allow this government to rewrite the record. A tribunal that Australians were told was properly designed is already back before this Parliament for further significant surgery. Australians are entitled to know whether waiting times are improving. They're entitled to know whether the backlog is coming down. They're entitled to know whether the expanded registrar powers are producing results. And they're entitled to know whether the institution the member for Isaacs created is actually delivering the improvements he promised. The Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee has recommended the bill be passed. The Coalition supports that recommendation. Ultimately, there is one simple measure of success. Does the system work better for Australians? Not, does it generate more legislation? Not, does it require more taxpayer money? Not, does it allow another minister to announce another reform? Does it reach decisions more efficiently? Does it bring hopeless matters to an end? Does it use skilled tribunal members where their expertise is genuinely required? Does it correct obvious mistakes quickly? And does it give Australians value for the extraordinary amount of their money already committed to this project? Those are the tests that the Albanese government must now meet. The Coalition will support this bill because Australians deserve a tribunal that works. We will support the clean-up, but Labor should not expect us to pretend there was no mess to clean up in the first place. The former Attorney-General, the member for Isaacs, created all this. Taxpayers have paid for it, and once again, the Parliament is being asked to fix it.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The Minister has the call.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3. Universities Accord, opening the doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Laylaw has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to have some time in continuation to speak on the Universities Accord opening the doors of Opportunity Bill 2026. This bill proposes two major reforms, the first being a managed growth funding system that better aligns university places with Australia's future workforce needs. The second is a new demand-driven, needs-based funding model that recognises some students need additional support if we are serious about improving participation and completion at university. The recommendation of adopting a new funding model for higher education that is planned, sustainable and focused on the skills we'll need in the future is exactly what the managed growth funding model seeks to achieve. Around 80% of Australia's workforce will need a certificate, diploma or degree by 2050, and so we cannot afford to leave capable Australians behind simply because of where they live or the circumstances they face. We know that in areas where we can find the most students to increase those numbers are regional areas and those in the outer suburbs. And this reform will effectively remove the cap on Commonwealth-supported places for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds and students from regional Australia, because talent should never be limited by family income or postcode, and the students that we need to do these courses can be found in the outer suburbs and in the regions. The bill also establishes the framework for the Commission to exercise its existing function in allocating international student places. This is about creating certainty for universities and certainty for students, and certainty that Australia's higher education system is growing in a planned, strategic and sustainable way with, I would suggest, with a clear sight on domestic students and their capacity and the support they need to get us to those targets. This bill will also formalise the role of the ATEC in allocating Commonwealth-supported places. Under this legislation, an extra 230,000 additional Commonwealth-supported places are expected to be delivered over the next decade. Next year alone, 16,000 additional CSPs will be available. That means 16,000 more Australians will have the opportunity to become nurses, teachers, allied health professionals and social workers. Ultimately, opportunities for Australia to build the highly skilled workforce it will need in the decades ahead. The second major reform in this bill is the introduction of the needs-based funding model. Essentially, this model will provide extra funding to support students who come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. First Nations students and students studying at regional campuses. These students are no less capable than anyone else. If we believe that talent is spread across every community in Australia, then we must also recognise that opportunity is not. Students who face greater barriers often require greater support if they are to achieve the same outcomes. That is the principle underpinning this reform. In many respects, it reflects the same philosophy that underpins need-based school funding. As a former teacher and principal, I know all too well that different students require different levels of support to achieve their full potential. That principle transformed the conversation around school funding, and this bill applies that same principle to higher education. And it has been my experience over decades in secondary education, witnessing and knowing the support that some high school students will need if they are going to be successful at tertiary education. And some of that is just about building their confidence and creating a space where they feel comfortable and supported, that the system has faith that they can achieve, rather than them having to stride out and be that aspirational in their own progression. The legislation sets a new base equity amount of $1,535 per eligible student and a base regional amount of $1,398. To put that into perspective, under previous similar programs, funding averaged around $600 per student. This is more than double the support available and will support universities to support those students to complete their studies. So what it means in practice, universities will be able to use this money where it matters most, from tutoring and mentoring to academic and transition support. It means more scholarships and emergency financial assistance. It means greater access to counselling, wellbeing services and peer support. The bill also recognises the additional costs associated with delivering education at regional campuses, ensuring students studying in regional areas are not disadvantaged because of where they live. If the first half of this bill is about opening the door to university, the second half is about helping students walk through that door, supporting them along the way and helping them graduate. This is how we're building a stronger workforce, and this is how we ensure Australia's higher education system reflects the aspirations of the people it serves. These reforms will matter enormously to communities like the one I represent in the outer suburbs of Melbourne. Lalor is one of the youngest and fastest growing communities in Australia. The City of Wyndham is now home to more than 330,000 people, and over the next 2 decades it is expected to grow by almost another 200,000 residents. This growth presents enormous opportunities, but it also presents enormous demand. Demand for more teachers in our classrooms, nurses and allied health professionals in our hospitals, and more skilled workers across every sector of our community. The people who will fill those roles are sitting in classrooms across my electorate today. And this legislation is designed to support them into tertiary education. Deputy Speaker, when I visit schools in my electorate, I meet students who are eager to become doctors, engineers, teachers and scientists. I meet parents who work incredibly hard to ensure their children have opportunities they themselves may not have had. I meet adults returning to study because they know new skills will create new opportunities for their families. And one thing I have never questioned about Lalor is its ambition. The challenge has always been ensuring that opportunity keeps pace with that ambition. That's why this legislation is so important. Through these reforms, more people in my community will have the opportunity to access university and to see it through to graduation. There's a clear difference, Deputy Speaker, in the philosophy between this government and those opposite, this government and the previous government. This Labor government believes education is an investment in Australia's future. Those opposite have too often treated it as a budget line to be managed. The other side of this House may ask whether Australia can afford this investment. I would ask a different question. The question is, do you perceive it as an investment or do you only see it as a cost? Because educating young Australians, to me, is an absolute investment in the future, and one that Australia can't afford not to do. We can't afford to ignore the Accord's finding that by 2050, 80% of jobs will require a certificate, diploma or degree. That means education beyond secondary education? Can we afford to continue leaving talented Australians behind while our economy changes? I do not believe we can. And I believe the biggest danger to social cohesion are people who are frustrated because they haven't reached their potential and given up on reaching that potential. That's why these initiatives are so important. The Universities Accord makes it clear that the skills our country will need over the coming decades cannot be delivered by a higher education system designed for the challenges of the past. We need a system that plans ahead and ensures that every capable Australian has the opportunity to contribute. This is exactly what this proposed legislation sets out to achieve. This legislation is not simply a higher education reform, it's an economic reform, a workplace reform, and importantly, an opportunity reform. That is why I support this bill. For communities like the one I represent, where families have worked hard, sacrificed and placed their faith in the power of education, this bill sends an important message. Your ambition matters, your contribution matters, and your future matters. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Indi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Higher education should open doors of opportunity for every Australian, no matter their postcode, background or bank balance. For people in regional Australia, access to education matters deeply and has long-lasting consequences. The landmark Universities Accord review, released in early 2024 and led by Professor Mary O'Kane, argued that Australia must increase the share of the workforce with tertiary qualifications from around 60% today to at least 80% by 2050. Now, that's a nation-building task and one on which our productivity nationally depends. But we will miss that target if higher education means harder to reach for people from low-income backgrounds, First Nations people, or indeed people with disability. And it will not be achieved if regional Australia is left behind. The Universities Accord, Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, seeks to make the higher education funding system more responsive to student demand and provide additional support for students who face the greatest barriers to participation. I support this ambition and I will support the passage of this bill through the House, but not before I table what are some significant concerns, including overly broad ministerial powers in this bill, the allocation of international student places, and the removal of equity funding for regional and rural students. Because, Deputy Speaker, it is a fact that people from regional areas are less likely to attend a university than their metropolitan peers, and we really need to close this gap. In my electorate of Indi, just 17% of adults have a bachelor's degree or higher, well below the national average of 26%. And higher levels of educational attainment are clearly associated with better health, higher incomes, stronger workforce participation and overall improved well-being. In a nutshell, higher education means greater prosperity. But educational attainment shapes more than a person's individual outcomes. It shapes an entire community. We need people with all kinds of skills and talents to build strong communities. We need higher levels of tertiary attainment rates because that means regional communities can attract and retain the skilled workforce that we need. Research from the Grattan Institute shows that when a school leaver moves to a major city for university, only 1 in 5 return to the regions within a decade. And by contrast, when regional students study at a regional campus close to home, 3/4 of them stay local for the long term. So strong tertiary options close to home means more young people can build a future for themselves in the community that raised them, and the community sees the benefit of nurturing their young. It means, on the ground, more teachers in our schools, more nurses in our hospitals, more engineers shaping our infrastructure, more skilled workers helping regional Australia truly prosper for generations to come. And it means more opportunity for people actually at every stage of life to pursue further study. Mid-career people, people changing their careers, people undertaking research higher degrees. Beyond supporting our workforce pipelines, regional universities play a central role in research and help communities seize new economic opportunities and innovation. Some of the most fantastic ideas and innovative solutions come from the regional universities. And it's why regional universities like La Trobe and Charles Sturt University are so important to the electorate of Indi and so important across rural and regional areas, because they don't just provide education, they are an investment in the long-term productivity and prosperity of our regions. The role that they play in the electorate of Indi is truly transformative. This bill amends several acts relating to higher education. First, it establishes a managed growth funding system. Instead of the current system where funding is measured not by student places but by a total dollar amount given to each university, the new system will revolve around a national allocation pool. This pool, measured in total student places, will be set by the Minister and allocated by the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, or ATEC. That pool could grow on the Commission's advice, particularly to meet demand from students from low socioeconomic, regional and remote backgrounds. The bill also introduces needs-based funding supplements. Universities will receive additional funding for every student they enrol from a low socioeconomic background, every First Nations student, and every student studying at a regional campus. However, it won't provide a supplement for students from a regional area, and I'll return to this soon. The bill also creates a new system for allocating international student places, with the Minister setting an overall international allocation pool. It also authorises the Commission to allocate commencing overseas student places to providers. Overall, the higher education sector has welcomed the intent of the bill. Most universities and stakeholders support its passage, but they have cautioned. They've cautioned against rushing this bill through the Parliament. The CEO of Universities Australia, Luke Sheehy, has said, and I quote, "The ambition is right, but the detail matters. Changes of this scale need to be scrutinised closely to make sure that we get this right for the students, for the universities and for the nation." Well, I agree. The government should not move this bill through either House before the Senate inquiry has reported. If the ambition is right, then the Parliament must take the time to get the detail right and prevent any perverse outcomes that shut the door. I want to focus on the managed growth system that this bill creates. Some stakeholders, particularly those with a metropolitan focus, have warned that the introduction of a managed growth system could reduce student choice. This argument is linked to new penalties if a university enrolls above its allocation, something known as over-enrolment. Some universities argue the penalties will make them more cautious about offering places, and the aggregate drop could disproportionately affect access for rural, First Nations and low socioeconomic students. However, I've listened to universities in my electorate who believe the concerns around managed growth impacting access are overblown and misguided. These regional universities argue that when a metropolitan university over-enrolls students, it disproportionately pulls students away from smaller universities and those in rural areas. A core focus of smaller and regional universities is to expand higher education for underrepresented students, and they do an outstanding job supporting equity and regional enrolments. La Trobe University, for example, has 7,388 students from a regional area, and of that, 4,991 are studying at a regional campus. In 2025-26, their regional campus retention rate was an astonishing 89%. These are strong outcomes that demonstrate the value of well-supported regional institutions, and so measures that support their viability, like controlling the risk of over-enrolments, are actually welcome to regional universities. An area of this bill warranting closer examination is the treatment of regional students under the new needs-based funding model. Until now, being from a regional area has been recognised as a form of educational disadvantage in its own right and attracted supplementary funding. This reflects that regional students face unique barriers and ensures providers are funded to support them. Under the new arrangements, concerningly, regional students are no longer recognised as a separate equity cohort. Regional campuses will continue to receive some funding to reflect the higher costs of delivering education in regional Australia, but universities who make efforts to enrol regional students won't receive any extra support for those efforts. La Trobe University has warned that compared to the previous arrangements, the new model will make it harder to fund support programs targeted at regional students unless they qualify on other equity grounds. And this is because any additional supports would have to be covered by universities' own budgets. If increasing higher education participation for regional Australians is a goal of the Accord, and I know that it is a goal, it's difficult to understand why regionality in and of itself will cease to be a basis for additional support. I'm also concerned about the breadth of powers that will allow the Minister to impose funding conditions in writing on any individual university. Unlike the funding agreements the new system replaces, which were required to be published on the Department's website within 28 days, these determinations do not have to be published at all. This is a departure from existing transparency arrangements and weakens public accountability and parliamentary oversight of higher education funding. Universities Australia wants these powers removed, and Monash University wants the power to sit with ATEC instead. The Regional Universities Network describes the powers in this bill as excessive and unnecessary overreach, warning that they raise serious questions about university autonomy. The Australian Technology Network makes an important point that these powers are not just for today, but will be inherited by governments of the future. And so the question for this Parliament is whether these powers are appropriate and what risks they might pose for the higher education sector into the future. Deputy Speaker, I am also concerned about the proposed power for the Commission to allocate international student places. While moving this power from the Minister to the Commissioner is absolutely an improvement, I'm yet to be convinced that powers of this kind will benefit domestic students, universities or the Australian economy. The Universities Accord did not recommend enrolment caps and warned restrictions of this kind would largely benefit metropolitan institutions. I remain concerned that this proposal could damage Australia's international reputation, suppress a significant driver of our economy and undermine the viability of regional universities. Let's not forget, international education is Australia's fourth largest export, bringing in $54 billion nationally and $18 billion into Victoria alone. International education as a revenue raiser should never become an end in and of itself, though. So the challenge is to get the balance right, because for regional universities, revenue from international enrolments helps underwrite delivery of regional campuses, courses and services. Strong and sensible regulation is of course necessary without scapegoating international students. And without doubt, we should stamp out unscrupulous actors and ensure the sector is sustainable and operates with complete integrity. But we should also be careful that allocation powers are not self-defeating and ultimately undermine the sector's ability to deliver quality education to Australian students. It's why I support further reform of the sector, including reform of the Job Ready Graduates package. Now, I voted for the bill that implemented Job Ready Graduates at the time because it also delivered important reforms for regional communities, including the tertiary access payment and regional university study hubs. But I criticised the Job Ready Graduates fee structure at the time for its sheer lack of evidence, and we know now that these concerns were indeed very well founded. The package has not meaningfully shifted students into so-called priority courses. Instead, it's simply left this cohort of students in more debt. It's overdue for reform, and the government has had more than 4 years to respond to the evidence. If the purpose of the Universities Accord is to open doors of opportunity, then we must fix the policies that have proven to place unnecessary barriers in front of some students. Deputy Speaker, the Parliament must act to make higher education affordable, available and accessible for all Australians, whether they live in a regional area, come from a low-income background, are the first in their family to study or face other barriers to participation. Studying at a university of TAFE should not send you broke. It should not force you to leave your community, and it should not depend on whether a regional institution has been weakened by policy decisions made without proper regard for regional consequences. The government's ambition is right. More Australians should be able to access tertiary education, and the system should better support the students who face the greatest barriers. But with that ambition, we must not disregard detail. Detail matters. Our task as a parliament is to open doors of opportunities for students, and that's the standard by which this reform must be judged.
The original question is this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Neither of my parents finished high school, and my nana-in-law, Nana Dawn, she never got to start high school. And what's interesting is sometimes you might think that these people do not value education, but I'd say that it is exactly the opposite. These people did not have access to education, and they wanted their children to make sure that they had access to good quality education. I was born in Kalgoorlie and grew up in a nickel mining town called Campbelda in regional Western Australia. My dad was a metal worker, my mum was the lollipop lady and a kindergarten cleaner. My parents migrated from Kenya to Kalgoorlie, and the reason why they did that is because they fundamentally wanted their children to have access to something that they did not have, which was access to a better education. And so what I see is that education has always been important in my family, and I know that for many families across Australia, this is exactly the same. And so for my parents, one of the proudest things for them was seeing that both of their daughters finished high school, but also went to university. It's interesting because when I was 15 years old, my old man was made redundant. He had worked for Western Mining for 19 years, and he was really distraught that that had happened. He'd worked for 4 decades, but he wanted to make sure that that did not distract from my goals and where my future would be. And so it's funny because I'm going to say that money was really tight as a high school student. I worked at Woolworths. I never asked mum and dad for money. I paid for my own ball dress. But for me, going to university, I was really worried about the cost, and so I applied for as many scholarships that I could apply for. And so I applied for the scholarships where you talk yourself up. So I talked about my academic record, my volunteer work in the community, my academic achievements. They're not the scholarships that I was offered. Rather, I also applied for some HECS exemption merit scholarships, where I talked about all the things that weren't in my favour. And so that included being from a regional town. It included being the child of migrants. It included studying a male-dominated area, and also the fact that my old man had been made redundant. And so I ended up getting offered a HECS exemption scholarship, and I have to say that that was life-changing, and I'm really grateful that that had happened. But I know that not all students have access to that, and sometimes there are these barriers that get in the way. And so the thing that excites me about this particular bill is that if I was finishing school in the Goldfields, the odds of going to university will be significantly increased. And under this bill, a student from the country is not hoping to win a scholarship. And it's interesting because a funded place built in the system for them will now be law. And it's interesting because for some regional kids, they want to study in the regions, and then there's some that don't, which was me. And so for the town where I grew up, it sometimes felt like the options were to get stoned, get pregnant and work on the mines, where for me, I wanted to get out, and I still had a career that was on the mines, but I absolutely wanted to move to the big smoke and go to university. And I have to say that my first year of university in particular was amazing. I got to meet students from all across WA, regional places, also the city, private schools, public schools, and I'm going to say the double degree of chemistry and chemical engineering at Curtin University was phenomenal, and I made lifelong friendships, including some amazing women, Pippa Hepburn, Yong Teo, Vanessa Koo and Joel Law, the amazing girlfriends who I'm still friends with today. And what's interesting is that I want to make sure that more people have access to these opportunities of actually going to university. And the University Accord, Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill, builds on the work that Australian Universities Accord Final Report, which is one of the most significant reviews of higher education this country has undertaken in a generation. That review set out a blueprint for reform, not just for the recent budget or for this term, but for the next decade and the decades that come after. The Albanese Labor government has already implemented a majority of the Accord's 47 recommendations, and this is the 7th bill to come out of that work. This bill changes how university places are funded and allocated in the first place, and it puts new funding behind students who need extra support once they get there. At the centre of that first change is something called the Commonwealth Supported Place, a university place where the government covers part of the cost of its student's degree, so that a student pays a subsidised fee instead of the full cost up front. My electorate of Swam is home to Curtin University, one of the most culturally and linguistically diverse electorates in Western Australia. The students who walk onto that campus every day come from all across WA and all across Perth, and sometimes all across the continent. But there are many students that come from Cannington, Belmont, Vic Park, Rivervale and Como. Some are the first in their family to study at university. Some are new to this country. Some are balancing study and work with family responsibilities that their peers just don't have to think about. There's often invisible stresses that push more and more young people away from attending university. Because when signing up for to further their education, they're also signing up to debt, which sometimes can follow Australians for a large part of their lives. For years, the number of these places a university could offer was based largely on how it had enrolled in the past, not what students actually needed today. That meant that a student's chance often came down to timing and luck as much as ability, and this bill is changing that. It's at the hands of planning growth in our university system to the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, the independent body this Parliament established to steward the system as a whole. Under the new system, the government sets out a total number of funded places available each year. The Commission then allocates them to universities in two parts. The first is its core allocation. It locks the number of places a university already has so that no university sees its funding cut or its student numbers shrink because of this change. A growth allocation is then applied on top, direct to where it's needed most, including students from low socioeconomic backgrounds from regional and remote Australia. If the Commission decides that it isn't enough to meet demand, it can ask the government to lift the pool. In practice, for these students, the cap comes off. If you have the marks, if you have what it takes, you get a place. Over the next decade, this reform is expected to fund an extra 230,000 commencing domestic students backed by $3.6 billion. That's 230,000 more students walking onto university campuses all around Australia. That's 230 chances for a young person from Rivervale or Cannington, or a mining town like Kimbalda where I grew up, to do exactly what I was able to do. This bill also cleans up a system where some universities have been enrolling students they cannot be fully funded to teach. It gives under-enrolled universities a temporary funding floor while they transition, and it hands the allocation of international students to the Commission as well, within an overall pool set by the government. But the part of the bill that I want to return to is the part that speaks most directly to students like the one I once was, because of getting in the door is only half the job. Staying there is the other half. This bill legislates need-based funding for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, First Nation students and students studying at regional campuses. The more support that a student needs, the more funding that follows them. Universities can put this funding through tutoring, mentoring, scholarships and emergency grants, the kind of support that helps a student not just start a degree, but also finish it. The bill sets out the base equity amount at $1,535 and the regional base amount at $1,398, both indexed every year. Under the old scheme, the universities were expected to receive as little as $600 per student. This more than doubles it, and it's demand-driven. the more students that enrolls in a university that meet the criteria, the more funding it receives, because a student's background should never decide their future. It's interesting because if I think of when I was at Curtin University, often the first year was the year where you would see the most number of people drop out of university, and often it was these barriers that related to financial circumstances at home, or moving from one town to another, or alternatively just not having the right supports in place. And I think if you are lucky enough to get a place into university, we should be doing everything that we can to make sure that we help those students actually finish those places. And so that principle doesn't just stop on university campuses, it should follow students to their learning within the workforce. And that is why the government has also acted on paid prac, a complementary accord reform sitting alongside the changes in this bill. A few months ago, a young woman who was studying physiotherapy called Gabby came to see me in my office to raise her concerns about the hardship of allied health students facing to be able to afford to live, study and complete unpaid clinical prac placements. Gabby's in her second year at Curtin University. She moved from down south to Perth and she's passionate about her physiotherapy career. And like every physiotherapy student, she must complete 1,000 hours of unpaid clinical prac placement before she can graduate. For a long time, that meant weighing up her degree against her ability to buy rent or pay for groceries. And so this is where we have said that we want to make sure that we fix this system. And so paid prac was already supporting teachers, students, midwives and social workers. And as we announced last month, the Albanese government is now extending Commonwealth prac placement to 10 more frontline health professions, including physiotherapy. This is a huge testament to Gabby and the other advocates who had the courage to step up and speak out for their peers, who now have access to paid prac. For students relocating to complete placements in regional and remote Australia, where health workforce shortages are most often more acute, the support can be the difference between undertaking the placement at all or turning it down. As Education Minister Jason Clare said, students on placement deserve to be able to afford something that's more nutritious than 2-minute noodles. For Gabby, this announcement has lifted a huge weight off her shoulders. In her words, she feels relief. This announcement means that she can finally focus more on now rather than fearing homelessness and hunger while she trains to help others. Gabby also asked me to pass on her gratitude for everyone who's fought for paid prac over the many years so that she can graduate without burnout before her professional career even begins. And I want to add my thanks to Gabby for having the courage to come speak to me and to speak to her local Member of Parliament, and to every physiotherapy, nursing, psychology or allied health student across Australia who's training to look after the rest of us. Gabby's story is one of 1,000 across this country. Students that have benefited from this government chipping away at the barriers to higher education since we came into office. We cut student debt by 20% for 3.2 million Australians, wiping more than $16 billion off in the process. We capped indexation to lower the CPI and wages so that debt can never again grow faster than what people earn. We doubled the number of university study hubs with 20 new regional hubs and 14 in the suburbs. We also made bridging courses free. We also established the National Student Ombudsman and a national code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, so a young woman's degree does not end because of what someone did to her on campus. We made the Commonwealth supported places demand-driven for First Nations students who get the marks. And we established the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, so somebody is finally stewarding this whole system rather than each piece in isolation. Every one of these changes was a door opened a little wider, and this bill is the next step. So for me, my path went from Kalgoorlie to Curtin to Canberra, and I now represent the electorate of Swan where I live and where I studied and where I met my husband on campus. And so what I would say is that there is more work to do, but a substantial next step is the chance for a student like Gabby to stay and finish her studies. It's a chance for a student like I once was to actually start university. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Thanks, Member for Swan. I went from Dookie to Shepparton. It was my university pathway. But I rose to speak on the Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026. And where we stand on this, Deputy Speaker, is we have a bill before us that I think does require greater scrutiny. And we haven't finalised our position on this, but we will refer this bill to a Senate committee for inquiry and report, and we will make our decision based on the evidence that comes through that process. But if the bill comes to a vote in this House before the committee reports, we won't oppose it here, but we're not ready to endorse it yet. And this does make significant structural changes to the higher education system. It does deserve to be examined closely. Now, the sector, just on the process of this bill, the sector has raised concerns with us about how this bill was developed. The universities did not see the bill before it was tabled. There was no exposure draft, and the stakeholders were shown limited material under confidentiality arrangements. And elements of the drafting have actually surprised the sector. And when you're rewriting the architecture of higher education in this country, it shouldn't be done in this sort of a way, in a surprised way. It should be have a lot of collaborative approach in terms of the sector and people who are affected by these changes. So what the bill actually does, when you take away the sort of the title, Opening the Doors of Opportunity, which sounds great. Opportunity was the key word in my maiden speech, actually, Deputy Speaker. But one, it lets the minister determine the total pool of Commonwealth-supported places distributed through ATEC, Australian Tertiary Education Commission. Number two, it lets the minister determine the pool of international student places, again, distributed through ATEC. And three, it gives the minister the power to allocate places directly, give binding directions to ATEC, and to impose conditions on providers. And four, it establishes needs-based funding with the key details set out in ministerial guidelines rather than legislation. Now, the common thread in all of these four things that this bill does is expanded ministerial control. And that is a major transfer of control from institutions to executive government. And that is the central issue, not the funding and not the places, but the power and where that power resides. And I think that's something that needs to be examined further. In relation to the money, the minister's public sales pitch talks of $3.6 billion over the decade and 230,000 extra university places. And in the explanatory memorandum, it says something different. It refers to $2.5 billion in additional net funding over 11 years from 2024-25 and 200,000 additional commencing domestic students over the next decade. So those two documents are tabled on the same day and they're $1.1 billion apart. So I've got some questions in good faith for the minister. Where does that extra $1.1 billion come from? Where did the additional 30,000 places come from? And why does my EFO papers show $2.5 billion over 11 years when the minister is out announcing $3.6 billion over a decade? And if the numbers changed, why wasn't there an update in the budget? And was it offset by this government's cuts to research, or is it more debt? And are Australians able to trust that the $3.6 billion that the minister is talking about does not become a higher number in the future? And these are matters for the minister to come in and straighten out and explain. Under this bill, the minister will control the size of domestic student load. And the minister will influence how or control how these domestic places are allocated. The minister sets the international student pool, influence where those places land, controls the key settings of needs-based funding through the guidelines, and student fees and Commonwealth contributions are the lifeblood of a university's finances. So what we're talking about here is basically ministerial leverage over financial viability of every single provider in the country. Now, in relation to the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, it was sold to us on the basis that ATEC sits at the centre of the system and an independent body. But let's look at what ATEC actually is. The ATEC commissioners can be terminated by the minister where the minister's satisfied performance has been unsatisfactory for a significant period, but those terms aren't defined. ATEC cannot employ its own staff. People assisting it are departmental employees made available by the Secretary. ATEC cannot engage its own contractors or consultants. The Secretary does that on behalf of the Commonwealth. ATEC must take account of the minister's short-term and long-term priorities, and that's subject to ministerial direction. And ATEC does not have, and should have, but it does not have a regional commissioner. ATEC is independent of the universities, but it's not independent of the government, and that is something for concern, clarification, and possibly some changes. So the issue here, Deputy Speaker, is where this parliament sits and the way a democracy should work. In relation to this bill, ministerial decisions on the domestic and international student pools are not disallowable. Direct ministerial allocations of demand-driven places, not legislative instruments, so that's not disallowable. And conditions imposed on a specific provider, they're not legislative instruments, so they're not disallowable and not subject to a merits review. So a provider on the wrong end of one of these decisions has very little to fall back on beyond judicial review. And there's a real question about accountability, transparency and procedural fairness and what the role of this parliament has in this decision-making process. And that's the sort of question we want a Senate committee to look at. This bill doesn't seem to be built on competition or deregulation or institutional autonomy. It's not built on central allocation and ministerial control. And that's a philosophical shift, and it should be named as one. The bill treats competition between universities as a problem to be managed. But competition between universities can benefit students, can drive institutions to compete on quality, on student experience, on career outcomes, on reputation and what they actually offer. I do acknowledge that there are legitimate concerns about the market power of very large universities. Of course there are. But a concern about the misuse of market power is not necessarily a reason to switch the competition off altogether. And under the current system, universities are permitted to enrol more students than they are funded for. They educate more students for the same taxpayer dollar. This bill calls that over-enrolment and creates a financial penalty for it. But why would you penalise a university for doing more with the same amount of money? And some can. So this bill shifts from a cap funding model to a cap places model. And different courses attract different Commonwealth contributions. You change the course mix and you change the cost. And the committee should examine whether this bill carries that unquantified fiscal risk. And this bill also establishes needs-based funding grants with an equity component and a regional component. And I want to be really constructive, particularly on this issue, because regional components of how this bill operates really matters. The equity component covers Indigenous students, but beyond that, eligibility depends on the needs-based funding grant guidelines, and that's determined by the minister. The amount paid depends on the base amounts and modifier amounts, also determined by the minister through guidelines. So how generous this scheme really is and who qualifies, it's not settled by this parliament, it's settled by the minister. And regional students deserve more certainty than that. Deputy Speaker, I don't want to leave this House after this contribution without the impression that there's nothing here. The sector does have real problems. There are quality concerns, challenges of AI, which are coming down the line on all of us. There's pressure on rankings and access that is uneven and can be uneven across regions and across outer suburbs. This bill does hand government some very powerful tools, and used powerfully and transparently, I think those tools could be actually used quite well, particularly when it comes to regional universities. Directions to ATAC, direct allocation of demand-driven places, and prioritising courses tied to regional workforce could be turned into a supporting economic opportunity in places like the Golden Valley, in places like Bendigo, right across those regional cities where there are good quality regional standalone universities, or where the city campuses themselves have, the city universities have campuses. And my own example is a Bachelor of Applied Science degree at the University of Melbourne, the Dookie campus, which is the old Ag College, and what a wonderful degree that was. And then I had the opportunity, a bit later in life, to do an MBA. Now, I couldn't go to Melbourne to do an MBA. Online's not really for me, but their La Trobe University offers an MBA, a regional MBA, which is Deputy Speaker in your seat of Bendigo, and Albury-Wodonga, Mildura, and it's offered in Collins Street. And that MBA regional delivery through teleconference and facilitators was really a wonderful educational opportunity. I think there's a simpler... this bill also opens Commonwealth-supported places to non-Table A providers for priority classes of courses, replacing the narrow and national priority concept. And that's a simpler pathway for private providers to deliver in areas where there is genuine workforce need. So, Deputy Speaker, it's a contribution that's sort of a bit, well, I want to know more. I want the Senate committee to examine it more. I think there's some real opportunities in this, but we are going to examine this bill very closely. It's always a difficulty. You'd like, you know, the concept of handing a lot of powers to the minister can create some opportunity, it can create some risk, and I think we need to have a further conversation about that. And there are major concerns about centralisation, accountability, competition and institutional autonomy. And the Senate committee, and I hope this does get referred to a Senate committee, the process should test the practical effects, the fiscal risks and the safeguards. So what potentially could happen and how can we constructively put some safeguards around that. But our final position will be based on the evidence and on that national interest, and I hope this bill receives that level of scrutiny. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This government knows that for this country to prosper, we need to harness the skills and talents of all Australians, and educational opportunities are an important part of that, ranging from an early childhood education with our 3-day guarantee to fully funding public schools to fee-free TAFE and the university's accord. All stages and pathways of education are important to the future prosperity of the country and to the opportunities and lives that all Australians can live. A country can only be as good as the educational opportunities it affords all of its citizens, including its most disadvantaged communities, because we all know that education can mean the difference between getting a leg up in life and falling behind. In this place, many of us, including myself, are the first in our families to have gone to university. Some are the first to complete a trade qualification or even to complete high school. And each one of us carries with us the knowledge of what that education has meant to our lives and the opportunities that we've been afforded. The pathway that brought us here to this place to debate the best possible future for Australia and for all Australians. And we're confronted with the following challenge. Australians from lower socioeconomic backgrounds or rural or regional Australia are less likely to get a degree, and if they start, they are less likely to complete it. Educational justice, the pursuit of fairness and equity within our education systems, should be available to all Australians. We often say education changes lives, because it's true. It changes our lives and it changes the lives of our families. In my previous career in public health, it was known that the best way to improve infant mortality and child health was to educate mothers. The answers have always been clear, but the execution has often fallen short. The Universities Accord, Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, will ensure that higher education can be accessible to more Australians. As the Prime Minister has stated, in Australia, the doors of opportunity are open to all of us, a sentiment that has echoed down the decades since Gough Whitlam first declared in 1972 that education is the key to equality of opportunity. Deputy Speaker, this bill comes in the wake of the government's final Australian Universities Accord report that was handed down 2 years ago. The biggest review into our higher education sector in nearly 2 decades, and which sets in motion plans for higher education reform for the next 2 decades. The Albanese Labor government has already taken up 30 of the 47 recommendations. We have cut HECS debt by 20%, indexed HECS to the lower of CPI or WPI, implemented a marginal repayment system based on income, and raised the minimum repayment threshold. We've introduced paid prac for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students, and during the winter break we announced a further 10 types of health degrees where paid prac will now apply. We have doubled university study hubs with 20 new regional study hubs and 24 suburban. We've increased the number of free bridging courses, helping students build the foundation skills necessary to enter university. We've introduced a national student ombudsman and a national code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. We've made demand-driven Commonwealth supported places available to all eligible First Nations students. And we've established the Australian Tertiary Education Commission with the responsibilities of independent stewardship over the higher education system. The report also recommends a new funding model for higher education that is planned and managed by the ATEC through mission-based compacts, and recommends increasing the number of students from underrepresented backgrounds and establishing the mechanisms to facilitate their success. Because Australia will need to increase its accredited workforce, those with a certificate, diploma or degree, to 80% by 2050 in order to meet the demands of the future. With an investment of $3.6 billion over the next decade, the Universities Accord, opening the doors of opportunity, will equip more Australians with future skills while entrenching educational justice in our higher education system. And it will do this in 3 ways: by introducing a managed growth funding system, by introducing demand-driven needs-based funding, and by formalising the ATEC's ability to allocate Commonwealth-supported places. Firstly, the managed growth funding system will uncap the number of places for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds and regional and rural areas. The Minister for Education will have the power to set the total allocation pool or the total number of Commonwealth-supported places each year, while the ATEC will have responsibility for allocating these places to universities and other providers. This will make the system fairer and better for all. It will mean 16,000 more university students year on year, 19,000 from 2030, and in total 230,000 commencing domestic students over the next decade. The demand-driven needs-based funding model will provide extra funding to students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, First Nations students and students based at regional campuses. Funding will be proportionate. If universities have more students that meet these criteria, they will accordingly receive more funding. The equity amount will be set at $1,535 and the base regional amount at $1,398, and these amounts will be subject to indexation every year. The uncapped funding model is a significant change from the uncapped model that was part of the previous Higher Education Participation and Partnership Program. The needs-based funding will now mean that the amount of funding will more than double per head in certain instances, from as little as $600 that was under the previous HEPPP. Universities can invest the additional funds in much-needed programs and supports, including mentoring and tutoring, remedial writing programs and writing centres, scholarships and grants allowing students to focus on their studies rather than take on multiple jobs, and covering the higher costs of operating regional campuses. This change is about making education not only accessible to a wider group of Australians, but also making the educational experience for those students sustainable in the long term, especially for those who come from communities with generally lower attainment and attendance rates. In my electorate of Boothby, the Albanese Labor government's commitment to equitable access to higher education and investment in growing the accredited workforce is one of the strategies I'm most excited about. The government and Flinders University have jointly committed to a $300 million new healthcare centre, a 10-storey health education facility that will produce 1,300 health professionals, nurses, social workers, occupational therapists, speech pathologists, paramedics, physiopsychologists and other allied health workers every year, a fantastic contribution to our growing health workforce. And through its Health to Go student-led allied health clinic, it will provide more than 10,000 additional free or low-cost appointments for members of the public to access allied health services. The clinic provides valuable clinical placements that are part of allied health training, and they will also work with the adjacent Flinders Medical Centre to assist with triaging waiting lists, as they have with ophthalmology waiting lists, reducing a 4-year waiting list to 4 months, and fast-tracking those with active disease to a rapid specialist review. Flinders Uni was started 60 years ago, and one of its main aims was to establish an alternate university for the southern suburbs. Flinders is now a global leader in educational justice. At the university's city campus, which was established to provide...
And this debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour and the member will be given leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Calare.
The state and federal gun buyback for New South Wales is an absolute insult to every law-abiding gun owner and firearm business across our state. What a farce! Forcing around 50,000 law-abiding citizens to hand over hundreds of thousands of guns but only paying cents on the dollar is a disgrace. The amounts on offer are well below market value, penalising honest Australians who obey the law. And they are rightly outraged. And look what they're doing to our firearm businesses. Pathetic, inadequate grants of up to $25,000 are not going to stop our gun shops and firearm businesses from going broke to the cost of our regional communities. It's not good enough. Taxpayers are going to be slugged up to $1 billion, all because the state and federal governments wanted to make a knee-jerk political point following the horrific Bondi terrorist attack. What we need to be doing is going after the illegal firearms that our streets are awash with. The crooks aren't going to be handing in their guns under this buyback. When police do lock up crims for illegal guns, the sentences are so weak they're back on the street all too quickly. Let's get to the bottom of the real issues behind this attack, including security and intelligence fails, and go after the real criminals. Bin this junk policy and leave honest, peace-loving Australians alone. Stop making them scapegoats for government failures.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, today I sadly rise to acknowledge the passing of Joseph McGrail Baitup. Joseph would be known by most as the world's loudest man, having been recognised by Guinness World Records for recording the world's loudest shout. Joseph was able to clock 122.4 decibels, being louder than a jet taking off, a chainsaw, a police siren or a clap of thunder. But his impact on the community was far greater. This wasn't his only world record, also holding the world record for the fastest time to shoot 10 arrows into a target set in Bean at the Tuggeranong Archery Club. And for as long as I can remember, he was our town crier, a focus of goodwill and welcome at so many community events. Joseph hosted popular online trivia, the No Name Trivia Show. And a couple of months ago, I was able to enjoy his commanding performance in the Irish Community Players production of Peter Lawler at Eureka, down at the Canberra Irish Club. Deputy Speaker, my thoughts are with his family, friends, and the many Canberrans whose lives he touched as his voice rang out right across the region and echoed back right at us.
Member for Wentworth.
I rise to speak about the fantastic news that last week whistleblower and Wentworth constituent David McBride was released from prison on parole. I send all my well wishes to David, his friend and of course his dog. But the truth is David should never have gone to prison. A man who exposed alleged war crimes in Afghanistan was prosecuted by the Australian government and found guilty despite attempting to rely on the public interest defence, and then sentenced to 5 years and 8 months in prison. David's name is well known. So is Richard Boyles, prosecuted after exposing aggressive debt collection tactics at the ATO. But for every name we know, there will be many more who saw wrongdoing and stayed silent, because they watched and they saw what happened to people who spoke up. Our world and our country is better off for having whistleblowers. They can be one of the strongest mechanisms of accountability that both the public and private sector have. But they cannot exist if whistleblowers are not protected. We need strong whistleblower protection authority called for by successive governments and expert reviews. We need whistleblower protections consolidated into one clear act instead of scattered across different pieces of legislation. This government, who says they want to rebuild trust, should be encouraging people to come forward instead of deterring them by making public examples of them. We should not wait for another brave individual to expose gaps in our laws by sacrificing themselves, their career or their freedom. We should be proactive in protecting them for the sake of our country.
Member for Reid.
Today marks 35 years since the Strathfield massacre. On 17th of August 1991, 7 innocent people were killed and 6 others seriously injured in 10 terrifying minutes at Strathfield Plaza. Today we remember Roberta Armstrong, Carol Dickinson, George Mavris, Rochelle Milburn, Joyce Nixon, Patricia Rowe and Robertson Can Hock Vu. We remember them not simply as names on a memorial, but as people who were loved, family members, friends and neighbours whose lives were taken far too soon. We also remember the extraordinary courage shown that afternoon. Greg Reid, a Vietnam War veteran, ran ahead of the gunmen through the plaza and into the car park, warning people to take cover even as shots were being fired around him. Police later estimated that his actions saved at least 8 people. He was rightly awarded the Star of Courage. And we acknowledge the police, paramedics and other first responders who ran towards danger to protect others, including then 19-year-old Constable Liam Pagott, one of the first officers on the scene. 35 years on, the pain of that day remains part of Strathfield's story, and we honour and remember those who were lost.
Member for Warringah.
Hosted the inaugural Warringah Men's Stronger Together breakfast at Queenscliff Surf Lifesaving Club, bringing together boys and men of all ages. Manly Sea Eagles head coach Kieran Foran spoke with extraordinary openness about his own mental health struggles, gambling and substance abuse, suicide attempt and the devastating loss to suicide of a close family member. Kieran urged us to dig deeper when checking in on our mates and men in our lives. His message was powerful. Don't stop at "Are you okay?" Create the space for the real answer. Suicide is the 11th leading cause of deaths for Australian men. Construction workers are 9 times more likely to die by suicide than from a work health and safety incident. And support can start with something as simple as going for a walk, digging deeper when a mate seems off, or creating the space for a young person to talk. Huge thank you to all the organisations who joined us, from fathers' walking groups to men's sheds, to peer mentoring and to activity-based social groups, local mental health services and community building programs. The overwhelming message was, we are all stronger together. But it is so important to model and to be good role models, to be able to acknowledge weakness, vulnerabilities, share your mistakes. And the message overwhelmingly was, no one mistake defines you and everything can be rebuilt. And so reach out to help in all these organisations.
Member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If you find yourself driving along the Calder Freeway in Melbourne's northwest, you'll pass a turn-off, Calder Park Drive. That interchange connects our community with the rest of Melbourne and on to the Macedon Ranges. Thousands of locals use that interchange every single day, and for these people, commuting to and from work means dealing with a dangerous U-turn onto the busy Calder Freeway, having to quickly match the speed of oncoming traffic. More people on our roads is a symptom of our community's growth, but as our community grows, the infrastructure simply needs to keep up.
That's why last year, along with the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport and members for Hawke and McEwen, we announced $300 million towards the Calder Park Drive interchange project. And just last week, I announced an update to the project scope. This project will deliver a full diamond interchange by raising the freeway over Calder Park Drive. This will significantly improve safety, and it'll mean increasing the speed limit over the interchange to 100 kilometres per hour. And that's not all we're doing. We're investing a $1 billion upgrade into the Western Freeway between Caroline Springs and Melton. And I'm so excited to announce that our recent budget draws down on $50 million to get pre-construction underway on this much-needed upgrade. More lanes, better interchanges. Our community is crying out for this. This isn't just about transport, it's also about fairness. For too long, Westies have been left behind, and it's this Labor government that understands...
Member for O'Connor has the call.
Deputy Speaker, O'Connell's nickel workers have every right to ask why jobs in the Hunter Valley are treated as a national priority while jobs in the goldfields are left to the mercy of the market. This Labor government has committed $2.5 billion to keep the Tomago aluminium smelter operating. Over the decade from 2028, that equates to around $250,000 every year per job in taxpayer support. The Prime Minister says the intervention is justified because manufacturing capability, supply chains and industrial jobs are in the national interest. If that's true for the Hunter, why isn't it true for the goldfields? In 2024, when nickel operations closed and 3,000 workers lost their jobs, goldfields communities were told to wait for market conditions to improve. Now we're seeing a growing list of taxpayer-funded rescues: Tomago, Boyne, Whyalla, Mount Isa and Neostar. The question is, why are so many strategic industries kneeling bailouts in the first place? Rising costs and Labor's safeguard mechanism are eroding Australia's competitiveness and undermining industries that should be our economic strength. When energy costs rise, productivity falls, investment leaves and jobs disappear. Under Labor's carbon crusade, more Australian industries are being brought to their knees. Unless we restore our competitiveness, lower energy costs and back the industries that create wealth, this bailout will not be the last.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to present a petition concerning aircraft overflights and holding patterns above the Pecolbin Vineyards district. The petition has been considered by a Petitions Committee and found to be in order. I acknowledge the principal petitioner, Clara, and the 537 people who have added their names to this petition. Pecolbin is one of the great wine and tourism destinations of Australia. It is home to internationally recognised vineyards, cellar doors, accommodation and restaurants, and also some of the most beautiful landscapes in the Hunter. The petitioners have raised concerns about the frequency of aircraft movements over the area, especially the impact of aircraft noise, aviation emissions and the visual impact of overflights and holding patterns. I have visited this site myself and spent time listening to the residents and hearing the aircraft noise firsthand. I appreciate that managing our airspace is complex and aircraft movements need to balance a range of operational and community considerations, but the concerns being raised by the residents and local businesses deserve to be examined, especially given Pecolbin's importance to the Hunter Valley wine and tourism economy. The petition calls for stronger protections for both Pecolbin Vineyard District, including restrictions on aircraft overflights and holding patterns. I ask the Minister to carefully consider this petition, engage with the community and relevant aviation authorities and look closely at what can be done reasonably to be done to address these concerns. Thank you, Speaker.
Member for Grey.
Speaker, Labor has delivered a trifecta of failures on housing: fewer homes, higher rents and confidence in the market smashed. In any market, supply is the key determinant of price. Lower supply equals higher prices. As a result of Labor's toxic taxes, their own budget is forecasting 35,000 fewer homes will be constructed. A housing crisis isn't solved through taxes. It is solved by supply and demand, something this government simply doesn't understand. Then there is confidence. Mortgage applications at Westpac have fallen 20% since the budget. The warning from economists are clear. Weaker mortgage demand means fewer transactions, less construction and tighter supply. And the tighter market is felt hardest at the entry level. The units and townhouses that first home buyers get will be impacted the most. Labor has made it harder and more expensive to build. The National Construction Code now runs past 2,000 pages, adding cost and complexity to every home. The Coalition wants a basic Australian building standard that keeps homes safe without gold plating them. We need faster approvals and greater use of modern construction methods. Labor's answer is higher taxes, more red tape and hoping prices will fall.
Member for Macarthur has a call.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For a quarter of a century, C91.3 has been much more than a radio station. It's been the voice of our community, keeping locals informed, entertained and connected. From Campbelltown and Camden through to the broader Macarthur region, C91.3 has been there to celebrate our successes, support local organisations and businesses, promote local events and shine a light on the people and the stories that make our community of Macarthur such a great place to live. Amplifying local voices is so important, and the unique role that C91.3 plays in giving residents a platform to make sure local issues and stories are heard is absolutely vital. Whether it's Ali Redondo on the breakfast shift, David Archer during the workday or Scott Frappel on the drive home, C91.3 provides continuous engagement to our local listeners. Their engagement with our community extends well beyond the radio waves, with their road crew and presenters attending local events and celebrations, from sporting club open days, community festivals and school fairs, through to when we have terrible events like fires and floods affect our community. 25 years is an extraordinary achievement, and I thank them for all the work and for all the people that have worked there, including my own daughter, Amelia, from the presenters, volunteers, staff and of course the listeners who've tuned in year after year. Congratulations, C91.3, and here's to another successful 25 years.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the economic geniuses in the Labor Party never cease to amaze me, because not only have they driven rents up for so many Australians, but what they've done is that they've made housing much more expensive. The number of homes that are now being built are actually less than 35,000 less according to their own budget papers. And what we're seeing in the marketplace is absolute pandemonium. We're seeing total lack of confidence. In Brisbane, we're seeing auction clearance rates of less than 50%. People are speaking with their feet. Young potential homeowners, first homeowners, they're saying, well, they're putting their hands in their pockets. They don't want to catch a falling knife in a falling market, and fair enough. Because not only are those opposite, those economic geniuses opposite that are driving prices, rents higher, the cost of the value of homes lower, but Australians now are voting with their feet, and we're just not seeing the real estate sector moving. That means builders losing jobs. There's so many Australians who are doing it tough because of this government's...
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. Last Friday, Minister Keogh, Stephen Price MLA and I visited Tonkin Highway Corridor interchange upgrade projects, and we saw firsthand the significant work that's underway to improve one of Perth's most crucial transport links in the east of Perth. These upgrades are a major investment in the future of our communities, helping to reduce congestion and travel times for both commuters and freight operators, improve safety and support economic growth across our rapidly expanding eastern suburbs. The Australian Government is proud to be partnering with the West Australian Government on this important project, contributing $333 million towards the upgrades and recently providing a further $40 million to support the delivery of these critical works. Speaker, investing in infrastructure like this doesn't just create jobs during construction, it lays the foundation for our future growth. It strengthens local economies and ensures our transport networks can meet the demands of the future. The Australian Government is committed to building Australia's future, and the Eastern Tonkin Highway corridor upgrades are a clear example of that commitment in action.
Member for Mallee. Member for Goldstone.
Speaker,
Every MP should be aware of their own political mortality, and I can assure you from personal experience, I know that better than most. So I congratulate with trepidation Archie McKee for being Goldstein's delegate to the Youth Parliament this year. Well done, Archie, and all the delegates selected to represent their communities, and we hope they have a ripper time in Canberra. I'd also like to congratulate the members of the Australian rowing team, the Rosellas, participating in the 2026 World Championships at Lake Varese in Italy. 5 of the Rosellas call our community home: Hayley Verbent, Emmy Frederico, Benjamin Canham, dual Olympian Amanda Bateman, OLY, and Dominic Frederico. Finally, congratulations to Brighton Grammar that pulled off 4 teams in 4 grand finals on Saturday for the APS in basketball, soccer, rugby and football, and are now the reigning premiers for both rugby and footy, and particularly in footy because the team was undefeated all year. We're cheering you all on because we want a country that's built from responsible citizens taking responsibility for themselves and being able to improve their communities, for seeking to achieve excellence and prowess. And for every one of you that is making the bold and leap step, I want to say congratulations.
Member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I notice the National Youth Parliament is rolling in, and somewhere there is Jasper. And I'm not sure that I can see him, but Jasper, you are definitely an asset to. You are an asset to the Youth Parliament. You're an asset to Ford, and it's really happy to see you all here today. And here we can talk about young people, because there was a time where young people could buy a house in Australia. There was also a time where people wrote letters to the editor. And here it is back on Monday, June the 4th, 2007. Ian from Charlotte Park, a constituent in Ford, wrote to the Courier Mail saying, if Prime Minister John Howard and Treasurer Peter Costello want to take credit for the economy, they must also accept the blame for the housing affordability crisis threatening our country. House prices do not double of their own accord in 5 years. They were stagnant for much of the 1990s. I don't know what levers Howard and Costello pulled to cause this doubling, but I do know that as a result, Australia is facing one of the greatest social disasters possible, a generation of people who cannot afford their own home in the once lucky country. Many parents will see their superannuation disappear very quickly as they try to assist their children to buy a home. The legacy of the government's pursuit of an ill-conceived ideology will blight this country for several generations. Ian from Charlotte Park, you are a genius. It's a shame that John Howard and Peter Costello didn't listen to you at the time, but it is a credit to the Albanese government that we have listened to first-home buyers, and we are doing real change to restore that Australian dream for all Australians.
Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You cannot solve a housing shortage by taxing housing investment, smashing market confidence and making it hard to get new homes built. Labor seem to think that by crashing the housing market, young Australians would suddenly rush in and buy homes. But that's not what's happened. Westpac mortgage applications have crashed by 20% since the budget. NAB's mortgage lending has dropped by 15%, and they expect it to get worse. Real estate agents are reporting no-shows at auctions. Clearing rates have fallen by 50%. A weaker market doesn't help young buyers. When builders stop pouring slabs and construction slows, supply dries up. You get fewer choices, rising rents, making it harder for everyday Australians to save for a deposit. In an admission of total failure, even Labor's own budget forecasts show that they will build 35,000 fewer homes. This isn't economic management, it's pure sabotage. When you make it harder to build, you make it harder for the next generation to get a foot in the door. When will this government learn? You cannot tax housing and expect to get more homes built. When you tax something, you get less of it. Young Australians don't need a government that crashes confidence. They need a government that builds opportunity. Australians need a Liberal national government.
Member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker, and hi, Josh. I rise today to speak about Emily's List. Emily's List has played a critically important role in strengthening women's representation and advancing gender equality in Australia. In the early 1990s, it became clear to many progressive women that structural change was needed to ensure there were opportunities for women to become political candidates and elected representatives. At that time, after almost a century of suffrage in Australia, women's participation in parliaments across the nation was barely over single figures, with women making up just 14% of elected representatives. Established in Australia in 1996, Emily's List was created to provide women with the support needed to even the playing field for women aspiring to political life. This year, Emily's List celebrates its 30th anniversary, marking 3 decades of campaigning for greater representation and policy change focused on promoting the rights of women. The impact of Emily's List can be measured by its record. Emily's List has supported 651 Labor women in their political campaigns, with 315 elected to Parliament. Speaker, these women have made a significant contribution to Australian political life. Our parliaments would not be as strong without them. Speaker, I recognise the determination of generations of women who have challenged barriers and helped make Australian political life more representative.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Labor government has reached the trifecta of housing failures: fewer homes, higher rents, and the confidence in the market completely smashed. The great Australian dream under this Labor government has sadly turned into a nightmare. Every metric that you can use to measure their policies, they are a failure. Now, let's just put to one side the 1.2 million homes that they are clearly not going to deliver during their term in office. Labor loves talking about its Housing Australia Future Fund, but so does the Auditor-General. And you know what the Auditor-General's told us? That against their 40,000 home HAF and Accord facility program, just 1,432 homes were delivered to May. But guess what? Only 762 of those were actually constructed. Cue the O's, all right. That's outrageous. In the March quarter, dwelling commencements have dropped by 11%. And for renters, Labor's housing crisis arrives every week when the rent is due. Did you know that at the moment 33% of the median income is used on rent? That is completely outrageous. So sadly, only the Coalition will be the ones that need to restore home ownership as the centrepiece of the Australian dream. Step number 1 is winding back Labor's toxic taxes.
Member Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, the great promise of Australian egalitarianism is that everyone gets a fair chance to succeed. Everyone has the chance to go further and dream of something better. It is the apprentice who becomes the tradie who later starts a business, the entrepreneur who has an idea, takes a risk and creates jobs. It is the nurse who studies after a long shift, the farmer who rises before dawn, and the young Australian who believes they can create something amazing. Social justice means opening doors, giving every Australian a fair chance to learn, to work, to build and to succeed. And this is the ambition behind Labor's pro-aspiration agenda. Fee-free TAFE and expanded apprenticeships, the National Reconstruction Fund investing in Australian businesses and a future made in Australia, backing our workers, backing our innovators and entrepreneurs to build the industries of tomorrow. When a business succeeds, it not only creates wealth, it creates jobs, skills, apprenticeships and opportunity. Work, build, create, innovate. The person who dreams bigger does not diminish the rest of us. They expand our idea of what is possible. So my message to our young leaders here today is don't cut down the tall poppies, grow your own, let the tall poppies grow. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have one question for the Albanese government. Why do they hate farmers? I want to acknowledge the Minister for Agriculture and the really uphill battle that she's got with the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, who is busy destroying agriculture across this great nation. Agriculture is the backbone of Australia's GDP, and they need the support that the Climate Change and Energy Minister is not giving them. What we have now is on the table productive farms becoming carbon sinks, or hotels for very bad species. vile pests and diseases, vermin. We have lines, mines and turbines attacking our agricultural land, and our farmers have had enough. There is no social licence that the Labor Party is ignoring completely the voices of the community. And across Mallee in my electorate, the voices are very loud. My urge is that the Prime Minister pay attention to those voices and get the balance right on energy. And I can tell you the Labor Party does not have that energy balance right.
The call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, when you think about public policy failures through history, what comes to mind? Some of you might be thinking about work choices, a legislation that stripped away working Australians' rights. Some of you might be thinking about robo-debt, that had a significant and profound psychological impact of many of our most vulnerable Australians. But not Senator Bragg. No, Senator Bragg reckons it's superannuation, and he called it one of the biggest public policy failures since Federation. And it gives you a real insight into how this opposition, how the coalition and how One Nation think about superannuation. Because the target of their policy contempt is a system built on fairness and sustainability. The target of their policy contempt ensures long-term economic security for Australians. And the target of their policy contempt ensures dignity in retirement. And what really grinds their gears is the fact that the largest pot of capital in this country sits with working people. Well, Labor on this side of the chamber, we are the proud inventors of superannuation. We're backing it in with payday super. We're backing it in with super on paid parental leave. We're backing it in by boosting the listo. And while we make superannuation better, all the parties of the right want to do is tear it down.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I call the Prime Minister on indulgence.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Australians have been saddened to hear reports over the weekend of the devastating earthquake in eastern Indonesia, with at least 53 people reported killed and many more than that injured. On behalf of the Australian Government and people, I extend my sympathies to all those affected by this tragic event. We stand with the Indonesian Government and its people at this sad and difficult time, as we have always done and we always will do. Today also marks 81 years of Indonesian independence. The Indonesian people's heroic struggle for independence was one of the most momentous turning points of the 20th century. And Australians are rightly proud that we were among the first to recognise the establishment of Indonesia as a sovereign, independent nation. Then, as today, Australia's peace, security and stability are dependent on the security of our region, and in turn on a united, stable and sovereign Indonesia. To us, no relationship is more important. And that's why my first bilateral visits after being elected, first in 2022 and then in 2025, were to our great northern neighbour. And it's why earlier this year I signed the Indonesia-Australia Treaty on Common Security, the Jakarta Treaty, with my friend President Prabowo. That treaty makes clear that the best way to secure the peace and stability of our region is by acting together, and it reaffirms the force of the 2006 Lombok Treaty that Australia unwaveringly respects Indonesia's territorial integrity and sovereignty, and I note that this is a bipartisan position across this parliament. This historic agreement was only possible because the bonds between our nations are stronger and surer than ever. I extend best wishes and hearty congratulations to our neighbour on this anniversary.
Indulgence, the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to echo the Prime Minister's sentiments and final words. Indonesia is one of Australia's closest friends, and we are proud to be one of its oldest friends, and our thoughts are with the Indonesians at this difficult time. Today, we wish the good, decent and democratic people of Indonesia a very happy Independence Day. It's been 81 years, as the Prime Minister said, since independence was declared, and Australia supported Indonesia's independence from the outset. Indeed, in the 1940s, Australia played a very significant role in working with the Indonesians and the Dutch to achieve independence for Indonesia. As the DFAT produced history covering the issue said, the involvement of the Security Council in Indonesian independence, involvement that was instigated and strongly supported by Australia, led to one of its earliest and most emphatic successes. Instead of prolonged military conflict, as occurred in France's colonies, the parties to this conflict had been involved in a process of peaceful decolonisation led by the Security Council and resulting in the birth of an independent Indonesia. Speaker, former Prime Minister John Howard said that by reason of destiny and geography, the Australian and Indonesian people will be forever linked. And that's one reason why the Howard government enhanced Australia's security operation with Indonesia in 2006 under the Lombok Treaty, as the Prime Minister pointed out. That treaty signals our respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And it was signed in the wake of two tragedies, the Bali bombings of 2002 that we remember so well, and it was such a tragedy where 88 Australians were murdered by Islamic extremists. And as we mark the 24th anniversary of that attack this year, we will also remember and commend the Indonesian people. The bystanders who helped injured Australians in the wake of the bombings, the doctors and nurses who treated the wounded, the police and investigators who worked with Australian authorities to bring the perpetrators to justice. The second tragedy, of course, was the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami. Indonesia's Aceh province was one of the very hardest hit, and more than 167,000 Indonesians lost their lives. In the wake of that disaster, we stood with our Indonesian friends and we sent military personnel, medical staff, supplies and teams to assist with reconstruction. As natural disaster hits Indonesia again, the Coalition stands with the government in any assistance it seeks to provide our Indonesian friends. Whether it's responding to tragedy, working together to stop people smugglers, or calling out acts of coercion and aggression in our region, there is much Australia and Indonesia have done and will continue to do as neighbours, as partners, as friends.
Indulgence, the Prime Minister.
I inform the House that the Deputy Prime Minister will be absent from question time today. He has travelled to Papua New Guinea and the Solomons. The Minister for Defence Industry will answer questions on his behalf.
Before we move to question time, it gives me enormous pleasure to inform the House that present in the Southern Gallery today are representatives of the first ever National Youth Parliament. Joining us, we have 150 young people representing all 150 electorates in this country. They have travelled from every corner of Australia, bringing with them a diverse range of perspectives and ideas to experience Australian democracy firsthand. Over the next few days, youth members will participate in simulated parliamentary debates, workshops with political leaders and grapple with real-world policy challenges, gaining a deeper understanding of how Parliament works and the process by which bills are drafted, debated and passed into law. There's never been a more important time for our youth to be involved in civics education, and I wish every one of you the best of luck as you participate in this historic program. Welcome to Question Time. Indulgence, the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It was my great pleasure to address the Youth Parliament members just a short time ago up there in the Mural Hall, and it was a great pleasure. There are people from all 150 electorates represented here. I do want to say as well that this is an opportunity for you to contribute as well, ideas. Your future is longer than most of us on this floor will be. So you have a very real interest in what happens in this country and in shaping change. And the young men and women who I was able to have exchanges with showed why you are here, because you are people of ideas and you're people who are committed to Australia's future. I do want to say, Mr Speaker, Congratulations to you also. This is your initiative as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It's an example of the way in which you are using the high position that you hold to promote democracy, and it was to your great credit that you have achieved this, and to all the members and senators from across both sides of the chamber who were there as well, talking with their young people and engaging. That was really good to see, and I'd encourage the members of the Youth Parliament, if you haven't made contact with your local members of Parliament who are here and engage with them personally, please do so. And lastly, have fun while you're here in Canberra.
And I call the manager who helped me launch the program this morning.
Thanks, Speaker, and can I join the Prime Minister in saying thank you for what you've done to make sure that democracy is spread right throughout Australia, and especially with young people, because it is facing challenges, it is facing headwinds, and your initiative is fantastic. And it was wonderful to join with you this morning. We went up to the roof of Parliament and we had the great honour and privilege with all these young people to unfurl the Australian flag and to then wind it back up, and that flag is going to be sent around the nation. And so the whole way this has been done has been quite extraordinary. And can I finish on this note? I say to you all, be very, very ready, because if someone gets booted out today, then you might have to come down and substitute in their spot. So be on your toes, because this is a new initiative we're going to bring. So well done, Speaker.
Happy to oblige. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and welcome, Jack. It's good to have you here. And my question is to the Minister for Housing. $100,000 has been wiped off the value of homes in Melbourne's Mount Waverley in the last 90 days. Minister, how many homeowners in your electorate of Hotham are now in negative equity?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And Speaker, the member for Casey asked me about the impact of the landmark housing tax reforms that our government has undertaken on our housing market in this country. Speaker, we have made very significant changes to housing taxation in this country, and we've done that because we recognise that home ownership is the most important aspiration of most Australian families. Now, what the member for Casey has left out of his question, Speaker, is the fact that these changes will lead to a reverse of 10 years of decline of the home ownership rate in our country. Speaker, 75,000 households who are today stuck in a rent trap are going to get access to their own home because of these policies. Now, Speaker, isn't it just so fascinating that those opposite have taken the first question of this question time today, when we have the young leaders of our country gathered up here in the gallery?
The Minister will pause and just resume her seat. The manager on a point of order.
Yeah, it goes to relevant, Speaker, and you said on the 27th of March 2024 the Minister was asked a specific question. She's not entitled to then start talking about broad portfolio issues. She will need to keep her answer efficient to the question. It's got nothing to do with the opposition. It's to do with negative equity. It's to do with negative equity. And she's not even listening.
The manager has raised his point of order. The Minister was asked a fairly specific question about one area and also her own electorate, so she's going to have to make the answer relevant to the question that she was asked. The manager is correct. She wasn't asked about opposition policy. To be fair to the Minister, she hasn't gone into opposition policy. She was talking about the question she was asked, so a bit of a jump there before, because she was just saying she was asked about, and that's when you took the point of order. So the point of order of relevance is taken, but she won't be able to talk about opposition policy. If she does, I'll sit her down and we'll move to the next question. The Minister has the call.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And I was asked about house prices in my electorate and around Australia. And I say again to those opposite, Speaker, when are they going to stop and listen to what our country is telling us about what's gone wrong for housing in Australia? The reason that we have taken this significant step to address issues in our housing market is for the benefit of the young people who are sitting today in the public gallery, Speaker. Now, I say respectfully to those on the other side of the chamber that house prices have gone up 400% in the last 25 years in our country. 400%. At what point are those opposite willing to accept that we have a significant problem with housing in our country? And if we allow this to continue for another generation, then opportunity and aspiration in our country are going to mean something fundamentally different. Now, Speaker, I'll just finish by saying this. I was raised in an incredibly patriotic household, and I was raised to believe that the most important thing about our country is that it was equal and fair. That is changing about our nation because of our broken housing market, Speaker. We've got home ownership rates for young people falling through the floor. A low-income young couple is half as likely to own their own home in Australia today than they were in the year that I was born, and they want to do absolutely nothing about it. Well, we have a different view, Speaker. We represent all Australians, especially those young people in the gallery.
The Minister can conclude her answer. She's not being relevant to the question. Resume your seat. We're moving to the next question. Ministers have to also follow the standing orders, and when I give an instruction or advice to the House not to talk about the opposition, that means don't talk about the opposition. Member Griffith has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a warm welcome to Grace. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government working to strengthen and defend Australia's world-leading superannuation system? What threatens these objectives?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you very much for the fantastic member for Griffith. The best member Griffith has had for some time since Kevin Rudd, it must be said. It's fantastic. And Labor built universal superannuation. Labor has strengthened it, and Labor will always defend it.
Order.
In our first term, we legislated the objective of super because we believe that Australians deserve dignity in their retirement. Then we took the superannuation guarantee all the way up to 12%, because you will recall that that was the policy, but it was paused when the coalition won government. We made sure that low-income workers and young Australians can retire with bigger super balances. We delivered a full 6 months of paid parental leave, and then we made sure that superannuation gets paid on top of it, because that was part of addressing the gender gap which was there in retirement incomes between women and men. And we changed the law so that superannuation gets paid on payday. Now, this will make an enormous difference over time for the young people who are in the gallery today. The difference that will make in building up year after year after year will mean that they retire with much stronger balances than they would otherwise. We know also that superannuation has assisted the economy because it provides an investment pool as well, making sure that superannuation is used to maximise the benefits for their superannuants, but also, of course, it provides a really important investment vehicle. Now, this is, of course, the real change, part of the real change that Labor is delivering. But we know that it is at risk because the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation all want to decimate universal super. Not only do they want to drag Australians back to the past, they want to damage their future as well. And they've made that very clear. Senator Bragg was talking about superannuation and said this: "That's communism. There'll be superannuation for cats and dogs soon." And then he called it one of the biggest public policy failures since Federation. Of course, the Shadow Treasurer has called it a form of economic insanity, a form of he went on at a different time to call it a form of economic social engineering. Well, Senator Hanson has joined in. and has said just yesterday, I think the whole system is broken, has made it very clear. Wants to make it easier to sack workers, but also wants to make it hard.
Give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker, and a warm welcome to Archie Mackay. My question is to the Minister for Housing. Minister, why has the number of first home buyers dropped by more than 6% this calendar year?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Goldstein for his question. Speaker, on average, there have been more first home buyers each and every year under our government than there have ever been under any other government in Australian history. And you know what, Speaker? We're actually really, really proud of that. And one of the main drivers of it, Speaker, is the 5% deposit program. This program has now helped 260,000 Australians get into a home of their own. And, Speaker, of course, those landmark housing tax reforms that we made in the federal budget are going to provide even more opportunity for first home buyers around the country. We'll see 75,000 rental households get into their first home, which will reverse a decade's worth of decline in the home ownership rate. Now, Speaker, I just want to provide a quick contrast with those opposite who want to re-break the housing market. They want to take away first home owner supports.
Order. The member for Isaacs will cease interjecting. The member for Goldstein, a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Relevance. It was an extremely tight question and it didn't ask for alternative proposals, as you would well know.
The manager.
To the point of order, the minister just referred to the fact that she was going to contrast, and the concept of ministers being able to compare and contrast has always been allowed.
Order. Order. We'll hear from the leader. Running commentary.
The member can contrast, but has to contrast in relation to the question, which was a very tight question. This calendar year, how much has first home buyers dropped? That was the question.
Order. Yes. You're both right. The manager, as Speaker Smith has indicated on the 26th of February 2020, that probably all speakers in the last 20 or 30 years have allowed to compare and contrast briefly. The minister was on her feet and she was about to compare, so I don't know what the compare and contrast is. So perhaps if we'd waited to hear what that was first to do that. So we're just going to allow her to make sure, if she's doing a compare and contrast, to make sure it's directly relevant to this answer. She can't compare and contrast other topics. She wasn't asked about that. So consistent with previous rulings, we'll allow the minister to continue and to make sure that she's being directly relevant.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm just talking about the fantastic new home ownership pathways that have been opened up by our government, Speaker. And I've spoken to some of the numbers that are relevant to this question. But, Speaker, of course, you don't actually need to take my word for it. We all read the newspapers of a Sunday morning, and for the first time in my life, they are peppered with article after article about first home buyers around the country who are going to auctions and winning, Speaker. Yeah. And it's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. There's a very simple reason that they're winning auctions, Speaker. For the first time in 25 years, first home buyers are standing on a level playing field. And, Speaker, I want to remind the public that up until this point, those opposite have engineered a system where the young people of this country have been paying taxes to subsidise the investor next to them to outbid them at auctions every Saturday. And, Speaker, we have brought that system to an end and we are damn proud to have done it. Now, Speaker, I want to talk to you about, in the electorate of Fraser, a recent sale of a house in Footscray that sold for $817,000. Speaker, the real estate agent said there was, quote, a bit of emotion when the vendors and the buyers met post-auction, as the vendors had bought that as their first home and they were handing it to a young couple who were after their first home. Speaker, in the fantastic member for the electorate of Wills, a three-bedroom townhouse on a converted squash court sold in post-auction negotiations for $810,000 to a first home buyer. The real estate agent said a lot of first home buyers walked through this one. There are a lot of buyers around that are first home buyers. They are the ones that are still moving in a timely manner. Speaker, we're on the side of first home buyers, and I think we can see from those opposite, they are the last man standing defending the broken housing market in this country. We're making the real change that Australians are asking for on housing.
Call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to give a shout out to Oliver, who is in the gallery. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to strengthen Australia's superannuation system, and what risks have emerged?
Call to the Treasurer.
Very big thank you to the member for Bendigo, Mr Speaker, a champion for working people and their retirement incomes in her community and around the country, and a big thank you to Tenzin as well for being the youth member for Rankin. Mr Speaker, Labor is the party of superannuation. We built it, we are strengthening it, and we will defend it forever from the attacks of those opposite, Mr Speaker. They don't support superannuation because they don't support working people. It's that simple. This side of the House is working around the clock to strengthen the superannuation system, which is the envy of the world. About a quarter of household wealth in this country is super. We've got the fourth biggest pool of retirement income savings in the world, Mr Speaker. 4 decades of universal super at risk from those opposite. And Mr Speaker, in the 4 years we have been in office, we've got the super guarantee to 12%, we've got payday super, we're paying it on paid parental leave, we're lifting member standards, we're putting a lot of effort into strengthening the superannuation system, making it sustainable into the future. And on Wednesday, Mr Speaker, the Assistant Treasurer will be talking about important consumer protections. This side of the House works very hard to strengthen superannuation. Those opposite work around the clock to undermine and diminish it, Mr Speaker. Now, the stakes at the next election will be very high for a number of reasons, but one of those will be the future of superannuation is at stake at the next election. And we know that because in the last week or so, whether it's Senator Bragg or Senator Hume, Senator Canavan, the Leader of One Nation, all of them have made it very clear that if any combination or coalition of Liberals, Nationals and One Nation win the next election, they will end universal superannuation as we know it. They represent the biggest risk to universal super in the 40-year history since it became compulsory, Mr Speaker. They've made it very clear. Equating superannuation for young workers with super for cats and dogs, describing it as economic insanity as the Shadow Treasurer did. The same person who said that people on low and middle incomes could be considered to be taken out of the system entirely, Mr Speaker. This is what they really think about superannuation. And their divisive and dangerous anti-worker and anti-super agenda will leave every Australian worker worse off if they get their hands on superannuation. That is now clear, Mr Speaker. And another thing is very clear. We will always back the working people and wages and retirement incomes of people who work for a living in this country. Those opposite will always attack them. They don't support super because they don't support workers. They've made that now very clear.
Concluded. Before we go to the next question from the crossbench, I've got a number of acknowledgements to go through. It's a busy week this week, so I ask members to bear with me. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the Speaker's gallery today is Mr Jeremy Hanson, CSC MLA, the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. We also have the Right Honourable John Lord Speller of Smethwick, the United Kingdom's trade envoy to Australia. Welcome, Lord Speller. And also present in the gallery today is representatives of the Australasian Union of Jewish Students who are in Canberra attending their annual political training seminar, and also delegates from Common Grace's annual Let Justice Flow conference, which brings Christian advocates to Parliament House, and also a number of students and leaders and staff from the Islamic College of Brisbane who are visiting Parliament House to learn about more Australia's system of democracy, and Lachlan Hunter MLA, the member for Central Wheatbelt and Shadow Minister for Agriculture. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the honourable member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Manager of Government Business representing the Minister for the Environment and Water. Now, I've heard today you've been talking about your support for workers, so I put the challenge to you. We have 79 workers at Deniliquin and Leeton who've received their redundancy notice because of the peculiarity that you're unable to credit floodwaters as an environmental flow. This is merely a bureaucratic decision. Do you promise those workers, members of the United Workers Union, that you will change this decision and give them back their jobs before they get flushed down the river?
Give a call to the Leader of the House, representing the Minister for Environment and Water.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Anything that goes to the condition of individual workers in the way that's just been described, and I haven't been briefed on what's been described, but obviously the way the member has put it equates to a significant issue, particularly for those involved. I'm happy to find out about that, get briefed on it and report directly to the member.
Give a call to the Honourable Member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a shout out to Samaya, the youth member for Swan. My question's to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services. How is the Albanese Labor Government delivering a stronger, fairer, more secure superannuation system for Australians, and are there any risks to this approach?
Give a call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Service.
Speaker, I thank the member for Swan for her question and acknowledge that she has been a champion for superannuation throughout her time in this chamber. She has defended every increase in the superannuation guarantee, every one of which has been opposed tooth and nail by those opposite. The Albanese Labor Government believes that all Australians deserve dignity, security and independence in retirement. That's why we're focused on building a superannuation system that is stronger, fairer and more resilient. We believe that a superannuation system that delivers better outcomes for working Australians, not just today but for generations to come. Members in this side believe in superannuation. We are members of a party that built superannuation. Since coming to office, the Albanese Labor Government has delivered a comprehensive reform agenda to strengthen retirement outcomes for Australian workers. We have increased the superannuation guarantee to 12%, which will deliver more for retirees. We have increased the low-income superannuation tax offset, boosting the retirement savings of 1.3 million Australian low-income workers, and including around 750,000 women and including around 550,000 Australians under the age of 30. And we have legislated the objective of superannuation for the first time. Australians deserve confidence that their hard-earned savings are protected, and that is exactly what this government will be doing. I'm asked about what risks there are to our system. Speaker, the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation, they might be different political parties, but they have the same old agenda, and they will destroy the superannuation if they get a chance. They share a deeply concerning anti-worker, anti-super agenda that would destroy the economic security and retirement outcomes for millions of Australians. Their long-standing hostility to universal superannuation threatens one of the most important retirement systems in the world. We know that the Shadow Treasurer for a long time has been deeply sceptical about universal superannuation, calling it idiocy. And just last week, Senator Bragg called it one of the biggest public policy failures since Federation. These are not the words of people who are going to support that system or build on it. We know now that Senator Hanson and the member for New England are joining this group, considering options to allow people to take out their retirement savings early. SMC found that a person aged 30 who withdrew $20,000 as part of the COVID-era early release scheme is now expected to retire with around $93,600 less in superannuation. That is an insight into what would happen if those opposite got their hands on the superannuation system. Labor is the party of superannuation. We built it and we continue to strengthen it. The Liberals, Nationals and One Nation are coming after your superannuation, and they will leave you worse off in retirement.
Call to the Honourable Member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The Minister has repeatedly refused to say how much taxpayer money has been handed to foreign companies under the Capacity Investment Scheme. Today, we learned that CIS-backed companies have spent nearly $40 billion on so-called social licence commitments, including cash payments, opening ceremonies and Indigenous artworks. Minister, how much money have you handed to foreign investors under the Capacity Investment Scheme?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question, and I particularly appreciate the notice the opposition gave on the front page of The Australian today, Mr. Speaker, which says the coalition on Monday will launch a parliamentary attack on Labor's marquee scheme. I thought it was questions without notice, Mr. Speaker, but there you go. You learn something every day. Now, Mr. Speaker, I guess, given it's the first time the opposition's asked me a question since April, it's a big deal, and you have to flag it on the front page of the national broadsheet, I suppose, Mr. Speaker. It's a big day for the opposition. Now, Mr. Speaker,
on my left.
It is the case, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with long-standing practice when the government is running an auction, that those auction results are commercial in confidence, Mr. Speaker. That was the result. For example, when the then Minister for Energy ran the Ungi scheme, if he had released the documents which showed how many bids had been received, it would have been clear there had been none because no kilowatts were created, Mr. Speaker. That would have been a suboptimal result, Mr. Speaker, because when you are operating an auction, what you are doing is calling on people to put forward bids, and if you reveal the outcome of those bids, you are undermining the position of the taxpayer. Now, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman criticises the fact that there was community benefit in projects supported by the capacity investment scheme. That is a fundamental difference of approach, because I happen to think that's a good thing. I happen to think that if developers of renewable energy projects in regional Australia provide bill relief and rebates to people in regional Australia, I think that's a good thing.
The manager will pause. The minister was asked a question about involving the capacity investment scheme. He was just referencing the capacity investment scheme and funding that he was asked about. It's going to be very difficult to take the point of order on relevance. So I think everyone was in the room when he heard him say that. The manager on a point of order
goes to relevance. Speaker, the question was, how much have you handed to foreign investors under the capacity investment scheme? That was the question. It was a very specific question. You haven't attempted to answer it.
There was a very long question, and it did contain, it wasn't just that, there was other things in the question. Everyone heard the question. So as I said, the minister was referring to the capacity investment scheme. He was talking about the funding. I appreciate the minister would like a yes/no answer. I can't deliver that, but I will deliver. Sorry, a figure. Okay, a figure. I could appreciate the opposition would like a figure, but as they know, I can't compel the leader of the opposition will cease interjecting. But I can't compel the minister to do that under the standing orders. What I can compel him to be is directly relevant, and as I indicated to the House, he has been directly relevant around the question he was asked, and I'll ask him to continue.
Certainly will be, Mr. Speaker, because the honourable member referred to community benefits and complained that the community was receiving benefits from these projects. Now, I can confirm that the same FOI document the Coalition received confirmed that there were 65 projects announced that had at that point committed to $35.5 billion in Australian and New Zealand local content, including $1.1 billion in local steel. I think that's a good thing. Those opposite think it's a bad thing. And, Mr. Speaker, I also make no apologies for some First Nations communities receiving benefits from these programs, including the program in Wellington, which has negotiated 5% equity for local First Nations people, 5% ownership, Mr. Speaker, which I don't think is a bad thing. I think is a good thing, and people on this side of the House are proud of, Mr. Speaker.
Call to the honourable member for Blair.
Thanks, Speaker. Welcome, Hayley from Blair. Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering a more secure retirement for working Australians, and what could place this progress at risk?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Blair for that question. Of course, as the Treasurer clearly said, it was Labor that created superannuation, and it is Labor that believes in it. And that is why the Albanese government has strengthened our superannuation system to deliver a better retirement for working Australians. And in recognition of the importance of superannuation in retirement, the Albanese Labor government, of course, made superannuation clearly outlined in the Fair Work Act as a workplace right. This recognises that superannuation is critical to a good standard of living in retirement for workers, just as wages are good in their working life. Now, our government has passed legislation to ensure that superannuation is paid at the same time wages are, giving workers better oversight and a bigger balance at retirement. Now, of course, the Albanese Labor government is paying superannuation on government-paid parental leave, improving the economic security of thousands of families in retirement. And it is this Labor government that ensured that the legislated superannuation guarantee rate of 12% was actually achieved. Now, Speaker, I am asked about what could place this at risk. And unfortunately, the biggest risk to hard-working Australians' retirements is those sitting opposite the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation. Now, of course, we know that the Liberals have never supported superannuation. When they were last in government, they froze the legislated superannuation guarantee for 6 whole years, and they've continually undermined superannuation with their policies of encouraging workers to decimate their retirement savings. And of course, if anyone was wondering about what their position is today, they only have to listen to Senator Bragg, who last week has continued to expose the Coalition's disdain for universal superannuation by saying it was one of the biggest public policy failures since Federation. Although he did continue with this argument in the same speech, where he suggested that paying young workers superannuation was the same as giving super to cats and dogs. I couldn't quite follow that one, but I'm sure he'll explain it in a future press conference. But it's not just the Liberal and National Party that are on a crusade, of course, it's One Nation as well, who have confirmed over the weekend they fundamentally oppose the principle of universal superannuation. It is only Labor, that can be trusted with the retirement savings of millions of Australians, while those opposite would decimate it.
Time has concluded. Call goes to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Minister, would you just cut the crap and tell Australians how much your capacity investment scheme is costing taxpayers?
Order. The Manager.
There may well be a replacement available in the gallery, but that's not representative of how we normally conduct question time.
Yeah. Look, no, I'm going to deal with this. Look, we've all tried to improve standards, or I hope that's the goal of all members of Parliament. We've had some serious incidents, as people know. That sort of language is beneath the dignity of this House. If you wish to say that in your own time, in your own capacity, go for it. But while I'm the Speaker, I want certain standards and decorum to be lifted and raised. I'm not happy with that sort of level of disrespect, not to me, but to the Parliament. So I'm tempted to rule the question out and just to move to the next one, but I want this to be a final warning that people cannot use that language in here. It is completely unacceptable. The member for Warringah on the point of order.
In respect to your comments, Mr Speaker, as the Manager of Opposition Business, it's incumbent on him to show respect and show leadership. He should be asked to leave the chamber, and that question is not in order. If we can't set the standards here,
just resume resume your seat. No, there is no disrespect for members. The Manager was heard, the Leader was heard. The member for Warringah is going to be shown that same courtesy as well. She's got a right to raise on the point of order. She's done that. So we're going to resume your seat. Resume your seat. We're going to deal with this properly and efficiently and effectively. Members on my right will cease objecting. We're going to reset. I've made my views clear. I'm just going to ask the Manager to restate the question, use appropriate language and show respect in this House. I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Will the minister just cut the fecal matter and tell Australians how much Labor's secret capacity investment scheme is costing taxpayers?
No, I'm dealing with this. Resume your seat. That is a direct defiance of what I just addressed to the House. The member for Cornwall, I gave him a fair go, and he's completely disrespected me in the House. He'll leave the chamber under 94A, and we will move to the next question. The language must improve. I respect the traditions and conventions of this House, and I want to uphold them. I'm asking all members to do so. Goodness sake. Give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker, and welcome Sage, the younger member for Canberra. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. What actions has the Albanese Labor government taken to grow women's super? And what other approaches is the government being asked to consider?
The call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government representing the Minister for Women.
Thanks very much, and a shout out to Maggie from Ballarat, and apologies for the juvenile behaviour we just saw. Can I thank the member for Canberra for her question, and particularly I want to acknowledge her for the work that she does in this place, both advocating for her constituents but also advocating for women while she balances work and family life. It's a really familiar story. Striking the right balance between work and family is something that families across the country have to do each and every single day. Every family will make the choices that are right for them, and that choice shouldn't come with a financial penalty on top. Caring now shouldn't mean financial insecurity in your retirement. Missing out on super to have kids adds up, and on average, women approaching retirement have 26% less superannuation than men of the same age. That's why the government has reformed the paid parental leave scheme to ensure parents can have more time off and more money. We've also expanded paid parental leave to 6 months, and as of July last year, parents received superannuation on their paid parental leave. It is a crucial reform, and it will matter for women in retirement. It will help close that super gap between Australian men and women. It is great news for families, and it's just one of the ways we're supporting women and their superannuation. We're reforming the low-income super tax offset to support low-income women to save more for their retirement. And we've introduced payday super to support earlier, more frequent employer super contributions. And all of this, of course, builds on the progress that we are making in lifting wages and closing the gender pay gap, now at a historic low of 11.3%. That is how we make sure that women have economic choices and that they can live with dignity in their retirement. Labor built superannuation, and we're strengthening it to ensure that working women are better off in their retirement. But in the last week alone, we know we have seen the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation again go back to form and threaten the existence of superannuation. They have described superannuation as a loss of liberty. They've confirmed they do not support universal contributions, and they've bragged about their past policies that they would seek to start dismantling the superannuation scheme that would see people with thousands of dollars less in their retirement incomes, and that will particularly affect women. Make no mistake, the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation have never, ever supported a universal superannuation scheme. They don't support it, they don't like it. They've attempted at every opportunity to undermine it, and if they're given the chance, that is exactly what they will do again. And the people who actually suffer as a result of that will primarily be Australian women on their retirement.
The call to the honourable member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Will the minister just tell Australians how much Labor's secret capacity investment scheme is costing taxpayers?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for the question, and I recognise Madison from McMahon, Mr Speaker, who's with us in the gallery today. Mr Speaker, the capacity investment scheme is treated in the budget in a very similar way, in fact identical way, to previous government programs of a similar nature, including programs that were administered by the then Minister for Energy, Mr Speaker. including the underwriting new generation investments, Mr Speaker, including Snowy Hydro 2 business case that the member for Hume was responsible for, including changes to the Clean Energy Regulator that the member for Wannon was responsible for, the Australian Naval Infrastructure that the member for Wannon was responsible for, all of which are noted in Commercial in Confidence in Budget Measures number 2. But, Mr Speaker, the point is that these projects that are supported by the Capacity Investment Scheme are all designed to bring more of the cheapest form of energy to the availability of Australians. A fact, Mr Speaker, that was recognised, credit where it's due, was recognised by the member for Wannon last week. He issued a press release, and I must say I was touched. I don't get emotional much these days, Mr Speaker, but I was touched. It says the Shadow Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction, Dan Tehan, said Labor's net zero agenda was delivering the cheap and affordable energy Australia requires. I mean, so eloquent, Mr Speaker. I was very moved to read it.
The member for Page on point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. The Minister now has diverted into a whole lot of topics that has nothing to do with the capacity investment scheme, and I ask him to return to the question.
Please answer. Order. Order. We'll give the call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Speaker. Welcome to Darius from Bean. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change for Australian families now and into the future with expanded paid parental leave? What are the risks to this?
Give a call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thanks so much, Mr Speaker, and thanks so much to the member for Bean for his question. More than 2,000 parents in his electorate benefited from paid parental leave last year. And as the Minister representing the Minister for Women pointed out, paying superannuation on paid parental leave is one of the most important ways that we can end that retirement income gap that has been so prevalent in Australia for so many years. Mr Speaker, there is a big difference between those opposite and those on this side when it comes to super. We want people to have more when they retire, and you want people to have less when they retire. When it comes to paid parental leave, we have increased paid parental leave since coming to government in 2022 to almost $30,000 for that paid parental leave. It's more than double what it was in 2022. And for the last year, just over a year, we've been also paying superannuation on top of that. And I released figures today, Mr Speaker, that in that first year of paying paid parental leave on superannuation, paying superannuation on paid parental leave, 200,000 people have benefited to the tune of $285.5 million. Now, this is a huge difference for those mums when they retire. So, if you've got a woman with a median superannuation balance, she would be about $5,400 better off in retirement because of the change that we've made. So let's just take a fictional example. Let's call her Rachel. She's 25. She goes on to have 3 children. She takes paid parental leave for each of those children. Because of our changes, paying superannuation on top of that paid parental leave, Rachel could retire with an extra $17,600 in retirement. That's the difference that we're talking about, Mr Speaker. One Nation have made it clear they want people to have less money in retirement. The Liberals have made that clear. They want people to have less in retirement. The Nationals have made it clear that they want people to have less money in retirement. We, on the other hand, are delighted that not only are we dealing with the gender pay gap, not only are we helping mums when they take time off work to look after their precious new babies, but we are not condemning them to poverty in retirement as well. Welcome, Kaylin.
The call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
Welcome to Miller from Mackellar. My question is to the Minister for Health, Disability and the NDIS. During the recent Senate inquiry, there were extensive warnings from disability advocates and state ministers that alternative foundational supports are not ready, fully funded or guaranteed to be operational before participants are moved off the scheme. Understandably, parents and carers are terrified that their kids could be left without the supports they need and rely on. How will the government ensure that no NDIS participant is exited from the scheme until appropriate foundation supports are fully funded and operational?
Excellent question.
The call to the Minister for Health and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the member for Mackellar, and thank you to Zoe for representing Adelaide's western suburbs up in the southern Speaker's Gallery. Well, the way we'll ensure that is by making sure foundational supports are agreed by the 1st of January 2028. That is the agreement that all jurisdictions made with the Prime Minister through their heads of government, the Premiers and the Chief Ministers. This is not something that came out of the blue earlier this year. It was a decision of National Cabinet back in 2023 to accept and endorse the core recommendations of the NDIS review that Bruce Bonahady and Lisa Paul conducted back then, one of which, a central recommendation of which, was to build that second tier of disability supports that was always envisaged by the Productivity Commission when recommending that our government back then put in place an NDIS. The tragedy is that wasn't put in place, those second-tier supports. Many of them did pre-exist the NDIS, as the member knows, and were either dismantled entirely by state governments or at least degraded to a significant degree. Now, back in 2023, when heads of government were making that decision, there was also a commitment for $10 billion, half funded by the Commonwealth, half collectively by states and territories, to fund those what were called foundational supports, as recommended by the NDIS review. As the member knows, Thriving Kids is well underway. I've seen implementation plans, I think, by all state governments, with the exception of Queensland. We're very satisfied with progress being made there. They will start to ramp up from the 1st of October, with the expectation that they will be fully rolled out from the 1st of January 2028, when access and eligibility rules change for that cohort, which, as the member knows, is children under the age of 9. Now, for other participants or potential participants who would not satisfy the new substantially reduced functional capacity test that is currently being developed by the Technical Advisory Group, and I had my second meeting with them the week before last, yes, foundational support systems will have to be built for them as well. Kids over the age of 9 and adults who might not end up being on the NDIS as a result of that new test being introduced, and there's a lot of work for state governments and the Commonwealth to do there. We're committed to doing that work. The Minister for the NDIS, Senator McAllister, met with her Disability Minister colleagues again on Friday. That was reaffirmed as an agreed commitment by all state governments. Now, I understand people are nervous about these changes. I understand that they are significant changes about which we've had very constructive discussions with the opposition, which I want to acknowledge right now. And there's a lot of work to do, but we are absolutely committed to doing that. And as the Prime Minister and I have made clear, obviously we will not let Australians fall between two stools without proper supports, but we will have them in place by the 1st of January.
The call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. And through you, I'd like to welcome Bodie from Lawler and address a question to the Minister for Housing. How is the Albanese Labor government helping to deliver security and stability? By helping to deliver security and stability for Australians into a home of their own. Is the Minister aware of any risks to this work?
The call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thanks so much, Speaker. I acknowledge my friend Grisha, who's from Hotham and up in the public gallery, and I also thank the member for Lawler for her question. Speaker, you're not going to believe this. Almost 6,500 of her constituents have gotten into their first home with the support of our government. And I want everyone she represents to know that she's in this parliament every day fighting for first home buyers to get the fair opportunities that they deserve. Yeah. Speaker, our government delivered a big housing budget in May. $2 billion for last-mile infrastructure to build 65,000 more homes, and landmark tax reforms to make our housing market fairer for every Australian. Labor believes that secure housing is the foundation of a decent life in this country. So is security in retirement. Speaker, an Australian should not have to choose between the two. But increasingly, that is what those opposite are trying to force Australians to do. Now, Speaker, if there is one truth emerging today in Australian politics, it is this: the coalition cannot govern this country alone. The numbers just simply aren't there. Their only pathway back into government is in some kind of coalition with One Nation. But instead of these parties pulling each other towards sensible solutions, what we increasingly see them do is chase each other down these extremist rabbit holes. And we see this in housing, Speaker.
The Minister will pause. The manager on a point of order.
Yes, Speaker, on relevance, as you say, the compare and contrast or the risk can be about the policy she's talking about, not going down rabbit holes, as she said, to completely irrelevant things.
Yes, the Minister was asked about risks to the policy question that she was asked for about secure and stable housing. So just going to make sure that she's covering that part of the compare and contrast, not a general topic.
So, Speaker, we are increasingly seeing this prevail in our debate about housing. The Liberals have said they want Australians to raid their super to buy a home. Now, I remind the Parliament this is an idea that Sol Estlake said was the worst public policy idea in 60 years in our country. And now we've got Pauline Hanson getting on the same train. Now, Speaker, Australians are really smart about housing and they know exactly what these policies will do. They will push house prices even higher. They will create a massive wealth transfer from the young people of our country to the older generation that own the most property wealth, and they'll leave so many Australians without much super in their retirement. But what's worse, Speaker, is that those opposite are basically saying they're not even going to try to fix our broken housing market. Instead, they'll leave a broken system in place and ask Australians to raid their retirement to try to survive it. Speaker, it is not the job of Australians to pay for a broken housing system by trashing their retirement. It is the job of this parliament to change our broken housing system. And that's exactly what our government is doing. Speaker, Australians deserve housing security and they deserve retirement security. The Coalition and One Nation are going to make you sacrifice one to get the other. Labor is going to protect both.
Call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Shout out to Matilda as she leaves the gallery, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs. Minister, more than 20 veterans and family members are in Parliament House today. They're in the gallery as I speak to raise their concerns about your broken promise to impose a $5,000 cap on Veterans Allied Health Services. Minister, these veterans have travelled to Parliament to be heard. Why have you refused to meet them? What or who could possibly be more important?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I will give a shout out to Alicia, who's the representative for Burt for the National Youth Parliament.
Order.
Now, it's completely unclear to me about what the promises element of the question that was made, Mr Speaker, but what is really important about what we are doing when it comes to allied health is about making it easier for our veteran community to be able to access allied health services. Because we have been hearing for a very long time that providers have been cutting back on providing these services or threatening to cut back on these services because of the fees paid to them. And so we have committed nearly $170 million to make the biggest increase in fees being paid to allied health service providers in 20 years. Now, this is incredibly important. Now, we are matching that with removing the burdensome 20-session allied health treatment cycle where veterans have to continually go back to see a GP to get a new referral every 12 sessions. As part of that, we're replacing that with an initial $5,000 threshold. And as part of moving to that $5,000 threshold, we have committed to engaging with the veteran community to make sure that that works as seamlessly as possible. And I've been engaging with the veteran community, with ex-service organisations and with the practitioners that deliver that support. We're in the process of finalising a discussion paper to be able to deliver that consultation process.
Order. The member for McEwen. The Minister will pause. The member for Riverina on a point of order.
My point of order is on relevance. I asked why won't the Minister meet these veterans today?
The Minister was asked a specific question. He'll need to confine his remarks to the question, giving him some latitude, but he'll have to be short in his response.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We're in the process of putting together a discussion paper that will be released for broad consultation with the veteran community. As I informed those people who wish to meet with me...
Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. Order.
Mr Speaker, I thought they wanted an answer to the question.
Minister can come to his conclusion.
As they were informed last week by my office, I was unable to meet with them today. But as I have continually said and engaged with many ex-service organisations, we wish to engage with them and the practitioners in allied health services to make sure that we deliver a service that is available with no gap in service to allied health, while they are accessing the clinically required allied health services that are required. We want to improve this access by paying allied health service providers more, by making it easier for veterans to access without having to continually go back to a GP, and we will continue to engage with the veteran sector, and I'm sure as part of those engagements, those people that have visited today will participate in providing that feedback and engaging in the consultation forums that we will be running so that we get these reforms right. And if the opposition continue to want to shout, instead of actually engaging in the policy development process, it's incredibly unhelpful to getting those positive outcomes.
The Minister's time's concluded. Order. To call to the Honourable the Member for Riverina on a point of order.
I just seek leave to table the Minister's letter of refusal to meet with those heroes.
The Manager. Give a call to the Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. How is the Albanese Labor government progressing the gun buyback scheme to help keep people safe? What other approaches have been advanced in recent days?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for Bennelong for raising the issue. After the appalling anti-Semitic terror attack which occurred in Bondi, we had a special sitting of this House, an emergency sitting of this House, where we took action to act on both the motivation and the method that was used in that attack. And the Royal Commission, in its interim report, called for the Commonwealth and states to be implementing the buyback scheme. The government has provided to all the states and territories now, to all jurisdictions, a flexible system to allow them, because they've all implemented, or most of them have implemented in slightly different ways, but a flexible system to allow them to participate in the buyback. Effectively, once any state is part of the buyback, they can then choose to include what the price points are, what ammunition, accessories, dealer compensation would be, and wherever that lands, within their compensation model, the cost is shared 50-50 with the Commonwealth. Phase 2 of the New South Wales buyback scheme, for example, which starts in early 2027, will provide a pathway to compensation for eligible higher value firearms with an indicative market value above $3,000. Now, I respect that when we established the buyback scheme, it was not bipartisan across the parliament. And part of what didn't surprise me was that there would be a private member's bill in the Senate that would look at undoing this. But what stunned me, absolutely stunned me, with the private senator's bill that is in the Senate right now, moved by Senator McKenzie, which I presume has the support of the National Party, the Liberal Party and One Nation, is it doesn't just go against the aspects of the government's changes that deal with the number of firearms and the firearms that were used at Bondi, because we all accept and we all know that the majority of gun owners are responsible people who use firearms for work, for sport and for recreation. But I'll tell you what stuns me is that legislation in the Senate right now, supported by all three of those parties, calls for the undoing of the restrictions we did on 3D printed weapons. Now, these are the weapons where, if you get the software and the files, you can print firearms at home without regulation. Something which is, I thought, only supported by organised crime. I thought
only supported by the worst elements of our society. And to think there is right now on the notice paper in the Senate a piece of legislation that would undo that says everything about who that crowd are trying to appeal to.
Call to the member for Warringah.
And thank you to Gemma from Warringah for representing us. To the Treasurer. Migrants fill critical workforce shortages across Australia, including doctors, nurses, agriculture, aged care, childcare and construction, where migrants can make up to 30% or more of the workforce. What modelling has Treasury done on the economic and productivity damage from cuts to skilled migration and working holiday makers, and which sectors or essential services would need to be scaled back due to workers' shortages?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and to the honourable member, I want to thank her for the serious and considered way that she comes at this really important part of public policy in this country, and that is about migration and its contribution to the economy. For a really long time now in this country, migrants have made an essential contribution, not just to our economy but to our society as well. And it's not always been the case that that's been recognised by everyone in this parliament, but it's recognised by this side of the parliament, and I believe that it's recognised in that part of the parliament as well. There is a lot of work that goes into ensuring that we're making the most of the economic benefit provided by migration. The Treasury has, the Centre for Population, the Productivity Commission's done a bunch of work, the OECD has, the Reserve Bank and others. And the consistent conclusion of all of that work over time is that migrants are more likely than not to make a big contribution to our economy. Often they provide a big part of the dynamism and the innovation in our economy. I know that the Small Business Minister, who I engage with on this regularly, understands that truth, that so much of the innovation, creativity and dynamism, which is all about productivity, comes from migrant communities as well. And so our job, the responsibility that we embrace, is to make the most of that economic opportunity fed by that considered, methodical analysis that we get from all of those places to make sure we're making the most of this opportunity. At the same time as we get net overseas migration down 45% below its peak and with some further distance to travel as well. Now, I'm conscious that the honourable member asked about the damage done to our economy if we go about managing the migration system in the wrong way. And we have unfortunately heard in recent times in particular that there are some in our community and especially in our politics sitting over there whose primary purpose when it comes to thinking about and dealing with migration in this country is to try and divide the community. And we reject that irresponsible approach. The approach that they take in talking down our economy and dividing our community is bad for our economy and it's bad for our society as well. And so we will continue to work with anyone of goodwill who recognises you can get net overseas migration down, as we are doing, at the same time as you can recognise and not diminish the really important role played by migrants in our economy and in our society as well.
Call to the member for Reid.
My question is to the Prime Minister. How are the government's reforms supporting young people to get into home ownership? What impact are they having on housing supply? Is there any opposition to this policy?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Reid for her question, and I thank her for welcoming me to 5 Dock yesterday to Ferragosto, a celebration, of course, of the Italian-Australian community commemorating, of course, the ascension into heaven of the Virgin Mary. That is an important event in Italy, and one of the great things about our multicultural Australia is that we get to celebrate events that are held right around the world, right here in Australia, in the Australian way. The Labor government is delivering real change through our $47 billion Housing Australia plan. We have more first home buyers than we've ever seen before. Over 490,000 loans issued to first home buyers under Labor. And the important thing is that young people are getting a fair crack. At auctions around Australia on Saturday, unlike what was previously happening, young people could go and they weren't competing against investors seeking to use negative gearing. And they were getting access into their own home. That was the objective, because the primary purpose of housing is to get a roof over people's heads. That is the primary purpose of housing, and that is being achieved by young people right around the country. But I'm also asked about what the impact is on supply, because what we have done is to make sure if you want to participate in negative gearing, you still can. But the difference is you will not only be investing in your future and your future assets, you'll be investing in the nation by investing in a new build. And, Mr Speaker, the figures released by the ABS last Friday show that it is working. In the June quarter, there was a 27% increase in investor loans for new builds. 27%. And a 20% increase for construction loans. Now, there are a few people who know about building in Australia, like Harry Triggerboff and others, who are all saying this is having a positive impact on new builds. And that is why the policy was designed that way, very deliberately, to separate out first home buyers and people to give them a fair crack, but at the same time to boost supply along with the other measures that we have in place that are boosting supply, including through the Housing Australia Future Fund, including through the Build to Rent scheme. All these measures aimed at boosting supply in this country are making a difference. On that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
I give the call to the Leader of the House, first of all, with the leave of absence.
Yes. Speaker, I move that leave of absence until the 17th of September 2026 be given to the honourable member for Longman for personal reasons.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll just do a reminder to the House that the address in reply will be presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General at Government House at 5:30 p.m. this afternoon. I shall be glad if the mover and seconder, together with other honourable members, will accompany me to present the address. Call the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, this document is tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the document will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
The member for Herbert is seeking the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Herbert from moving the following motion immediately: that this House censures the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel for failing to meet today with veterans about the Albanese Labor government's cruel cuts to allied health services for veterans. Speaker, this is a national shame. This should not be occurring. The minister couldn't even stay in answer to himself. He hasn't met with the veterans who've served this nation, who are demanding that this Labor government's cruel cuts to allied health services be revoked. $5,000 cut for those, $5,000 cap for allied health for those that have served this nation is a disgrace. It's a disgrace because right now veterans around the country are hurting. Now, if you have post-traumatic stress disorder, a shoulder injury, lumbar spondylosis and a knee injury, and you're not doing too well, and you look up and the only light you can see is the light that you're getting treatment. Now you hit that $5,000 cap, that light gets taken away and it goes dark. What are you supposed to do? The minister says, just call the department. How? Get on the phone for 45 minutes, 4 hours, nobody knows. When you're not doing well, this is not what you should have to go through. I've been told by veterans in towns on around the country that I will not be a burden on my family. I will not be a burden. Do you know what that means? That's a plan. That's someone who's made a plan that when the $5,000 cap runs out in about 3 months for them, that they won't be here anymore. That's what veterans are saying. That's what veterans that came here to Parliament today are saying. But the minister couldn't clear a diary schedule, couldn't miss lunch for a day, couldn't just change something to meet with these veterans. There is nothing more important than making sure that our veterans, those that we've asked to serve, can get to see their minister. They can stand there and say, we don't agree, we don't like. The minister doesn't have to agree, but he must. He must listen. This is simply not good enough. And, you know, my own experiences. I've spoken about my own mental illness in this place before, and I know how difficult it is when you're going through it. When those days turn into nights and you can't remember the last time you've slept, when you don't know when the pain medication you had or you didn't have started or stopped, when you don't know who to call, and the only thing you're thinking about is about how tough it is and how the department's not listening, and that next call determines whether you're here or not. That next call. Because if they don't answer, or you can't get the support, or you can't get the mental health treatment that you need, I know what happens next, because I've carried the coffins of my friends. I know what happens next, because I've been in that hole. I know what happens next, because Julianne Finney's sitting in the gallery holding a photo of her son. We must get rid of this cap. We had veterans, we had Allied Health Service, we had a GP, we had an OT sitting in the gallery to say that they're screaming out for this cap to have it placed on top of veterans is not true. It is not true, and it shouldn't be there. It is not. It is not what we want. It's not what my friends want. It's not what the guys that are calling me on the weekend going, mate, I don't know how much longer I will have if this $5,000 cap is there. Where am I supposed to get the support I need? Who do I call? Where does the help come? It doesn't. And for the families, that extra burden placed on top of them, to look at their loved one, that person who is their trusted rock, the person that served this nation proudly, whether it is on peacekeeping, whether it's on humanitarian or in combat operations, their person is hurting. And their person can't get the support they need. What happens next? I don't have the answer. And clearly the minister doesn't either.
He needs to start listening.
The minister's job is to listen, work, and deliver for the veteran community. And that's why this motion is so important, and that's why the suspension is so important, because he's not meeting with the veteran community, he's not listening, he's not working for, and he's definitely not delivering for them. He's decided to cut and run during this suspension. He didn't answer the question in question time. We had a bunch of veterans and family members stand up so he could see them, so that they could be counted, and all he looked at was the shadow minister and wanted to point and say that he shouldn't have asked that question. It's not good enough. The Prime Minister should meet with these veterans and family members. I remember in government, I was sat in the room with the Prime Minister, with veterans who were red hot mad at us. And you know what? We stood there and we listened and we spoke to them and we understood. And you know what? We made changes. We made changes. It went from not a government policy to being a government policy, because our job is to listen, work for and deliver on. And these promises that this government is looking after veterans is false. It is not happening. I've never seen, and I'm sure that he's popped in unannounced, but the largest garrison city in the country, Townsville, we have the most veterans per capita. No one that has come to my office has said, I'm really happy that the Labor government has decided to put a $5,000 cap on my Allied Health Service. They've never said that. They've said, where am I going to get the support? Family members crying down the phone to me, going, how is my loved one supposed to get help? How is my loved one supposed to get their allied health practitioner on the phone or get the services? And these poor allied health service providers are going to start turning people away. That's why they flew to Canberra today. That's why they're here, because they're not veterans, but they're standing there going, our people that we serve, who've served us, aren't going to get the service anymore. And a knee injury, a back injury, to shoulder, to mental illness, once it's compounding and once it's all there, it will be unbearable. And I know it's unbearable because I've looked in the mirror and seen it myself. I know it's unbearable because I've taken 2 o'clock in the morning phone calls from veteran mates of mine who are talking about suicide, who have a plan. Veterans now are talking about not being a burden. That's a plan, and that's a worry. And it's incumbent on every person in this parliament to make sure that not one veteran is worse off, let alone a veteran who could succumb to their war within and die by suicide because of bad legislation. Now, this should be debated. It should have been answered in question time, but the minister should have just met with these veterans. It's just what he should do. And I expect him to come in here, stand at the dispatch box and debate this. That's what he should be doing. But he's run out, and our veterans that were in here left before he's finished speaking because of how disgusted they were. Disgusted they were. And they aren't, and I want to be very clear, they have very different political views than I do. They're from all walks of life, all different types of service, and they walked out because their minister has refused to meet with them. Their minister wouldn't stand with them. Their minister has let them down and betrayed them. Now, those we send into dangerous places, those who we've sent on operations and all around, deserve the respect. Because I can guarantee on Anzac Day or Remembrance Day, there is nothing more sure to me than a politician, especially a Labor politician, that will run to the first veteran and get a photo with their medals on their chest and post on their social media and say, lest we forget. Well, lest we forget isn't a bunch of words, it's a commitment. It's a commitment that we make in this parliament to make sure that we never let these brave men and women down. Never. Not on a Wednesday, not on Anzac Day, every single day. We need to be fighting for them because right now, this government isn't fighting for them. Right now, this government is betraying them. I have veterans sending their medals back to me of how upset they are, of how betrayed they feel from this government. You can't ask our men and women to serve this nation, fight for, defend, go on humanitarian missions, and then turn your back on them like you have today. You've turned your back on them. You have broken your commitment and your promise, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And I would expect that members of parliament, regardless of the colour of shirt you wear, to support this suspension because it is the right thing to do. And if you think it's not, then you call your veterans up and you tell them why. Because the veterans from around the country that reach out to us are absolutely hurting, and so are their families. And the last thing I want to have to do is come in here, like I have before, read out someone's service number or PM keys and their name and where they've served because they have succumbed to their war within. We can prevent this. We can stop this. We do not need any more veteran suicides. This parliament has an ability today and every other day to put our veterans first, and this minister should come in here and answer to it.
Yeah. I thank the member for his contribution. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I certainly second the motion. And
I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Standing and sessional orders must be suspended for this most important motion. Up in the gallery is Julianne Finney. She's a mum of a veteran who took his own life. We had also amongst us this morning, amongst those heroes, amongst those veterans, amongst those who served our nation, Andrew Horse Hudson, a decorated former SAS operator and canine handler who served for 22 years. He deployed in Afghanistan many times. We had Dr. Tim Nelson, a former RAF fighter pilot, who's now actually a GP, helping veterans. Our veterans need help. What they don't need is cuts. What they don't need is a $5,000 Allied Health Services cut or a cap. The cap is insidious. It is cruel. It is unnecessary. And this government, this Australian Labor Party that came to office in May 2022 saying it would not leave anyone behind, has deserted our veterans, has turned its back on our veterans who deserve better. This parliament sends our men and our women to war, and those men and women have our backs when we most need it, when the Australian people most need it. And yet, when they come back and they return to civilian life, and some of them are broken, many are not, but some of them need help, psychological help, mental help, physical assistance. What happens is that you get a budget like we had in May, and the government turned its back on our veterans with this $5,000 cap. Shame on Labor. And you know, they said, well, it's not all, Labor said it's not just all about a cut or a cap or anything like that. But I tell you what, in the budget papers, there was a $748 million save, a $748 million cut to veterans, $748 million of valuable and valued assistance that is now not going to our veterans. And I have a veteran in Wagga Wagga who ultimately lost his leg because it hit a bolt on the other side of a wall in the obstacle course at the home of the soldier. The home of the soldier, Blamey Barracks. And he is now an amputee. He has mental problems, mental health problems. He has obviously physical problems with the loss of a leg. How can he be expected to reduce that service that he needs from his country, our country, to just $5,000 when he's lost his leg for his country? It is simply not good enough. And when you've got heroes in the gallery today, 20 of them, who come to Parliament from right across this nation, who just want a meeting with the Minister, and the Minister's too tied up, too busy. Oh, and I've been in those meetings, as has Minister Thompson. I've been in those meetings where, yes, it is difficult to listen to. Yes, they are not on your side, but you owe it to the veterans. You owe it to the constituents. You owe it to taxpayers to meet them, to look them in the eye, to listen to them, and to do what's dignified, to give them the respect. And our veterans deserve respect. They put on a military uniform and they are the best of the best in this nation. And then you get a mum who lost her son, who all she wants is 15 minutes with the Minister to sit beside those other heroes, those veterans, and tell the Minister why they think he should go back to the drawing board on this cruel $5,000 cap. This cap that there was no consultation prior to the budget, and Labor says, well, we'll consult after. Well, it's not good enough afterwards. It should have been done before the budget, and it wasn't. And I don't know why it wasn't, but I tell you what, our veterans are angry. There is white-hot anger out there, and they've every reason to be, because they fought hard for this country. They deserve better from this country, and they deserve better from this Minister, who's still got time to meet them today.
I acknowledge the member for Riverina who has seconded the motion. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned. I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. A division has been called. The bells are ringing.
Lock the doors. The question before the House, the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 43. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Just ask members to return to their seats or leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Give the call to the honourable member for Macon.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the Committee Report 5/2026, referrals made in March 2026, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip. Leave is granted. The member for Macon may proceed.
Again, thank you, Mr Speaker, and again on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the Committee's 5th report for 2026 and the 7th for the 48th Parliament. This report considers 2 proposed works. Australian Federal Police proposed fit-out of leased premises at 949 Ann Street, Brisbane, for an estimated budget of $89.3 million, and Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation upgrade and fit-out of Building 302 Research Way, Clayton, for an estimated budget of $18.27 million. In considering these proposed works, the committee received submissions, conducted site inspections, received private briefings and conducted public and in-camera hearings with relevant government officials and other interested parties. The committee travelled to Melbourne to visit the Syro Aspendale site, which is to be replaced by Building 302 Research Way at Syro Clayton, and the AFP Southern Command site to view the features that would be incorporated into the design of the proposed AFP Brisbane site, AFP Northern Command, upon completion of the project. After giving due consideration to the evidence that the committee received, the committee sees merit in these proposals and therefore recommends that it is expedient for both proposed works to proceed. The fit-out of the proposed AFP Northern Command in Brisbane will provide essential accommodation and facilities to support the AFP's capacity in responding to an increasingly complex operational landscape. The committee was able to meet with some of the diligent AFP officers and the staff during the site inspection in Melbourne, and thanks those who took the time to demonstrate how these upgraded facilities support their work. The committee also commends the AFP's SHIELD program, which supports the health and well-being of officers at the forefront of protecting Australians from some of the most deplorable crimes, and notes how the proposed design of the AFP Northern Command will enhance access to these services. The committee acknowledges that Brisbane and Queensland more broadly is rapidly growing in strategic significance and accepts that fit-for-purpose facility is essential for the AFP's continued efforts to secure its future in the region. The Syro Aspendale site has played a foundational role in putting Australia at the forefront of climate, ocean and atmospheric science for 50 years. At the site inspection, the committee were able to see firsthand how the very committed scientists and staff have continued to support Australia's resilience and productivity through world-leading research despite outdated, inefficient and inadequate facilities. The proposed work will address this by providing high-specification laboratory and fit-for-purpose technical spaces at its existing Clayton site. The committee accepts that this represents an effective and economic use of existing Syro assets and therefore considers it both operationally necessary and value to the public. Deputy Speaker, I thank the Secretariat for their assistance in both of these hearings and this report, and also my colleagues on the Public Works Committee for their, again, assistance and support in coming to the conclusions that we did, and I commend the report to the House.
There being no further speakers, I give the call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3, Universities Accord, Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call in continuation to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the Flinders University City campus, which was established to provide a more easily accessible campus for students from the northern suburbs of Adelaide, almost half the students are the first in their family to attend university. Flinders University's commitment to educational equity is internationally recognised. It is now ranked 4th in the world for reducing socio-economic inequality, for its exceptional facilitation of access to first-in-family students and students with disability and disadvantage. It's also ranked 6th in the world and 1st in Australia for gender equality. Flinders has also placed 36th out of more than 1,000 universities in the Global University Impact Ratings. Last month, Flinders launched their 2050 Alliance, which is committed to the Universities Accord goal of ensuring that 80% of the workforce has a degree within the next few decades. And the university continues to expand access to First Nations students, students with disability, gender-diverse students, women and refugees. Deputy Speaker, it's often said that education is a right and not a privilege. It's also said that Australia is the land of opportunity, and yet for far too long education has been a privilege and not a right. The opportunities have only been available to a select few Australians. The Universities Accord, Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, will ensure that someone's background is not a determinant of their educational success and their future success. Where funding is genuinely needed, funding will be given. The bill also recognises the economic imperative of a more expansive higher education system because the demand for workers with a certificate, diploma or degree is fast outpacing the number of graduates to meet that demand. We risk becoming a less competitive and less innovative country as a result. Education is crucial to Australia's economic future, and this bill will help to secure that future. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Universities Accord set worthy goals for the reform of Australia's tertiary education sector, and this bill makes progress in some areas. Increasing the number of Commonwealth-supported places overall, additional funding for disadvantaged students and more support for regional institutions. These are all very welcome changes. However, this bill is currently subject to a Senate inquiry, and the submissions so far have highlighted numerous flaws. We do have some concerns about capping international students, reducing student choice and the risk of ministerial overreach. The Greens are going to explore these in the inquiry, reserving our position in the Senate. This bill was a real opportunity for the government to make badly needed, lasting reforms to the university sector. Reforms like abolishing the disastrous job-ready graduate scheme, which Labor opposed before they were elected, but have left it in place for 4 years. Reforms like abolishing HECS debt and incentivising our young people to pursue a tertiary education in the way the Prime Minister and I and others here in this place were able to access university for free. Reforms to improve housing affordability for students who face such imposing power imbalances with corporate landlords and who are so often choosing between proper meals and textbooks. But did the government pursue these crucial, ambitious reforms? No. Instead, they've stooped to the crudest, the lowest common denominator politics, which is us versus them, with a new proposal to slash the number of international students. These students come here to learn from our world-class institutions, to improve their prospects and to make a contribution. These students make tertiary education one of Australia's biggest and most valuable exports. These students, quite frankly, help to keep our universities afloat with their significant tuition fees. Rather than saying thanks so much for choosing to study here in Australia, or thank you for contributing to our academic institutions, or thank you for contributing so much to our economy, the government is instead demonising international students. They're blaming them for Australia's economic woes, things like the housing crisis. The housing crisis is not the fault of international students. It's the fault of successive governments making wrong policy choices. Labor's picking an easy target rather than taking responsibility. Perhaps the government has forgotten its manners, because in my opinion, that is no way to treat your guests. An immigrant never privatised my Commonwealth Bank. An immigrant never flogged off my energy sector, my telecommunications or my toll roads. An immigrant did not give away our gas for free to multinational corporations. An immigrant never starved my schools and hospitals of funding. An immigrant never undercut wage growth and let inflation get out of hand. An immigrant never decimated public housing and handed our real estate market over to speculators and developers. You know who did all that? Labor and Liberal politicians. So it's no wonder who is looking to blame immigrants. It's the politicians. Recent reports say that Labor is gearing up to blame immigrants for our dropping living standards, possibly cutting back on family visas and backpackers. It's a very convenient distraction. Labor, Liberals, one nation, they all love this distraction, but does anyone really believe decreasing the number of family visas is going to make our lives better? No, it won't. In fact, it's the very opposite. The only thing this immigrant blaming will achieve is turning us against each other at the very moment when Australians, no matter where they come from, need to come together and say, enough is enough with this corporate rip-off. We're losing control of this country, not to immigrants, but to the massive corporations who hold the old parties in their thrall. And who is to blame for this? It's Liberal and Labor politicians. Labor and Liberal politicians who for decades have accepted huge donations from big corporations, funding their election campaigns and paying for their perks. And in return, those politicians roll over and do what they are told. Australians aren't stupid. We can all see what's happening. We know that Labor and Liberal politicians do their corporate masters' bidding, but we must not fall for their latest distraction. We cannot allow them to divide us based on who we are or where we come from. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Jagga.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And at its heart, this bill is about opportunity. It's about making sure that wherever you grow up, whatever your parents earn, whatever your postcode is not determining what you can achieve. We on this side know that education changes lives. It opens doors, it creates opportunity, not only for individuals, but for families, communities and our country. We also know that talent and people who want to work hard and get ahead exist everywhere in this country. But unfortunately, opportunity doesn't always exist everywhere, and that is what we are changing with this bill. This bill is about ensuring more Australians have the chance to study, to develop new skills and to build the careers they dream of, while helping Australia to prepare for the future. Deputy Speaker, we're very aware that the jobs our children and our grandchildren have in the future won't look the same as the jobs that many of us graduated from university or training into. Technology is transforming workplaces. Artificial intelligence is changing the way we work. The transition to clean energy is creating entirely new industries in our country. Medical science continues to make extraordinary breakthroughs. Our population is ageing, creating a greater demand for nurses, doctors, allied health professionals, teachers, social workers and carers. I do believe that these changes bring enormous opportunity, but they also require us to think differently about education. And the Australian Universities Accord that our government set up recognised that challenge that is in front of us. It's provided us with a blueprint for Australia's higher education system over the coming decades. It tells us that by 2050, around 80% of Australians will need a university degree, diploma or certificate to meet the demands of our future workforce. So this isn't simply an education challenge, it's an economic challenge that our country faces. It's a productivity challenge and it is a nation-building challenge. We are clear that Australia's greatest resource is not just what lies beneath our feet, it is in fact our people. It is their ideas, their skills, their creativity and their potential. So we must make sure we unlock that potential. If we want Australia to remain prosperous, competitive and resilient, we need to continue our investment in people, and that is exactly what this bill does. Deputy Speaker, our government asked the Australian Universities Accord to consider a range of issues, including the former Coalition's Job Ready graduate scheme. We've now implemented every recommendation of the Accord interim report, and we've started the work of implementing recommendations from the final report. Over the last 2 years, we've implemented 31 out of the 47 recommendations in full or in part. As the Minister for Education has said, there's more work to do, and he has said the scheme is unfinished business. And I hear from people in my community who remain concerned about the Job Ready graduate scheme. The government is and will keep working through the recommendations in the final report and take advice from ATEC as well. Deputy Speaker, we have a good track record in this space. The Albanese government has made HECS fairer by cutting student debt by 20%. We've fixed unfair education and raised the repayment threshold so that graduates keep more of what they earn. We've introduced an expanded paid prac for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students. We've expanded university study hubs across regional and suburban Australia, including one nearby in my community in Epping. We've increased free university preparation courses, we've established the National Student Ombudsman and strengthened protections against gender-based violence on campus. We've made Commonwealth-supported places demand-driven for First Nations students who earn the marks to get in. We've established the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, and we've made free TAFE permanent, which is already making a real difference for students at our local Greensborough and West Heidelberg Polytechnic campuses. The reforms we're delivering through this work build on that, creating a new funding system that helps universities grow while making sure more Australians have the opportunity to study and to succeed. Australia needs more graduates and universities need certainty to plan for that growth. Students also deserve and need to know that there will be opportunities available to them. The new managed growth funding system will help to make sure that that happens. It will allow the Commonwealth to better plan where university places are needed and to support universities to grow in a sustainable way. This bill also introduced demand-driven, needs-based funding. And this is one of the components of this legislation that will make the biggest difference. Because, of course, getting into university is only part of the journey. We know that students also need the support to finish. And there have been too many cases where capable young Australians begin university only to, while they're there, find themselves struggling financially while they're juggling work commitments, caring responsibilities, or perhaps simply feeling like they don't belong or they're not doing well enough. This bill recognises that struggle. Universities that educate more students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, from First Nations communities and regional campuses, will receive additional funding to support those students. And that funding can be used for tutoring, for mentoring, academic support, scholarships, emergency financial assistance, wellbeing services. That is going to change the experience for those students who need it most. It is going to make sure that, as well as getting a pathway into university and higher education, they have the opportunity not just to stay there, but to thrive while they are there. Under this new needs-based funding system, the amount of funding per student will more than double next year in some cases. Like our Gonski funding for schools, the more students a university has that meet the criteria, the more funding they will receive to help those students to participate and to succeed at university. Deputy Speaker, that's what fairness looks like. That's what helping Australians to get ahead looks like. It is what Labor governments have always believed in and how we deliver, not just for Australians today, but for the future of those to come and for our country as we build for the future. Deputy Speaker, two things the Liberals, Nationals and One Nation have shown us time and time again is that they are unwilling to support fairness and opportunity for Australians who do want to get the skills and qualifications to go ahead. They opposed free TAFE. They opposed cutting student debt by 20%. They opposed making student loan repayments fairer. And every time this government acts to open the doors of opportunity to more Australians, those opposite find a reason to vote no. Just recently, we've seen another example of their view of how they see Australians who deserve more support should get ahead. We saw that through Senator Bragg saying that Australians on lower incomes should simply accept lower quality housing. Tells you everything about the priorities of those opposite. Whether it's cutting free TAFE, whether it's our efforts to cut student debt, cheaper childcare or strengthening paid parental leave or expanding Medicare, the choice is clear. Labor believes government should help people get ahead, no matter where they come from or how much they earn. Those opposite have shown time and again that when we act to give Australians a fair go, they will stand in our way. Deputy Speaker, in Jagga Jagga, we're fortunate to have a fantastic local university, La Trobe University, which supports our community. And for generations, La Trobe has opened doors for students from Melbourne's northeast and from well beyond. It supports graduates who go on to strengthen not just our community, but those right across the nation. And I know that La Trobe has, for a very long time, had a reputation of supporting students who do come from diverse backgrounds, who do come from a diverse range of socioeconomic backgrounds. We're seeing incredible work happening through the biomedical precinct, where research, education and healthcare are coming together to improve lives. We see exciting investment in emerging technologies, including quantum research at La Trobe, helping to prepare Australia for the industries of tomorrow. And I'm confident that the students studying there today will become tomorrow's innovators, our teachers, our engineers, psychologists, researchers, our climate scientists and our business leaders. I'm pleased that many of them come from suburbs across Jagga, from West Heidelberg, Belfield, Macleod, Watsonia, Greensborough, Montmorency and Eltham. Some of them are the first in their family to attend university, and we want that to continue to be the case. We want to see that build. We do know that at the moment, a young person from a low-income family is still far less likely to attend university than someone from a wealthier background. We know that students from regional Australia continue to face additional barriers. We know that many First Nations students face challenges that others simply don't. And none of that reflects a lack of ability. It reflects unequal opportunity. This bill is our government assuring Australians that we can and we will do better. These reforms are expected to support around 230,000 additional commencing domestic university students over the next decade. That's 230,000 more Australians with the opportunity to build a career they love, to contribute to our economy and to building a stronger society for all of us. That's the future teachers, the nurses, the engineers, the researchers, the scientists and the innovators. That's the people who'll be in jobs that we can't even dream of at the moment. But doing this work now, setting our country up so that all Australians get the opportunity, that's what being future ready looks like. It's not just about preparing people for their first job. It's about preparing Australians for the careers that will evolve over decades, giving people the skills to adapt, to continue learning and to embrace change throughout their lives, no matter what their background is. Deputy Speaker, I have this conversation regularly in my community. People look to government to say, are you going to build us a stronger community going forward? In a time that feels uncertain, what are you doing to make sure that the Australian promise will continue to be there, that there is opportunity for all? And I assure those people in my community and around the country that that's what this government continues to be focused on making sure that all Australians get that opportunity to get ahead, to get an education, and of course, with our further reforms, to get a foot into the housing market. So I'm so pleased that we are delivering this work through this bill and through the Universities Accord, building a tertiary education system that's connected, flexible, focused on the future. Deputy Speaker, Labor has always believed that education is one of the greatest investments any government can make. Our track record is clear and we are not resting on our laurels. We know that every generation benefits because previous generations invest in education. So our responsibility is to leave the next generation with more opportunities that we inherited. This bill backs aspiration. It prepares Australia for the future, no matter what that future may be. I am disappointed, as ever, that those opposite lack that ambition for Australians, lack that ambition for students now and into the future, that they are not backing more opportunities, but instead standing in the way of this progress. Because wherever you grow up, whatever your circumstances are, if you have the talent and the determination to succeed, Australia should back you, and that is what this government is doing with this bill. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Jagga for her contribution, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I just move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned. I'll put that. All the opinions say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion for the suspension of standing and sessional orders in relation to the time and order of business for the 18th of August 2026 and the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber. For the benefits of members, I'll just explain what this means for tomorrow. Obviously today we finish at 4:30 because of a motion I moved last week, and I have consulted with the Manager of Opposition Business on this, and I thank him for the consultation. At midday tomorrow we will vote on the second reading amendments and the second reading of the bill relating to gambling. Given the need to finish the bill before 6:30 p.m. to make sure that we can conduct divisions here and we can get it across to the Senate, we need to time manage the remainder of the debate. I'm anticipating 8 or 9 sets of amendments on those bills. One set of what we will be doing is having government amendments, opposition amendments, and then crossbench amendments. The normal thing of one government, one opposition, one crossbench. A minister can allow for someone to move a second, so if someone's in that particular circumstance, if they let me know. We'll then, after the MPI, return to consideration in detail. On the current looking at the time, particularly by dealing with this now, this gives us an extra half hour tomorrow, which is why I'm doing it now. It means we should actually have proper time to be able to debate all the amendments before we hit 5:30. If we were to hit 5:30, then effectively everything that's been circulated will be taken as having been moved, and we would then go into consecutive consecutive votes until we finish the entire package. That entire package involves the debate we've been conducting cognately, as well as the additional bill that was introduced to the House this morning. Once we have finished those bills, we will then move on to the debate on the news journalism payment bills. We will stay on that until 7:30, then we'll pretend we're having an adjournment debate, 5-minute speeches until 8, and then we'll go back to the news bargaining code bills. I don't know how many people will want to speak on that, but we'll keep the House going until 10 p.m. if speakers require to be able to do that. And then I expect it would be on Wednesday morning we would deal with the remaining stages of that particular piece of legislation. I commend the suspension of the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Any speakers? Okay, I'll put the question. All the opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. And I'll call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3. Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And yet again, we find ourselves in this place debating a bill that's got a title that's pretty hard to disagree with. And Labor want to pretend that this bill, the University Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, is about funding and student places. They want to pretend that it's about increasing university funding to help poor kids, Indigenous kids and kids from the bush, kids from regional electorates, to get a go. And if that's all this bill did, Deputy Speaker, then the coalition would be in full support of that. However, we have to reserve our position at this stage because this bill needs to go through a Senate inquiry for Australians to have their say. And the reality is that we see through these inquiries the sort of feedback that point out glaring holes in the government's legislation time and time again. We saw that just in the winter break with the gambling Senate inquiry, which was fought tooth and nail by the government, but exposed clear holes in the bill. And so it is with the Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill that we're here to debate today. So once we've received that evidence, Deputy Speaker, and the Australian people have had their say, we will consider what our position ultimately is in the Senate and what amendments are necessary. Because this bill is worthy of close scrutiny. It makes significant structural changes to the higher education system. And we note concerns that have already emerged from the tertiary education sector about the consultation process the government has run. And that includes the fact that universities hadn't seen this bill before it was tabled in the Parliament, that there are elements of the bill's drafting that surprised the tertiary education sector, that there was no exposure draft being released and that stakeholders have been shown limited material under strict confidentiality arrangements. If the government had nothing to hide, if this bill did all that it purports to do and nothing else, one wonders why such poor consultation was conducted under such secrecy. So if the bill comes to a vote in the House, ultimately, before that Senate committee reports, we find ourselves in uncertain territory. But it is appropriate, Deputy Speaker, that as an alternative party of government, we take the time, we consult and we get our position right. So let's consider what the problems are with our universities today. And unfortunately, they either have lost or are losing their social licence in Australia. And I believe it's because for too many years now, universities in Australia have pursued indoctrination over education. Time and time again, what should be institutions that are home of freedom of speech and freedom of academic integrity are in fact places of censorship, of academic pylons and ideological confrontation. Universities Australia held a summit this year and the whole sector was focused on their social licence. They did so because it's reflected in the data. Domestic enrolments in universities are falling. In 2022, there were some 1.1 million domestic students studying at university in Australia. And according to the most recent data, that number has fallen since the Albanese government came to office. It is now the lowest number of enrolments since 2019, and it is getting lower. And that sends a very stark message from both the boots and the wallets of Australian students, Deputy Speaker, that their confidence in the Australian tertiary sector is declining. According to the Department of Education, since 2022, when the Albanese government came to power, the ratio of students to teaching staff has increased, and administrative, technical and operational staff are growing twice as fast as frontline teaching and research staff. That's on the department's own numbers. The 2025 Quality Indicators of Teaching and Learning Graduate Outcomes Survey recorded record low graduate satisfaction of 74.9%. I say that again, Deputy Speaker. This year's survey recorded record low graduate satisfaction. For young Australians who are taking the time and incurring the cost of pursuing a degree at an Australian university, that's an appalling outcome. Undergraduate ratings for student support and services were even lower, 71.2% in 2023 and 2024, which was the lowest since 2015. Polling from the universities themselves reveals that the proportion of Australians with either quite a lot or a great deal of confidence in Australian universities has fallen. And this reflects that loss of licence to operate in Australia that we see from institutions that pursue indoctrination over education. Additionally, we've seen the government rip the guts out of research in this country, the same research that should drive productivity in our economy. And it is one of the many reasons that productivity is absolutely flatlining in Australia, and we see a real loss of incomes as real GDP per capita sees the largest fall in living standards in the developed world. This has included cutting more than $2.3 billion out of university research through cuts to the Australia's Economic Accelerator program, abolishing the Trailblazer Universities program, which saw co-investment by government and industry into research totalling more than $1.02 billion. We've seen the government slash our research capacity program by more than $920 million from when the coalition was last in office, a cut which is significantly magnified in its effects because of the runaway inflation that we see in the economy today. So on the government's own numbers, research spending in this country is projected to reach a decade low in 2029. And we haven't been the only ones to notice, Deputy Speaker. Complaints by students and staff to TEXA, the regulator, have almost quadrupled. That's from 237 complaints in 2022 to 942 last year. There is a serious problem in our university sector, and this bill, unfortunately, addresses none of those concerns. Safety data is particularly bad when you dive into the detail of those TEXA complaints, because in 2022 there were 16 TEXA complaints in relation to gender-based violence and other wellbeing and safety. It is now 76. Those figures don't include new data from the National Student Ombudsman, which received 1,711 complaints in its first 6 months. So, juxtaposed against that appalling deterioration in the safety of university campuses, we've seen a spectacle week after week of encampments preaching hate against our country, against democracy, and particularly, Deputy Speaker, against Jewish Australians. It is a shameful spectacle that sees ordinary Australian students who have every right to get to the classes that they're paying for denied easy access and freedom of movement on their own university campuses by these extremists. That has led to extraordinary levels of racist abuse and hatred on university campuses, as was measured by the Racism at Uni survey. Above all, Jewish Australian students came out at the pointy end of that abuse and that hatred. But ultimately, we believe that it stems from the basic failure of university leadership across the country to respond properly to the anti-Semitic hatred that we saw explode in Australia in October 2023. Because when you don't step in to stop encampments on campuses targeting one group of Australians, you send a message that that's actually okay. That's how university leadership has failed young Australians and indeed our country. With more than half of Australia's universities dropping in the world rankings in June this year, it comes as little wonder to us on the coalition side. The universities themselves are complaining about having to comply with more than 300 pieces of legislation and regulation, which admittedly, Mr Speaker, would have occurred under the watch of previous governments as well. But based on a submission by TEXA itself, there are now 15 different regulators and oversight bodies that universities report to. You might think that the Opening Doors of Opportunity Bill would be doing Australian universities a service by slashing the red tape and regulation that the university sector confronts, but alas, we move on. We've got repeated scandals in Australia about overseas cheating factories being used to cheat the way to a degree. That diminishes the value of the Australian degrees that young people are paying good money for in this country. And over it all, of course, we've got the sector-wide challenge of confronting AI and the challenges that it poses in a university setting. If AI is being used to mark work done by students, it does make humans redundant and the degree that they receive pretty worthless. It's a massive challenge, and it's not being adequately addressed by the sector nor by this bill. So the message, Mr Speaker, is pretty simple. Under Labor, our universities have become demonstrably, measurably worse as they have pursued a policy of indoctrination and not education. So this bill, in centralising significant power over universities and higher education providers in the hands of the minister, is a central concern. And it is absolutely beyond doubt, Mr Speaker, that the minister has the best baritone in the building, but he doesn't make him the savant of all things when it comes to education and tertiary education. And so we need to consider very carefully this as a bill which moves towards a centrally managed higher education system in our country, because the minister, and indeed future ministers, would gain extensive powers over domestic Commonwealth-supported places, international student allocations, demand-driven higher education course places, the conditions placed on tertiary providers, needs-based funding and the priorities and directions given to ATEC. That's a pretty startling sort of remit to give to one minister, a minister from any political stripe, because these powers could be used both for good, to address future serious policy problems within the sector, but they also raise significant concern about competition, institutional autonomy, efficiency, parliamentary oversight and the degree of latitude afforded by ministerial discretion. So, Mr Speaker, we do concede, though, in light of the foregoing, that the university sector itself faces some real problems. We've got quality concerns leading to that deterioration in the rankings of Australian universities. We've got the undeniable challenge that AI, or the challenge and opportunity that AI presents to the university sector. We've seen that terrible rise in the scourge of anti-Semitism and the social cohesion challenges it presents, not only on our university campuses but indeed across society more broadly. We've got the situation with international student pressures in the context of managing Australia's migration system, which undeniably has seen the numbers too high and the standards too low overall. On the coalition side, we're honest about what we will do when it comes to tackling migration and getting the numbers down. We need the government to do the same. And I look forward to Minister Burke finally making it to the press club to give that speech, which he was gagged from only last week. So we see a bill before the House that gives a future government powerful tools to respond to those problems, but with legitimate concerns. And again, that's where our call for a Senate inquiry into this legislation is so important. It is important because these powers could be used by a minister in the national interest if they were applied carefully and transparently. There may well be a compelling case for additional safeguards to ensure that a minister, a future minister, would make decisions that would benefit not only the university sector, but every Australian student who forks out for a degree and indeed our nation overall, tackling some of the issues like we saw with our flatlining productivity by enlivening research in Australia once more and seeing greater cooperation between the commercial and tertiary sectors, perhaps supercharged with the effective adoption of AI across the sector. We could see those very significant social cohesion concerns challenged and then corrected over time if this legislation gets that balance right, that sees the freedom of speech and academic integrity restored to our university campuses as it ought to be, and indeed leaves the nation a more prosperous place indeed.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, Honourable Member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question before the House is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give a call to the Honourable Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Every child begins life with abilities that deserve a chance to grow. But in Australia today, where a child grows up still has too much influence over where their education can take them. Family income, distance, and whether their parents went to university can shape their choices long before they submit an application to a tertiary provider. This bill is about changing that. It's about opening the doors of opportunity. For Labor, those words carry a clear promise. No child's postcode, family income, or parents' education should set the limits of their future. Education gives people choices. It gives them knowledge, confidence, and the skills to build a secure life. It gives our communities the teachers, nurses, builders, engineers, artists, and carers that we rely on. But opportunity is never created simply by declaring that a door is open. A student needs a place at a tertiary institution. They need the means to accept it. They need support to keep studying through financial pressure, family crisis, or a difficult first year. Then they need a fair chance to finish. This bill responds to each part of that task. It establishes a managed growth funding system to provide more Commonwealth-supported university places. It creates demand-driven, needs-based funding for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, First Nations students and students at regional campuses. Across the next decade, these reforms will invest another $3.6 billion in higher education and fund an estimated 230,000 additional commencing students. This is how we open the door wider and help more students reach the other side. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that has shaped much of my working life. Before entering this place, I had the great honour of working alongside and supporting remarkable Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people from across Australia, including many from remote and regional communities. For 13 years, I worked with the Australian Indigenous Education Foundation, most recently as its Deputy CEO. During that time, AIEF provided transformational scholarships to more than 1,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people. And as I said, many of these young people were from regional and remote communities. Many of those young people I now count among my friends. They have brought me enormous joy and inspiration. It has been a great honour to watch them thrive in their careers, their families, and in their communities. Working alongside those students and their families for so many years shaped how I think about access to quality education. I saw young people travel vast distances to study and families place enormous trust in schools and support staff. I saw Year 12 graduations become family celebrations and young people move into further study, apprenticeships and first jobs. I also saw how much work sits behind every successful transition. One of those students was Injara Harbour, who grew up in Winton in Queensland's Central West, a student that I was able to go visit he and his family in their home in Winton. Ninjara is academically minded and strongly supported by his family, and I give a shout out to his parents, Travis and Tracy, both absolutely remarkable individuals. A scholarship gave Injara the chance to move about 1,300 kilometres to attend boarding school in Brisbane. Injara later became only the second Indigenous student to captain his school. He went on to study law at QUT and he completed an internship in Sydney. Injara knew his experience was exceptional though. He spoke about young people facing financial and social pressures that can narrow their choices before they reach university. Many, he said, do not know their worth. As Injara put it, every kid has the potential to do wonderful things, but they need to have the stability to do so. That simple insight sits at the heart of this bill. Talent exists in every community. Our task is to provide the stability, support and opportunity to allow it to grow. Injara's success belongs to him. It rests on his ability, hard work and the support of his family. But financial help brought an opportunity within reach and ongoing guidance helped him make the most of it. That experience taught me a lesson I have carried into this place. Access and success cannot be separated. An offer letter is important, but it can't pay the rent. A university place cannot help a student who cannot afford to leave home. Enrolment alone will not carry someone through a family crisis or a difficult first semester. We need to open the door and we need to give students a fair chance to succeed. Mr. Speaker, the Universities Accord looks across the whole tertiary education system. By 2050, at least 80% of working-age Australians will need a TAFE qualification, a university degree or another tertiary qualification. This bill reforms university funding, but it forms part of a much wider national task. Australia needs strong universities and a strong public TAFE system. We need clear pathways between them, and we need those pathways to work for school leavers, mature-age students and people changing careers. We see both parts of that system at work across Brisbane's south side in my community. TAFE Queensland's Southbank campus sits in the heart of Griffith, surrounded by our galleries, theatres, museums and the State Library. Students there train in nursing, early childhood education, community services, engineering, hospitality, information technology, business justice and the creative arts. A nursing student can practice in a simulated hospital ward, while hospitality, music and game students learn with industry-standard facilities and technology. In the south of my electorate, the Mount Gravatt campus gives Southside students another local option. It offers courses in accounting, business, hospitality, education support, English language studies, justice, screen and media. Mount Gravatt is also TAFE Queensland's fashion studies hub. Students use industry equipment and digital design software before showing their work at the annual Brisbane Fashion Parade. I have loved visiting our local TAFE campuses several times with the Assistant Minister for Skills and Training. Each visit has reinforced the same point. TAFE gives practical skills, confidence and a direct path into secure work. These campuses open different doors for different people. A school leaver can train for a first job. A worker can gain a new qualification. A student can use a diploma as a pathway into university. At Griffith University's South Bank campus, the Queensland Conservatorium, Queensland College of Art and Griffith Film School educate the next generation of musicians, filmmakers, performers, artists and designers. Local students also study at QUT, UQ and campuses across Brisbane. Many combine classes with paid shifts and rising rent. Some care for children or relatives. Some are the first person in their family to enter tertiary education. Opportunity must meet those students where they are. Close to half of Australians in their 30s hold a university degree. Among people from low-income families and regional communities, that rate is about half that level. Students from these backgrounds have a lower chance of entering university.
It being 4:30 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 12th of August 2026.